Some Special Forces officers claim that the commander of this unit was transferred to another post in mid-1971 because his extensive involvement in the narcotics traffic risked exposure. But clandestine forays were a relatively inefficient method of smuggling, and it appears that General Quang's apparatus did not become heavily involved in the narcotics trade until the Cambodian invasion of May 1970. For the first time in years, the Vietnamese army operated inside Cambodia. Vietnamese troops guarded key Cambodian communication routes, the army assigned liaison officers to Phnom Penh, and intelligence officers were allowed to work inside the former neutralist kingdom. More importantly, the Vietnamese Navy began permanent patrols along the Cambodian stretches of the Mekong and set up bases in Phnom Penh. The Vietnamese Navy. Up the creek. The Vietnamese Navy utilized the Cambodian invasion to expand its role in the narcotics traffic, opening up a new pipeline that had previously been inaccessible. On May 9, an armada of 110 Vietnamese and 30 American river craft headed by the Naval Fleet Commander, Capt. Nguyen Thanh Chau, crossed the border into Cambodia, speeding up the Mekong in a dramatic V-shaped formation. The next day, the commander of Riverine Task Force 211, Capt. Nguyen Van Thong, landed several hundred Vietnamese. 20 miles upriver at Neak Luang, a vital ferry crossing en route I linking Phnom Penh with Saigon. Leaving their American advisors behind here, the Vietnamese arrived at Phnom Penh on May 11, and on May 12 reached Kampong Chain, 70 miles north of the Cambodian capital, thus totally clearing the waterway for their use. Hailed as a tactical coup and a great military humanitarian feat by Navy publicists, the Armada also had, according to sources inside the Vietnamese Navy, the dubious distinction of smuggling vast quantities of opium and heroin into South Vietnam. An associate of General Quang's, former Navy Commander Rear Admiral Chung Tan Cang, rose to prominence during the Cambodian invasion. Admiral Cang had been a good friend of President Thieu since their student days together at Saigon's Merchant Marine Academy. When Admiral Cang was removed from command of the Navy in 1965, after being charged with selling badly needed flood relief supplies on the black market instead of delivering them to the starving refugees, Thieu had intervened to prevent him from being prosecuted and had him appointed to a face-saving sinecure. Sources inside the Vietnamese Navy say that a smuggling network which shipped heroin and opium from Cambodia back to South Vietnam was set up among high-ranking naval officers shortly after the Vietnamese Navy docked at Phnom Penh. The shipments were passed from protector to protector until they reached Saigon. The first relay was from Phnom Penh to Neak Luang, the next, from Neak Luang to Tan Chau, just inside South Vietnam, the next, from Tan Chan to Ben Thuy. From there the narcotics were shipped to Saigon on a variety of naval and civilian vessels. As the Cambodian military operation drew to a close in the middle of 1970, the Navy's smuggling organization expanded. Camo. Lam Nguyen Thanh was appointed Vice Chief of Naval Operations in August of 1970. Also a member of Thieu's class at the Merchant Marine Academy, Commodore Thanh had been abruptly removed from his post as Navy Chief of Staff in 1966. Sources inside the Navy allege that high-ranking naval officials used 3 of the Mekong Delta naval bases under Commodore Than's command, Rach Swa, Long Shuyen, and Tan Chau, as drop points for narcotics smuggled into Vietnam on Thai fishing boats or Cambodian river sampans. From these 3 bases, the narcotics were smuggled to Saigon on naval vessels or on swift boats. When, as often happened, the narcotics were shipped to Saigon on ordinary civilian sampans or fishing junks, their movements were protected by these naval units. Some of these smuggling operations within the Vietnamese Navy were exposed in the summer of 1971. Shortly before this happened, the U.S. government had finally begun pressuring the South Vietnamese to crack down on the drug smuggling. According to sources inside the Navy, the American demands were a cause of some concern for General Quang and Admiral Cang. General Quang thoughtfully had Admiral Cang appointed as chairman of the National Anti-Narcotics Committee and his associate, Commodore Thanh, installed as chairman of the Navy Anti-Narcotics Committee. Although these precautions should have proved adequate, events and decisions beyond General Quang's control nearly resulted in a humiliating public expose. On July 25, 1971, Vietnamese narcotics police, assisted by Thai and American agents, broke up a major Chu Chao Chinese syndicate based in Colon, arrested 60 drug traffickers, and made one of the largest narcotics seizures in Vietnam's recent history, 51 kilos of heroin and 334 kilos of opium. Hailed in the press as a great victory for the Thieu government's war on drugs, these raids were actually something of a major embarrassment, since they partially exposed the Navy smuggling ring. This Colon Chu Chao syndicate was organized in mid-1970 when Mr. Big in Bangkok, a Chu Chao Chinese reputed to be one of the largest drug financiers in Southeast Asia, decided to start dealing in South Vietnam. He contacted a respectable Chu Chao plastics manufacturer in Colon, Mr. Tran Minh, and the two soon came to an agreement. The Vietnamese Navy, of course, was to provide protection. Sometime in mid-1970 a Thai fishing vessel arrived off the coast of Pulo Dama, a tiny Vietnamese island in the Gulf of Siam, with the first shipment. Waiting for the boat was a Vietnamese fishing boat under the command of a Chu Chao captain named Tang Hai. Hired by Mr. Tran Minh, Tang Hai was the link between the Bangkok and Colon syndicates. After 200 kilos of opium had been transferred in mid-ocean, the Vietnamese boat chugged off toward its home port, Rachgia, about 55 miles to the northeast. In Rachgia, the bundles of opium were loaded onto a river sampan for the voyage to Saigon. Concealed under a layer of coconut shells, the opium appeared to be just another commercial cargo as it wound its way through the maze of canals that led to the docks of Colon. Once the sampan docked at a wharf in Colon's 7th district, the cargo was transferred to a microbus, driven to Tran Minh's warehouse in Colon's 6th district, and eventually dispensed to the opium dens of Saigon Colon. All the traffic on these waterways was policed and protected by the Vietnamese Navy. Tran Minh's business prospered and the smuggling continued. By the third shipment Mr. Tran Minh had decided to expand into the GI market, and ordered 10 kilos of W0 Globe brand heroin as well as the usual 200 kilos of opium. For the fourth shipment, Tran Minh was afraid the deliveries might start attracting notice and changed the transfer point to Hanpanjang, an island 115 miles southwest of Rachgia. By mid-1971 business was going so well that the Colon syndicate boss ordered a double shipment 400 kilos of opium and 60 kilos of heroin. The heroin alone was worth more than $720,000 retail, and for the fishing captain Tang Hai and his military protectors at the Rach Swa Naval Base it turned out to be an irresistible temptation. In early July 1971 Tang Hai kept his appointment with the Thai fishing boat and picked up the cargo near Hanpanjang Island. But instead of returning to Rachgia, he then proceeded to sail 60 miles north to Phu Quoc Island, where he buried the opium and hid the heroin in some underbrush. Then he returned to Rachgia and told Mr. Tran Minh's contact man that the shipment had been stolen by the Vietnamese Navy. Apparently this was a convincing explanation, and the contact man relayed the news to Colon. When Mr. Tran Minh agreed to buy back half of the shipment from the Navy for $25,000, Tang Hai returned to Phu Quoc Island, dug up most of the cash, and delivered half of the original shipment to the contact man in Rachgia after burying the difference near his home. The contact man hired the usual sampan owner to smuggle the drugs to Colon, but he was robbed, this time for real, by 3 ARVN corporals only 10 miles up the canal from Rachgia. The boatman returned to Rachgia and reported his bad luck to the beleaguered contact man, who dutifully passed the word along to Choion. Now $25,000 poorer, Mr. Tran Minh informed Bangkok that he had been robbed twice and could not pay for the shipment. The Bangkok financier, however, immediately assumed that he was being cheated and decided to wipe out the entire Vietnamese syndicate. The Thai fishing captain was selected as the informer, and he approached Col. Pramuel Vanjabandhu of the Thai Central Narcotics Bureau with a proposition, in exchange for a guarantee of complete immunity and anonymity for the Bangkok syndicate, he would name the two key men in the Saigon operation. Colonel Pramuel accepted the offer and contacted U.S. narcotics agent William Wanzek, asking him to arrange a meeting with the Vietnamese. The two men flew to Saigon, where they met with the head of the Vietnamese narcotics police, redactor Lee Ky Hoang, and U.S. narcotics agent Fred Dick. It was agreed that there should be two simultaneous raids. The Vietnamese National Police would bust the Saigon syndicate while redactor Hoang, Colonel Pramuel, and Fred Dick flew to Rachgia to arrest Tang Hai and his cohorts. The two raids were planned for 9:30 a.m. on July 25, less than 3 weeks after the drugs first arrived off Han Panjang Island. The Saigon raid came off perfectly, but at Rachgia, redactor Hoang found that Tang Hai was not at home. Hoang, who was not in uniform, explained to Tang Hai's sister that the boss, Mr. Tran Min, had sent him to negotiate for the missing drugs. After 50 minutes of skillful explanations, the sister finally agreed to take redactor Hoang to a restaurant where her brother was at a party drinking with some friends. The two of them clambered aboard a sputtering Lamretta taxi and disembarked about 30 minutes later in front of a restaurant in Rach Swa, a small fishing port 4 miles south of Rachgia. Inside, Tang Hai was the guest of honor at a boisterous drinking party hosted by the commander of nearby Rach Swa Naval Base, Captain Hai, and attended by 20 well-armed Navy officers and sailors. Explaining that Mr. Tran Min himself was waiting at Rachgia, redactor Hoang suggested that he and Tang Hai go there to discuss buying back the drugs. When the Chu Chao smuggler replied that he would rather stay at the party, redactor Hoang elaborated on his story, explaining that the boss was willing to pay $25,000 for the remaining half of the shipment. At this, the Navy commander insisted that Hoang use his personal jeep and driver to bring Mr. Tran Min to the party for negotiations. An hour later, redactor Hoang returned in a police car, accompanied by Colonel Pramuel and Fred Dick. While the others waited outside, redactor Hoang entered the restaurant alone. After suggesting that they step outside for a private word with the boss, he arrested Tang Hai, threw him into the waiting police car, and raced off for Rachgia. Minutes later, the Navy officers realized their guest had been arrested, grabbed their guns, and sped off in hot pursuit. Even though they suspected that the Navy posse was not far behind, the multinational police squad stopped en route to Rachgia at a house belonging to Tang Hai's cousin to search for a suspected drugs cache. While Dick and Colonel Pramuel took Tang Hai inside and proceeded to ransack the house, redactor Hoang remained in the car 100 yards down the street, radioing desperately for police assistance. Before he finally realized that the radio was out of order, Navy jeeps screeched to a halt in front of the house and the officers began spreading out along the opposite side of the street with their guns drawn and aimed at the house. Hoang was pinned down in the police car, cut off from his friends and feeling rather frightened. Suddenly he spotted a Lamretta minibus coming down the road. He cocked his gun and waited. When the minibus was just abreast of his car, Hoang jumped out, raced alongside the minibus until it was parallel with the house, and then dove through the front door. When he told the others what was happening, Fred Dick started to break out a window with his pistol butt for a shootout, but Hoang, who had not seen as many cowboy movies, stopped him. Fortunately for our heroes, a plainclothes policeman just happened to enter the adjoining iron shop. After Hoang explained the situation, the policeman jumped on his Honda motorbike and puttered off for help. When a well-armed squad of local police arrived 10 minutes later, the naval officers, realizing they were outgunned, reluctantly climbed back in their jeeps and retreated to Rach Swa. When search of the house turned up nothing, Hoang and the others drove Tang Hai to the Rachgia police station for interrogation. At first the smuggler refused to talk, but after Hoang, who has considerable ability in these arcane arts, finished with a few minutes of skillful interrogation, he confessed everything, including the location of the drug cache on Phu Quoc Island. While Colonel Pramuel and Fred Dick flew Tang Hai out to the island to dig up the cache, Hoang himself arrested the 3 ARVN corporals who had actually stolen half the shipment and turned them over to the Military Security Service for questioning. Sensing that MSS would learn nothing, Hoang ordered the Rachgia police commander to send a car around to his hotel when the MSS gave up. The military finished 6 hours of fruitless questioning at 2 a.m. Huang arrived at police headquarters an hour later and had his answers in only 15 minutes. The next morning a police squad unearthed 32.7 kilos of heroin and 35.0 kilos of opium near a canal about 2 hours from Rajgir. A search of Tang Hai's yard later that day uncovered an additional 7.0 kilos of W0 Globe brand heroin and 88.0 kilos of opium. Meanwhile, back in Bangkok, the Thai police held a press conference on July 29, only 4 days after the first spectacular raids. Nervous over rumors of their involvement in the international traffic, the Thai police were eager to grab credit and add a little luster to their otherwise tawdry reputation. Gen. Nityabanumas, Secretary General of the Thai Narcotics Board, reportedly claimed that the information THA led to the seizures came from informants. When the Vietnamese police picked up their newspapers the next morning, they were outraged. Not only had the Thais claimed credit for what they felt was their work, but the investigation was still continuing and the Vietnamese police feared that the headlines might drive many of the syndicate's members into hiding. The Thai police had only given their Vietnamese counterparts the two names known to Bangkok's Mr. Big Tang Hai and Mr. Tran Minh. Working from the top of the syndicate down, the Vietnamese were just beginning a roundup that eventually netted over 60 middle and upper-level distributors and scores of street pushers. According to sources inside the Vietnamese Navy, these raids created a near panic in the Navy smuggling ring as its leaders scrambled frantically to salvage the situation. 2 of the officers involved in the Cambodia Invasion Command structure were speedily removed about the time that the smuggling ring was exposed. Capt. Nguyen Van Thong was removed from his command of Riverine Task Force 211 and reassigned to a command training course only a few days before the police raids took place. The commander of the Coastal Patrol Force, Capt. Nguyen Hu Chi, was transferred to a staff college for advanced training a scarce 2 weeks later. Although MSS has arrested the Navy officers at Rach Swa directly implicated in the affair, there are reports that high-ranking military officers are doing their best to protect them, and have managed to make sure that their arrest received almost no mention in the press. While the Vietnamese Navy is involved in drug importing, Protheo elements of the Vietnamese Army manage much of the distribution and sale of heroin to GIs inside South Vietnam. But rather than risking exposure by having their own officers handle the more vulnerable aspects of the operation, high-ranking ARVN commanders generally prefer to work with Chinese syndicates. Thus, once bulk heroin shipments are smuggled into the country either by the military itself or by Chinese protected by the military, they are usually turned over to syndicates for packaging and shipment. From Chinese and Vietnamese couriers fan out across the country, delivering multi-kilo lots of heroin to military commanders from the Delta to the DMZ. In 3 of the 4 military zones, the local distribution is supervised and protected by high-ranking Army officers. In the Mekong Delta, local sales are controlled by colonels loyal to General Quang. In the south-central part of the country, heroin distribution has become a subject of controversy between 2 feuding generals loyal to President Thieu, the former 2 Corps Commander Gen. Lu Lan and the present Commander Gen. Ngo Dzu, and in northernmost I Corps the traffic is directed by deputies of the Corps Commander. In June 1971 the chief U.S. police advisor filed a memorandum on Gen. Ngo Dzu's involvement in the heroin trade that describes the relationship between Chinese racketeers and Vietnamese generals. Headquarters United States Military Command, Vietnam APO San Francisco 96222 Office of the Assistant Chief of Staff, Cords Maccords PS June 10, 1971. Memorandum for Record Subject, Alleged Trafficking in Heroin. 1. A confidential source has advised this directorate that the father of General Dzu, MR2 Commanding General, is trafficking in heroin with Mr. Chan, an ethnic Chinese from 2. General Dzu's father lives in Qui Anh Han. Mr. Chan makes regular trips to Qui Anh Han from Saigon, usually via Air Vietnam, but sometimes by General Dzu's private aircraft. Mr. Chan either travels to Qui Anh Han alone, or with other ethnic Chinese. Upon his arrival at the Ki Enhan airport, he is met by an escort normally composed of MSS and /or QC's military police. Mr. Chan is then allegedly escorted to General Zhu's father, where he turns over kilogram quantities of heroin for US currency. Mr. Chan usually spends several days in Ki Enhan, and stays at the Hoa Bin Hotel, Gia Long Street, Ki Enhan. When Chan returns to Saigon, he is allegedly also given an escort from TSN Airport. 3. The National Police in Ki Enhan, especially those police assigned to the airport, are reportedly aware of the activity between General Zhu's father and Mr. Chan, but are afraid to either report or investigate these alleged violations, fearing that they will only be made the scapegoat should they act. 4. Mr. Chan is an ethnic Chinese from about 40 years of age. The Vietnamese Army, marketing the product. Signed, Michael G. McCann, Director Public Safety, Directorate Cords. After bulk shipments of heroin have been delivered to cities or ARVN bases near U.S. installations, it is sold to GIs through a network of civilian pushers or by low-ranking ARVN officers. In Saigon and surrounding 11 Corps, most of the heroin marketing is managed by ordinary civilian networks, but as GI addicts move away from the capital to the isolated fire bases along the Laotian border and the DMZ, the ARVN pushers become more and more predominant. "How do we get the stuff?" said one GI stationed at a desolate fire base near the DMZ. "Just go over to the fence and rap with an ARVN. If he's got it, you can make a purchase." Even at Long Bin, the massive U.S. Army installation on the outskirts of Saigon, Vietnamese officers work as pushers. As one GI addict based at Long Bin put it, "You can always get some from an ARVN, not a PFC, but the officers. I've gotten it from as high as captain." Another avenue of the narcotics traffic that has proved embarrassing to President Thieu is the smuggling operations indulged in by pro-Thieu members of the National Assembly's lower house. The buffoon-like ineptness of many of these politicians has turned out to be more of a liability than an asset. At one point in Thieu's rivalry with the increasingly important Prime Minister Kim, the ease with which these politician smugglers could be exposed created a good many political problems for the Thieu apparatus. While only the slightest hint of the pro-Thieu faction's massive smuggling operation has leaked out of the security-conscious military, the opera bouffe antics of bumbling lower house representatives have raided incredulous headlines around the world. Between September 1970 and March 1971, no less than 7 representatives returning from foreign study tours were caught trying to smuggle everything from gold and heroin to Playboy calendars and brassieres into South Vietnam. Foreign observers were genuinely dismayed by the smuggling arrests, but the Vietnamese public simply regarded them as a new low in the lower house's 4-year history of bribery, corruption, and scandal. The outrageous behavior of its representatives on the floor of the House, where insults of every order are freely and openly traded, has cost the lower house any semblance of popular respect among the essentially honest, puritanical South Vietnamese peasants. It is widely regarded as the longest-running comedy show in Saigon. Votes on crucial issues are sold to the highest bidder, and the Saigon press cheerfully keeps a running tally of the going price. In addition to regular monthly stipends and special New Year's bonuses of $350, pro-Thieu representatives have earned up to $1,800 apiece for voting the right way on crucial government measures. In fact, even staunch opposition members vote the right way to pick up a little extra cash when defeat for their side looks inevitable. In the lower house, President Thieu relies on members of the independence bloc to do the bargaining and make the payments, rather than negotiating personally or working through his military advisors. Consisting almost entirely of North Vietnamese Catholic refugees, this bloc has maintained a militantly anti-communist position since it was formed in 1967. Although the bloc is nominally independent, its leader, Rep. Nguyen Quang Nguyen, met with President Thieu soon after it was formed and verbally agreed to support the president in exchange for unspecified favors. The bloc has influence far beyond its numerical strength, and all its members occupy key positions as committee chairmen, fundraisers, or whips. With only 19 members, the independence bloc controls 6 out of the lower house's 16 committee chairmanships. During the debates over the 1971 election law, for example, it was an Independence Bloc member, Rep. Pliam Hugel, who floor managed the passage of Article 10. This controversial clause required a minimum of 40 congressional signatures on every nominating petition for the upcoming presidential election and made it possible for President Theo to eliminate KY from the running. Early in the debates, Rep. Pham Hugel reportedly tied down a few Hill tribe votes for as little as $350 apiece and most of the Cambodian minorities' ballots for a mere $700 each. However, in the 3 days of intense bargaining preceding the final balloting, the price jumped from $1,000 to $1,800 for the final handful that completed the proposal's winning tally of 75 votes. Loyalty to Theo seems to have its benefits. No opposition members have even been implicated in a serious smuggling case. All lower house representatives implicated in the heroin and gold traffic are either present or past members of the Independence Bloc. The reason for this is simple: opposition deputies often lack the necessary capital to finance such trips, and are not guaranteed courtesy of the port when they return. However, pro-government deputies who are bankrolled by an official travel grant or savings from months of voting the right way are able to take advantage of their 4 exit visas per year, a privilege guaranteed by deputies for foreign travel during the legislative holidays. The result has been an orgy of foreign junketeering on the part of pro-government deputies. In 1969 to 1970, junketeering representatives purchased $821,000 worth of foreign currency for their travels. One prominent pro-government representative was abroad for 119 days in 1969, 98 days in 1970, and 75 days during the first 3 months of 1971. Although most pro-government deputies had usually returned with some form of contraband or undeclared dutiable item, they passed through customs without being checked. Even if a representative was caught, customs officers merely imposed a fine and allowed the illegal items to pass through. For example, in August and December 1970, Vietnamese customs officers at Tan Son Nhat Airport discovered gold and dutiable goods in the luggage of Rep. Pham Hugel, one of the Theo regime's most important lower house whips. The representative paid a rather nominal fine, and the whole matter was hushed up until it was revealed during the height of the smuggling controversy several months later. The tempo of parliamentary smuggling seems to have been intensified by the eruption of the GI heroin epidemic and the liberalization of the Assembly's travel laws. In December 1970, a group of pro-Theo deputies who control the lower house administrative office decided to allow representatives 4 foreign trips each year instead of 2. When the annual January-March legislative holiday started a few weeks later, one Saigon Daily reported that a record 140 out of the National Assembly's 190 members would soon be going abroad. The smuggling bonanza that followed resulted in 3 sensational customs seizures within 10 days of each other in March as the legislators returned one by one to prepare for the upcoming session of the National Assembly. The first deputy implicated was Rep. Vo Van Mao, a Catholic refugee from North Vietnam and a member of the pro-Theo Independence Bloc. During Air Vietnam's regular Vientiane-Saigon flight on March 10, a Chinese smuggler transferred a suitcase to one of the stewardesses, Mrs. Nguyen Ngoc Ki. But instead of being waved through customs at Tan Son Nhat, as Air Vietnam stewardesses usually were, Mrs. Ki was subjected to a thorough search, which turned up 9.6 kilos of Laos's most popular export W0 Globe brand heroin and a letter addressed to Rep. Vo Van Mao. Showing unusual insensitivity to Representative Mao's high official status, officers of Customs Fraud Repression Division followed up the lead. A search of Representative Mao's offices turned up the Chinese smuggler's identity card. Although a spokesman for Prime Minister Kim's office later announced that the seizure was being thoroughly investigated because it appears to implicate directly a deputy, Representative Mao was never officially charged and quietly faded from view when he failed to stand for re-election several months later. On March 17, another pro-Theo representative, Pham Chi Tien, landed at Tan Son Nhat Airport on the 4:30 p.m. flight from Bangkok. Much to Representative Tien's surprise, a customs officer insisted on giving his luggage a thorough search and opened a gift-wrapped box he found in the legislator's suitcase, which turned out to contain 4 kilos of W0 Globe brand heroin. Announcing his resignation from the lower house a week later, Representative Tien denied that he was actually a smuggler and claimed that he had simply agreed to carry a package to Saigon as a favor to a soft-spoken lady I met in Vientiane. He admitted to accepting money for carrying the package, but denied any knowledge of its contents. While the charges against Vo Van Mao and Pham Chi Tien, both rather unimportant legislators, caused a certain amount of dismay, the arrest of a third Pro-Theo legislator, Rep. Nguyen Wang Liuyen, for gold smuggling was a major scandal. Representative Liuyen was second deputy chairman of the lower house, chairman of the Asian Parliamentary Union, and had been chairman of the Pro-Theo Independence Bloc from 1967 to 1970. As he was boarding a flight for Saigon at the Bangkok airport on March 18, Thai customs searched his luggage and discovered 15 kilos of pure gold, worth about $26,000 on Saigon's black market. However, the Vietnamese embassy intervened and secured his immediate release after another legislator traveling with Representative Liuyen raced into downtown Bangkok to plead for assistance. 4 days later, one Saigon newspaper reported that Thai customs had suspected Representative Liuyen of being part of an international smuggling ring for several years but had been maintaining a discreet surveillance because of the sensitive nature of Thai-Vietnamese relations. The 15 kilos seized in Rep. Liuyen's luggage were reportedly part of a larger shipment of 90 kilos of gold being smuggled piecemeal into Saigon by this ring. Reliable sources inside the lower house report that other members of the Independence Bloc had helped finance this shipment. By all accounts, lower house representatives had been smuggling narcotics, gold, and dutiable goods into South Vietnam for over 3 years without such sensational exposes. Arrests were rare, and when they occurred, the legislator almost always settled the matter quietly by just paying a fine. Why had Vietnamese customs officials suddenly become so aggressive, or more pointedly, why was the Theo faction suddenly subjected to the humiliating indignity of having 3 of its staunchest legislative supporters implicated in contraband smuggling within 10 days of one another? The answer, as usual in South Vietnam, was political. Ironically, President Theo's gadfly was his own hand-picked prime minister, Tran Tien Kim. While the Independence Bloc enjoys President Theo's political protection, unfortunately for these 3 smugglers, the customs service was controlled by Prime Minister Kim's apparatus. After 4 years of political exile in Taiwan and the United States, Kim had returned to Vietnam in May 1968 and was appointed Minister of the Interior in President Theo's administration. Kim, probably the most fickle of Vietnam's military leaders, proceeded to build up a power base of his own, becoming Prime Minister in 1969. Although Kim has a history of betraying his allies when it suits his purposes, President Theo had been locked in a desperate underground war with Vice President KY, and probably appointed Kim because he needed his unparalleled talents as a political infighter. But first as Minister of the Interior and later as concurrent Prime Minister, Kim appointed his relatives to lucrative offices in the civil administration and began building an increasingly independent political organization. In June 1968 he appointed his brother-in-law mayor of Saigon. He used his growing political influence to have his younger brother, Tran Tien Khoi, appointed Chief of Customs Fraud Repression Division, another brother made Director of Saigon Port, and his cousin appointed Deputy Governor General of Saigon. Following his promotion to Prime Minister in 1969, Kim was able to appoint one of his wife's relatives to the position of Director General of the National Police. One of the most important men in Kim's apparatus was his brother, Tran Tien Khoi, Chief of Customs Fraud Repression Division. Soon after, U.S. Customs advisors began working at Tan Son An Hut Airport in 1968, they filed detailed reports on the abysmal conditions and urged their South Vietnamese counterparts to crack down. However, as one U.S. official put it, they were just beginning to clean it up when Kim's brother arrived, and then it all went right out the window. Fraud Repression Chief Tran Tien Khoi relegated much of the dirty work to his deputy chief, and together the two men brought any effective enforcement work to a halt. Chief Coy's partner was vividly described in a 1971 U.S. Provost Marshal's report. He has an opium habit that costs approximately 10,000 piastres a day $35 and visits a local opium den on a predictable schedule. He was charged with serious irregularities approximately 2 years ago, but by payoffs and political influence, managed to have the charges dropped. When he took up his present position he was known to be nearly destitute, but is now wealthy and supporting 2 or 3 wives. The report described Chief Coy himself as a principal in the opium traffic who had sabotaged efforts to set up a narcotics squad within the Fraud Repression Division. Under Chief Coy's inspired leadership, gold and opium smuggling at Tan Son Nhut became so blatant that in February 1971 a U.S. Customs advisor reported that, after 3 years of these meetings and countless directives being issued at all levels, the customs operation at the airport has reached a point to where the customs personnel of Vietnam are little more than lackeys to the smugglers. The report went on to describe the partnership between customs officials and a group of professional smugglers who seem to run the airport. Actually, the customs officers seem extremely anxious to please these smugglers and not only escort them past the examination counters but even accompany them out to the waiting taxis. This lends an air of legitimacy to the transaction so that there could be no interference on the part of an overzealous customs officer or policeman who might be new on the job and not yet know what is expected of him. The most important smuggler at Tan Son Nhut Airport was a woman with impressive political connections. One of the biggest problems at the airport since the advisors first arrived there and the subject of one of the first reports is Mrs. Chin, or Ba Chin or Chin Map, which in Vietnamese is literally translated as Fat Nine. This description fits her well as she is stout enough to be easily identified in any group. This person heads a ring of 10 or 12 women who are present at every arrival of every aircraft from Laos and Singapore, and these women are the recipients of most of the cargo that arrives on these flights as unaccompanied baggage. When Mrs. Chin leaves the customs area, she is like a mother duck with her brood as she leads the procession and is obediently followed by 8 to 10 porters who are carrying her goods to be loaded into the waiting taxis. I recall an occasion in July 1968 when an aircraft arrived from Laos. I expressed an interest in the same type of Chinese medicine that this woman had received and already left with. One of the newer customs officers opened up one of the packages and it was found to contain not medicine but thin strips of gold. This incident was brought to the attention of the Director General, but the Chief of Zone 2 said that I was only guessing and that I could not accuse Mrs. Chin of any wrongdoing. I bring this out to show that this woman is protected by every level in the GVN Customs Service. Although almost every functionary in the Customs Service receives payoffs from the smugglers, U.S. Customs advisors believe that Chief Coy's job is the most financially rewarding. While most division chiefs only receive payoffs from their immediate underlings, his enforcement powers enable him to receive kickbacks from every division of the Customs Service. Since even so minor an official as the Chief Collections Officer at Tan Son Nhut Cargo Warehouse kicked back $22,000 a month to his superiors, Chief Coy's income must have been enormous. In early 1971 U.S. Customs advisors mounted a strenuous effort to have the deputy chief transferred, but Chief Coy was extremely adept at protecting his associate. In March, American officials in Vientiane learned that Rep. Pham Chi Tien would be boarding a flight for Saigon carrying 4 kilos of heroin and relayed the information to Saigon. When U.S. Customs advisors asked the Fraud Repression Division to make the arrest, Chief Coy entrusted the seizure to his opium-smoking assistant. The hero was later decorated for this accomplishment, and U.S. Customs advisors, who were still trying to get him fired, or at least transferred, had to grit their teeth and attend a banquet in his honor. Frustrated by months of inaction by the U.S. mission and outright duplicity from the Vietnamese, members of the U.S. Customs Advisory Team evidently decided to take their case to the American public. Copies of the unflattering Customs Advisory reports quoted above were leaked to the press and became the basis of an article that appeared on the front page of the New York Times on April 22, 1971, under the headline, Saigon Airport a smuggler's paradise. The American response was immediate. Washington dispatched more customs advisors for duty at Tan Son Nha Hut, and the U.S. Embassy finally demanded action from the Thieu regime. Initially, however, the Saigon government was cool to the embassy's demands for a cleanup of the Customs Fraud Repression Division. It was not until the smuggling issue became a political football between the Khmer and Thieu factions that the Vietnamese showed any interest in dealing with the problem. When the enormous political dividends of the Fraud Repression Division were added to Khmer's other sources of power, such as the police and the Saigon Port Authority, the result was all the strength necessary to form an independent political faction. Prime Minister Khmer's re-emergence as something of a political power in his own right seems to have created tensions inside the Thieu organization and produced some heated political infighting. As relations between the Thieu and Khmer factions soured, the smuggling issue became just another club to use against the competition. As one frank U.S. Embassy official in Saigon put it, our role essentially ends up allowing one faction to use U.S. pressure to force the other faction out of business. And, he added rather glumly, the way these guys jump on each other so gleefully makes it look like they are really eager to cut themselves in on an enormously lucrative traffic. When the Air Vietnam stewardess was arrested with 9.6 kilos of heroin, it was Prime Minister Khmer's office that issued an official statement confirming rumors that a pro-Thieu representative was involved. Furthermore, reliable lower house sources claim that the aggressiveness shown by Chief Khoi's Fraud Repression Division in investigating the case was politically motivated. President Thieu later retaliated. According to one Saigon press report, members of Prime Minister Khmer's cabinet protested. President Thieu's remarked that the smuggling involved many high-ranking officials who smuggled through the Tan Son Nha Hut airport where one of the Prime Minister's brothers was in control. Despite the cabinet's protest, the Director General of Customs was dismissed, and in late June Tran Tien Khoi left for a short vacation in Paris. On his return several weeks later, he was transferred to a less lucrative post in the Colon Customs House. His opium-smoking assistant was likewise transferred, and wound up in the Customs Library, a traditional dumping ground for those in disgrace. 3 months later, the Director General of the National Police, one of Mrs. Khmer's relatives, resigned under pressure. The Saigon press reported that the Director General had been involved in the heroin traffic and was being dismissed as a part of the anti-narcotics campaign. Prophetically, one Saigon daily had earlier reported that President Thieu was taking advantage of the anti-narcotics smuggling drive to force officials out of office and to replace them with his own supporters. Interestingly enough, the new police director general is Col. Nguyen Cac Bin, a nephew of Mrs. Thieu. Despite all this political agitation over the narcotics traffic, heroin smuggling continues unabated. U.S. Customs advisors have pointed out that commercial air flights have been only one of several routes used to bring narcotics into South Vietnam. Now that airport security has tightened up, smugglers have simply diverted narcotics shipment to other routes, particularly military air bases and coastal and river shipping. Throughout 1971, unlimited quantities of heroin were readily available near every U.S. installation in Vietnam, and there was no appreciable rise in price. The flourishing heroin traffic among Vietnam-based GIs was undoubtedly the most important new market for Indochina's drug traffickers, but it was not the only one. As we have already seen, increasingly insurmountable problems in the Mediterranean basin had forced the American Mafia and the Corsican syndicates of Marseille to look to Southeast Asia for new sources of heroin and morphine base. Faced with the alternative of finding a new source of morphine base or going out of business, the Corsican syndicates of Marseille turned to their associates in Southeast Asia for help. There are people who think that once the problem in Turkey is cleaned up, that's the end of the traffic, explains John Warner, Chief Intelligence Analyst for the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics. But the Corsicans aren't stupid. They saw the handwriting on the wall and began to shift their morphine-based sources to Southeast Asia. The Corsican narcotics syndicates based in Saigon and Vientiane had been supplying European drug factories with Southeast Asian morphine base for several years, and links with Marseille were already well established. During the First Indochina War, Corsican gangsters in Marseille and Saigon cooperated closely in smuggling gold, currency, and narcotics between the two ports. In 1962, Corsican gangsters in Saigon reported that Paul-Louis Levasse, a Bangkok-based syndicate leader, was supplying European heroin laboratories with morphine base from northern Thailand. Furthermore, at least 4 Corsican charter airlines had played a key role in Southeast Asia's regional opium traffic from 1955 to 1965. Although they were forced out of business when the Laotian generals decided to cut themselves in for a bigger share of the profits in 1965, most of the Corsicans had remained in Southeast Asia. They had opened up businesses or taken jobs in Vientiane and Saigon to tide themselves over until something new opened up. When Gen. Edward G. Lansdale of the CIA returned to Saigon as a special assistant to Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge in 1965, he quickly learned that his old enemies, the Corsicans, were still in town. During the fighting between the French Touim Bureau and the CIA back in 1955, the Corsican gangsters had been involved in several attempts on his life. So I wouldn't have to look behind my back every time I walked down the street, Lansdale explained in a June 1971 interview. I decided to have a meeting with the Corsican leaders. I told them I wasn't interested in doing any criminal investigations, I wasn't in Vietnam for that. And they agreed to leave me alone. We had some kind of a truce. General Lansdale can no longer recall much of what transpired at that meeting. He remembers that a large busted French Vietnamese named Helene took an active role in the proceedings, that the affair was amicable enough, but not much else. Lansdale later learned that the Corsicans were still heavily involved in the narcotics traffic, but since this was not his responsibility, he took no action. Most of what Lansdale knew about the Corsicans came from his old friend Lt. Col. Lucien Conein, the CIA agent who had helped engineer President Diem's overthrow in 1963. As a former OSS liaison officer with the French resistance during World War XI, Conein had some experiences in common with many of Saigon's Corsican gangsters. During his long tours of duty in Saigon, Conein spent much of his time in fashionable Corsican-owned bars and restaurants and was on intimate terms with many of Saigon's most important underworld figures. When Conein left Vietnam several years later, the Corsicans presented him with a heavy gold medallion embossed with the Napoleonic eagle and the Corsican crest. Engraved on the back of it is "Per tu amico Conein." Conein proudly explains that this medallion is worn by powerful Corsican syndicate leaders around the world and serves as an identification badge for secret meetings, narcotics drops, and the like. Through his friendship with the Corsicans, Conein has gained a healthy respect for them. The Corsicans are smarter, tougher, and better organized than the Sicilians, says Conein. They are absolutely ruthless and are the equal of anything we know about the Sicilians, but they hide their internal fighting better. Conein also learned that many Saigon syndicate leaders had relatives in the Marseille underworld. These family relations play an important role in the international drug traffic, Conein feels, because much of the morphine base used in Marseille's heroin laboratories comes from Saigon. Corsican smugglers in Saigon purchase morphine base through Corsican contacts in Vientiane and ship it on French merchant vessels to relatives and friends in Marseille, where it is processed into heroin. From what I know of them, says Conein, it will be absolutely impossible to cut off the dope traffic. You can cut it down, but you can never stop it, unless you can get to the growers in the hills. This pessimism may explain why Conein and Lansdale did not pass on this information to the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics. It is particularly unfortunate that General Lansdale decided to arrange some kind of a truce with the Corsicans during the very period when Marseille's heroin laboratories were probably beginning the changeover from Turkish to Southeast Asian morphine base. In a mid-1971 interview, Lieutenant Colonel Conein said that power brokers in Premier KY's apparatus contacted the leaders of Saigon's Corsican underworld in 1965 to 1966 and agreed to let them start making large drug shipments to Europe in exchange for a fixed percentage of the profits. By October 1969 these shipments had become so important to Marseille's heroin laboratories that, according to Conan, there was a summit meeting of Corsican syndicate bosses from around the world at Saigon's Continental Palace Hotel. Syndicate leaders from Marseille, Bangkok, Vientiane, and Phnom Penh flew in for the meeting, which discussed a wide range of international rackets but probably focused on reorganizing the narcotics traffic. According to one well-informed U.S. diplomat in Saigon, the U.S. Embassy has a reliable Corsican informant who claims that similar meetings were also held in 1968 and 1970 at the Continental Palace. Most significantly, American Mafia boss Santo Trafficante, Jr., visited Saigon in 1968 and is believed to have contacted Corsican syndicate leaders there. Vietnamese police officials report that the current owner of the Continental Palace is Philippe Franchini, the heir of Matthew Franchini, the reputed organizer of currency and opium smuggling rackets between Saigon and Marseille during the First Indochina War. Police officials also point out that one of KY's strongest supporters in the Air Force, Transport Division Commander Col. Phan Phuong Thien, is close to many Corsican gangsters and has been implicated in the smuggling of drugs between Laos and Vietnam. From 1965 to 1967 Gen. Lansdale's senior liaison office worked closely with Premier KY's administration, and the general himself was identified as one of the young Premier's stronger supporters among U.S. mission personnel. One can only wonder whether Conan's and Lansdale's willingness to grant the Corsicans a truce and overlook their growing involvement in the American heroin traffic might not have been motivated by political considerations, i.e., their fear of embarrassing Premier KY. Just as most of the Corsican gangsters now still active in Saigon and Vientiane came to Indochina for the first time as camp followers of the French Expeditionary Corps in the late 1940s and early 1950s, the American Mafia followed the U.S. Army to Vietnam in 1965. Like any group of intelligent investors, the Mafia is always looking for new financial frontiers, and when the Vietnam War began to heat up, many of its more entrepreneurial young members were bankrolled by the organization and left for Saigon. Attracted to Vietnam by lucrative construction and service contracts, the mafiosi concentrated on ordinary graft and kickbacks at first, but later branched out into narcotics smuggling as they built up their contacts in Hong Kong and Indochina. Probably the most important of these pioneers was Frank Carmen Fursai, a young mafioso from Tampa, Florida. Although any ordinary businessman would try to hide this kind of family background from his state corporate associates, Frank Fursai found that it impressed the corrupt sergeants, shady profiteers, and Corsican gangsters who were his friends and associates in Saigon. He told them all proudly, "My father is the mafia boss of Tampa, Florida." Fursai arrived in Vietnam in 1965 with good financial backing and soon became a key figure in the systematic graft and corruption that began to plague U.S. military clubs in Vietnam as hundreds of thousands of GIs poured into the war zone. A lengthy U.S. Senate investigation later exposed the network of graft, bribes, and kickbacks that Fursai and his fellow profiteers employed to cheat military clubs and their GI customers out of millions of dollars. At the bottom of the system were 500,000 bored and homesick GIs who found Vietnamese rice too sticky and the strong fish sauce repugnant. The clubs were managed by senior NCOs, usually sergeant majors, who had made the army their career and were considered dedicated, trustworthy men. While the officers were preoccupied with giving orders and running a war, the sergeants were left with responsibility for all of the minor details involved in managing one of the largest restaurant and nightclub chains in the world, ordering refrigerators, hiring bands, selecting liquor brands, and negotiating purchasing orders for everything from slot machines to peanuts. Accounting systems were shoddy, and the entire system was pathetically vulnerable to well-organized graft. 7 sergeants who had served together in the 24th Infantry Division at Augsburg, Germany, during the early 1960s had discovered this weakness and exploited it fully, stealing up to $40,000 a month from NCO clubs. In 1965 these 7 sergeants started showing up in Vietnam as mess custodians and club managers at the 1st Infantry Division, the AmeriCol Division, and U.S. Army headquarters at Long Bin. Most important of all, the group's ringleader, SGT William O. Wooldridge, was appointed Sergeant Major of the Army in July 1966. As the Army's highest-ranking enlisted man, he served directly under the Army Chief of Staff at the Pentagon, where he was in an ideal position to manipulate personnel transfers and cover up the group's activities. At the top of the system were the civilian entrepreneurs Frank Fursai and his competitor, William J. Crum, who worked as agents for a host of American companies and paid the sergeants lavish kickbacks on huge Army purchase orders for kitchen equipment, snacks, liquor, etc. Fursai was also heavily involved in the currency black market. A U.S. Senate investigation of illegal currency manipulations in Vietnam later showed that he had exchanged $99,200 through a single unauthorized money changer at the black market rate of 300 or 400 piasters to the dollar, considerably more than the official rate of 118 piasters. Unfortunately for Fursai, his competitor, William J. Crum, was also aware of these illegal transactions, and he decided to use this knowledge to force Fursai out of business. Frank Fursai was simply outclassed by the crippled, half-blind William Crum, an old China hand who has made a profit on almost every war in Asia since 1941. Attracted by the economic potential of the growing Southeast Asia conflict, Crum came out of his $1 million retirement in Hong Kong and moved to Saigon in 1962. While the massive U.S. military buildup in 1965 had attracted other commercial agents as well, Crum seemed particularly resentful of Fursai, whose competing line of liquor brands, slot machines, and kitchen equipment had stolen $2.5 million worth of his business. Crum passed on information about Fursai's illegal currency transactions to the Fraud Repression Division of the Vietnamese Customs Service through a U.S. Army general whom Crum was paying $1,000 a month for protection. Vietnamese Customs raided Fursai's offices in July 1967, found evidence to support the accusations, and later fined him $45,000. Unable to pay such a large fine, Fursai left Saigon. Crum later bragged that he had paid for the raid that had eliminated his competitor. Fursai moved to Hong Kong and in August opened a restaurant named the San Francisco Steakhouse with nominal capital of $100,000. More importantly, Fursai was instrumental in the formation of Maradern Limited, a company that the Augsburg sergeants who managed NCO clubs in Vietnam used to increase illegal profits from the military clubs. Although Fursai's name does not appear on any of the incorporation papers, it seems that he was the silent partner in the classic mafia sense of the term. Maradern Ltd. was not a wholesale supplier or retail outlet, but a broker that used its control over NCO clubs and base mess halls to force legitimate wholesalers to pay a fixed percentage of their profits in order to do business. Maradern's competitors were gradually squeezed out of business, and in its first year of operation the company did $1,210,000 worth of business with NCO clubs in Vietnam. By 1968 Frank Fursai had gained 3 years of valuable experience in the shadow world of Hong Kong and Indochina. He was friendly with powerful Corsican syndicate leaders in Saigon and had the opportunity to form similar relationships with Chu Chow bosses in Hong Kong. Thus, perhaps it is not too surprising that the boss himself, Santo Traficante, Jr., did Fursai the honor of visiting him in Hong Kong in 1968. Accompanied by Frank's father, Dominic Fursai, Traficante was questioned by Hong Kong authorities regarding the purpose of his visit, and according to a U.S. Senate investigation, he explained that they were traveling around the world together at the time. They stopped to visit Frank Fursai in Hong Kong and to visit his restaurant. After a leisurely stopover, Traficante proceeded to Saigon, where, according to U.S. Embassy sources, he met with some prominent Corsican gangsters. Traficante was not the first of Lansky's chief lieutenants to visit Hong Kong. In April 1965 John Pullman, Lansky's courier and financial expert, paid an extended visit to Hong Kong, where he reportedly investigated the narcotics and gambling rackets. Although the few mafia watchers who are aware of Traficante's journey to Asia have always been mystified by it, there is good reason to believe that it was a response to the crisis in the Mediterranean drug traffic and an attempt to secure new sources of heroin for mafia distributors inside the United States. With almost 70% of the world's illicit opium supply in the Golden Triangle, skilled heroin chemists in Hong Kong, and entrenched Corsican syndicates in Indochina, Southeast Asia was a logical choice. Soon after Traficante's visit to Hong Kong, a Filipino courier ring started delivering Hong Kong heroin to mafia distributors in the United States. In 1970, U.S. narcotics agents arrested many of these couriers. Subsequent interrogation revealed that the ring had successfully smuggled 1,000 kilos of pure heroin into the United States, the equivalent of 10 to 20% of America's annual consumption. Current U.S. Bureau of Narcotics Intelligence reports indicate that another courier ring is bringing Hong Kong heroin into the United States through the Caribbean, Traficante's territory. From Hong Kong, heroin is usually flown to Chile on regular flights and then smuggled across the border into Paraguay in light, private aircraft. In the late 1960s, Paraguay became the major transit point for heroin entering the United States from Latin America. Both Hong Kong and Southeast Asian heroin smuggled across the Pacific into Chile and European heroin smuggled across the Atlantic into Argentina are shipped to Paraguay before being forwarded to the United States. Argentina and Paraguay are popular refuges for Marseille gangsters wanted in France for serious crimes. The most prominent of these is Auguste Joseph Record, a Marseille-born gangster who worked with the Gestapo during World War XI. Using a variety of means ranging from private aircraft to stuffed artifacts, Record is believed to have smuggled some $2.5 billion worth of heroin into the United States from Argentina and Paraguay in the last 5 years. Although law enforcement officials have always assumed that Record and his associates were being supplied from Marseille, current reports of shipments from Hong Kong and Southeast Asia to Paraguay have raised the possibility that their sources may have shifted to Asia in recent years. The consequences of complicity. A generation of junkies. In the face of the twin horrors of the Vietnam drug problem, the heroin epidemic among GIs, and the growing exports to the United States, what has been the response from American diplomatic and military officials in Vietnam? On the whole, their reaction has been a combination of embarrassment and apathy. Embarrassment, because they are all aware to some degree, even though they will not admit it, that elements of the Vietnamese government they have been praising and defending all these years are pushing heroin to American GIs. Apathy, because most of them feel that anybody who uses heroin deserves what he gets. Almost all US officials knit their brows, cluck their tongues, and try to look very, very concerned whenever the heroin problem is mentioned, but most simply could not care less. They are in Vietnam to beat the VC, smash the communists, and defend democracy. The fact that some of democracy's protégés are pushing heroin is something they would rather not think about. In the early years of the Diem administration, American pronouncements about its goals in Vietnam had an almost naively innocent quality about them. President Diem was seen as a middle path of virtuous democracy between the Viet Minh's brutal communist dictatorship on the left and the corrupt, dope-dealing Ben Xuyen pirates on the right. When Diem refused to fire his corrupt brother, who had revived the endemic corruption so characteristic of the Ben Xuyen, the U.S. mission helped engineer Diem's downfall in the hope that an honest, efficient government would emerge from the confusion. But as Vietnam's politics proceeded to plunge into chaos and Saigon's security reached the critical level, the U.S. mission saw the light and prayed for the return of another strong man. The answer to the American prayer was the Theo KY administration. Although Theo and KY devoted too much of their time to fighting each other, the Americans have generally been pleased with their ability to govern with a firm, if despotic, hand. Having learned that this type of heavy-handed government is the only kind compatible with American interests, U.S. officials were hardly going to protest when the close associates of both leaders were involved in systematic corruption, including the narcotics traffic. As long as the narcotics traffic was directed exclusively at Chinese and Vietnamese opium smokers, U.S. congressional complaints about corruption were muted. When in 1968 Senator Albert Gruening accused Air Vice Marshal KY of smuggling opium, the U.S. Embassy in Saigon issued a firm, if inaccurate, denial, and the matter was forgotten. But when South Vietnam's narcotics syndicates started cultivating the GI heroin market, the problem was not dismissed so cavalierly. After NBC's Saigon correspondent accused President Thio's chief advisor, General Quang, of being the biggest pusher of heroin to GIs in Vietnam, the U.S. Embassy filed a top-level report to Washington saying it can find no evidence to support recent charges that President Nguyen Van Thieu and Vice President Nguyen Cao Ky were involved in or profiting from the drug trade. Simultaneously, U.S. officials defended Thieu and KY publicly by leaking the embassy report to members of the Saigon press corps in an off-the-record background briefing. According to a U.S. Embassy official assigned to the drug problem, the U.S. mission can find no evidence because it studiously avoids looking for any. It is an unwritten rule among embassy officials that nobody can mention the names of high-ranking Vietnamese during discussions of the heroin traffic. The CIA avoids gathering information on high-level involvement, and even in its closed-door sessions with high embassy officials discusses only minor pushers and addicts. The U.S. mission's handling of the accusations concerning Gen. Ngoz's involvement in the heroin trade is another case in point. Beginning in January 1971, the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigation Division began gathering detailed information on Gen. Ngoz's involvement in GI heroin traffic. Although these reports were sent to the U.S. Embassy through the proper channels, the U.S. mission did absolutely nothing. When U.S. Congressman Robert H. Steele told a congressional subcommittee in July 1971 that U.S. military authorities have provided Ambassador Bunker with hard intelligence that one of the chief traffickers is Gen. Ngozu, the commander of 11 Corps, the U.S. mission did its best to discredit the congressman. Rather than criticizing Gen. Ngozu for pushing heroin, the senior U.S. advisor for 11 Corps declared publicly, "There is no information available to me that in any shape, manner, or fashion would substantiate the charges Congressman Steele has made." In light of the SID report quoted earlier, the U.S. mission has apparently decided to use any means possible to protect the Thieu regime from investigation of its involvement in the heroin trade. While the U.S. Embassy has done its best to shield the Thieu regime from criticism, the Nixon administration and the U.S. military command have tried to defuse public concern over the GI heroin epidemic by minimizing the extent of the problem. The military offers two main arguments to justify its official optimism: the definitive urinalysis test administered to every Vietnam GI just before he returns to the United States has shown that no more than 5.5% of all Army personnel in Vietnam are heroin users, since only 8% of the GI addicts in Vietnam inject, or mainline. The great majority who smoke or snort heroin are not seriously addicted and will have no problem kicking the habit once they return home. Unfortunately, the Army's first supposition is not true. On June 22, 1971, the U.S. military command ordered every GI leaving Vietnam to submit to a sophisticated test that can detect significant amounts of morphine in the body. Any GI who tested positively was confined to a special detoxification center and could not be allowed to return home until he had dried out and could pass the test. From the very first, GIs started devising ingenious ways of belting the system. Supervision of the testing centers has been notoriously lax, and many serious addicts pass by bringing a buddy's clean urine to the test and substituting it for their own. Since the urinalysis can only detect morphine in the body if the addict has used heroin within the last 4 or 5 days, many addicts dry themselves out voluntarily before taking the test. Army nurses have seen addicts who are in the midst of an agonizing withdrawal pass the test. Contrary to popular myth, addicts can control their intake to some extent, and often alternate sprees with brief periods of abstinence lasting up to a week, especially the last few days before payday. Almost every American soldier in Vietnam knows the exact date of his scheduled return to the world. And most keep a running countdown, which often includes hours and minutes as the time gets shorter. Every GI's Deros has an historic, even religious quality about it, and the thought of having to stay an extra week, or even a few days more is absolutely intolerable. Most GI addicts accept the pain of voluntary withdrawal in order to pass the test and get on their scheduled flight. Those who are too weak to make it on their own volunteer for the base amnesty program. Many Army physicians report a disproportionately high percentage of patients with only a few weeks left in their tours. When one GI was asked why he and his buddies had temporarily given up heroin, he replied, "The magic word, the absolute magic word, is DeRose. The short, painful detoxification simply flushes the morphine out of the system but in no way ends the deep psychological craving for heroin." When these men return home they are still addicts in every sense of the word. The Army's suggestion that addicts who smoke heroin in Vietnam are somehow less addicted than those who mainline back in the United States is patently absurd. While it is true that injection is more potent than smoking, Vietnamese heroin is so pure that smoking one vial of Vietnamese heroin is equivalent to 5 or 6 injections of the cut heroin available in the United States. Most GI addicts in Vietnam have habits that would cost them over $200 a day back in the United States. The Army makes its absurd claim because it is not willing to admit the catastrophic impact of GI addiction in Vietnam on the worsening heroin crisis back in the United States. Despite President Nixon's promise that all our servicemen must be accorded the right to rehabilitation, the U.S. military command in Vietnam is discharging between 1,000 and 2,000 GI addicts a month. These are men who are declared of negligible value to the United States Army after failing the urinalysis test twice. Although every GI in Vietnam has been guaranteed the right to declare himself an addict and volunteer for treatment, the Army's generosity does not often extend to two-time losers. Once a commanding officer decides that a two-time loser is a hopeless case, the GI addict is flown back to the United States and discharged almost immediately. Why? Virtually none of these addicts are given any follow-up treatment. In August 1971, the chairman of the House Subcommittee on Public Health, Rep. Paul Rogers, declared that Veterans Administration hospitals have handled only 3 referrals out of 12,000 servicemen on heroin. In Vietnam, left to fend for themselves, many of these men are returning to their hometowns as confirmed addicts and potential pushers. A large percentage of the returning veterans are Middle Americans from communities that have always been completely free from heroin addiction and regarded it as a problem unique to the black ghetto. Organized crime had never established a foothold in white middle-class communities, and most law enforcement experts considered them immune to heroin. When GI addicts started coming home to Middle America, however, drug experts were frightened that they might be carriers of the heroin plague. In June 1971, one specialist said, "Each addict makes at least 4 more. He cannot bear his habit alone and is sure to seek recruits even if he is not himself the pusher." This is the emergency we now face. In Vietnam, heroin use is so commonplace among GIs that the traditional middle-class American taboo toward the drug has been broken. A U.S. Army survey administered to 1,000 Army returnees in March 1971 showed that while only II% had used heroin regularly in Vietnam, 22% had tried it at least once. For these men, heroin is just another narcotic like marijuana, pep pills, or alcohol. In Vietnam, soldiers handle heroin so frequently, buying it for themselves, picking up some for a buddy on duty, or selling it for profit, that the idea of pushing heroin once they get home seems natural. "I heard from a few guys who got off it," said one 22-year-old Middle American at the Long Binh Treatment Center. "They said they were still off cause it was too expensive, and anyway, they were scared to use the needle. But they said they wanted me to send them some skag heroin so they could sell it and make some money. You know, a jug vial over here only costs $2, but you can get $100 for it back in the world." Traveling through Asia on an investigative tour, U.S. Congressman John M. Murphy found numerous examples of the slick GI who gets discharged, goes home, then comes back to set himself up in the drug traffic. According to U.S. narcotics agents, one of the more important heroin exporters in Thailand was an ex-serviceman, William Henry Jackson, who managed the 5-star bar in Bangkok, a hangout for black GIs. Working with other ex-servicemen, Jackson recruited active-duty soldiers going home as couriers and used local GIs to ship heroin to the United States through the Army and Air Force postal system. One U.S. agent who has arrested several of these ex-GI drug dealers says that, most of these guys say to themselves, just as soon as I get $100,000 for a gas station, home, boat, and car in California, I'm going to quit. Most of them are just regular guys. On April 5, 1971, U.S. Customs officials in Fort Monmouth, New Jersey, seized 7.7 kilos of W0 Globe brand heroin in a package mailed from Bangkok, Thailand, through the U.S. military postal system. It had a retail value estimated at $1.75 million. During March and April 1971, U.S. Customs seized 248 pieces of mail containing narcotics in the Army and Air Force postal systems. As the number of American troops in Vietnam rapidly dwindles, there will be a natural tendency to forget the whole nightmarish experience of the Vietnam heroin epidemic. In time, the Nixon administration may even claim the end of the GI heroin problem as one of the more solid accomplishments of its Vietnamization program. Despite these fervent hopes, it will probably be a long time before the memory of the Vietnam heroin epidemic can take its richly deserved place in the garbage can of history. For returning GI addicts have come home as carriers of the disease and are afflicting hundreds of communities with the heroin virus. The Golden Triangle Heroin Laboratories, which had been supplying American soldiers in Vietnam since late 1969, are not going out of business. When the number of GIs in Vietnam declined drastically in 1971, Corsican and Chinese syndicates started shipping Laotian heroin directly to the United States. In April 1971, the Laotian ambassador to France was apprehended in Paris with 60 kilos of W0 Globe brand heroin destined for the United States. On November 11, 1971, a Filipino diplomat and a Bangkok Chinese merchant were arrested at the Lexington Hotel in New York City with 15.5 kilos of W0 Globe brand shortly after they arrived from Vientiane. Heroin is following the GIs home. World War I produced a lost generation of writers, poets, and artists. World War II gave us a generation of collegians and suburbanites. The Vietnam War seems to be fathering a generation of junkies. In many ways, the British Crown colony of Hong Kong resembles Marseille. The narrow streets give both cities an oppressive, cramped atmosphere. The waterfront areas blaze with the neon lights of bars, nightclubs, and thinly disguised brothels. Both have a long-standing tradition of random violence and organized crime. Marseille is the heroin laboratory for Turkish opium, and Hong Kong has played a similar role for Southeast Asia. While Western journalists have written endlessly on the skill of Marseille's master chemists, few are aware that Hong Kong's Choo-Chow chemists have a longer tradition, produce a higher grade of heroin, and are probably more skilled than their Corsican counterparts. American journalists and narcotics specialists have become so addicted to the idea of Marseille as America's one and only heroin laboratory that few have paid any attention to Hong Kong's flourishing laboratories. However, Hong Kong, along with the Golden Triangle region, seems to be the emerging heroin-producing capital of the world, taking over from a Marseille beset with police crackdowns ever since heroin began to flood all of France in 1969, creating a severe drug problem. Throughout the 1960s, Hong Kong's heroin laboratories produced substantial quantities of pure No. 4 heroin for the American market. Since Hong Kong police were tied down chasing addicts off the street and the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics paid almost no attention to Asia, there were few seizures of Asian heroin and little awareness of the colony's growing role in the international traffic. It was not until American GIs serving in Vietnam began using alarming quantities of No. 4 heroin refined in the Golden Triangle region that any attention was focused on the Asian heroin trade. And even then, there was almost no realization that the heroin used by GIs in Vietnam was manufactured in the Golden Triangle area by Hong Kong chemists who were members of international syndicates far more powerful and better organized than Marseille's Corsican gangs. Like Frenchmen and Italians, the Chinese tend to group themselves in business and voluntary groups by linguistic dialect and regional origins. Almost all of the gangsters who belong to Hong Kong's dominant heroin syndicates are members of the Chu Chao dialect group. Their ancestors migrated from the region of Swatow, a city about 170 miles up the coast from the colony. However, the Chu Chao narcotics syndicates operating in Hong Kong today do not have their origins in either Hong Kong or Swatow, but in Shanghai. Until it was ceded to Western powers after China's humiliating defeat in the Opium War, Shanghai was little more than a fishing village. As Western merchants' land commercial goods flooded into China in the latter half of the 19th century, Shanghai became China's largest and most modern city. But, in reality, it was not a Chinese city. The Chinese imperial government divided much of the city among the British, French, Americans, and other foreign powers, which ran their concessions as they saw fit. Westerners held all the high commercial and municipal offices, and dealt with the Chinese population through a group of Chinese middlemen known as compradors. Since the Westerners dealt with almost no Chinese except these agents, there were soon police compradors, business compradors, and opium compradors. In the so-called international settlement, a sector administered jointly by the British and other Western powers, a group of Chu Chao became opium compradors soon after the municipal opium monopoly was established in the 1840s. Although the franchises for distribution of opium and management of the settlement's smoking dens were formally leased to Western merchants, the Chu Chao compradors actually policed the smoking dens and sold the opium. Despite their relatively low social status, the Chu Chao prospered from the traffic until 1918, when pressure from the new Chinese Republican government and the newly moralistic British Foreign Office finally forced British merchants to give up their franchises and close the dens. Although the Chu Chao tried to maintain control over Shanghai's illicit traffic, they soon found themselves losing out to a powerful criminal syndicate named the Green Gang. A traditional patriotic secret society, the Green Gang had dominated Shanghai's French concession and controlled its opium traffic. When the British decided to abandon the opium trade, the Chu Chao lost their legitimate cover in the international settlement, and the Green Gang began to challenge their well-established hegemony over the city's illicit drug traffic. As the battle between the two groups intensified, smaller gangs joined the fray, and the city's opium traffic dissolved into a costly chaos. Realizing that an equitable division of the spoils would be more profitable for everyone involved, a young Green Gang leader named Tu Yueshen, who had emerged several years earlier as the leader of one of the gang's opium syndicates, mediated between the battling gangs and convinced both sides to form a unified opium cartel. The cartel ended the bitter rivalry by dividing the traffic between the Green Gang and the Chu Chao. Tu himself became known as the Opium King, and used the drug business to catapult himself into the front ranks of the Shanghai underworld. For over 30 years Tu Yueshen's cartel managed Shanghai's narcotics traffic with admirable efficiency. It not only imposed order on the city's rival gangs, but it demonstrated a keen awareness of international and domestic market potential. In the early 1920s, the Shanghai Syndicate began promoting the sale of millions of red-colored heroin pills advertised as anti-opium pills and the best medicine in the world. Thousands of Chinese opium smokers switched to that Western wonder drug, heroin, and by 1923 the cartel had to import an estimated 10.25 tons of heroin annually from European and Japanese pharmaceutical companies to keep up with consumer demand. After a new Geneva Convention ban on heroin marketing became law in 1928 and European pharmaceutical companies cut off their shipments to Shanghai, the city's drug dealers began to manufacture heroin illicitly in China itself. Green Gang agents purchased tons of raw opium in the market towns of distant Sichuan province and shipped it down the Yangtze River to Shanghai, where it was refined into heroin in clandestine laboratories. Syndicate chemists had evidently mastered the new art, for in 1934 the Shanghai Municipal Council reported that heroin use had become so widespread that it exceeds the smoking of opium itself. The Municipal Council concluded that this heroin was being manufactured locally, since Shanghai police discovered one clandestine laboratory and another had blown up when a careless chemist mismanaged the volatile ether precipitation process. The relative cheapness of heroin made these anti-opium pills universally popular, and Shanghai heroin became the staple of addicts everywhere in China. During the late 1930s, the cartel began to drop this medicinal facade, and addicts switched to straight heroin, mixed with regular tobacco and smoked in cigarettes. In addition, Shanghai became one of America's most important sources of illicit heroin in the 1930s when the American mafia entered the drug business and their supplies of legal European heroin began to dry up. But Tu Yuesheng was more than just a good businessman. Like such other great criminals of the modern age as Lucky Luciano or Francois Spirito, Tu was a skilled politician who understood the paramount importance of having reliable protectors in high office. And just as Spirito ingratiated himself with French fascists by battling communist street demonstrators in Marseille, so too served Chiang Kai-shek's Nationalist Party by smashing communist labor unions in Shanghai. And Tu's emergence as a national figure in China is intimately involved with Chiang Kai-shek's rise to power *. During the chaotic warlord era of the 1920s, Chiang Kai-shek emerged as the commander of China's new nationalist army. In 1926, Chiang led his armies on the famous Northern Campaign to establish the authority of the nationalist government in northern and central China. As Jiang's troops approached China's industrial capital, Shanghai, in February 1927, the communist-led labor movement rebelled against the entrenched local warlord in a show of support for the nationalists. Instead of pressing on toward Shanghai, however, Chiang halted his march while the warlord troops slaughtered the workers. Although Chiang was supported by another communist uprising when he finally entered Shanghai in late March, he was already determined to crush the communist labor movement. Unable to rely on his own troops, many of whom were sympathetic to the workers, Chiang met with the Green Gang's leaders, including Tu, soon after he arrived in Shanghai. Then, on the morning of April 12, thousands of Green Gang thugs stormed out of the French concession into Chinese sections of the city and began a reign of terror which ultimately decimated the communist labor unions. Tu was rewarded with the rank of Major General in the KMT army, and soon became one of Shanghai's most respected citizens. The 1933 edition of the China Yearbook described Tu as the most influential resident, French concession, and a well-known public welfare worker. One Chinese historian later commented, perhaps for the first time in Chinese history, the underworld gained formal recognition in national politics. Although much of China's regular commerce was disrupted during World War XI when the invading Japanese army occupied the addict-ridden coastal cities, forcing Chiang Kai-shek's government into the interior, the opium trade continued unabated with Tu still the reigning opium king. Jiang's government at Chongqing in the rich opium-growing province of Sichuan gave Tu the responsibility for negotiating opium sales across the battle lines. Writing to his superior officer in October 1943, a U.S. Army intelligence officer reported the following about Tu's involvement in the wartime opium trade. Prior to 1937, Tu Yuesheng was one of the three bosses of Shanghai's underworld. He was leader in the Qingpang. Tu was the opium king, and having been friendly with Chiang Kai-shek for many years, he was never persecuted by the Chinese authorities. When the Japs invaded Shanghai, Tu pulled out and subsequently settled down in Chongqing. 1943 in Chongqing, Tu became known as a great philanthropist and headed several relief societies. Not until January 1942 was the time ripe for Tu Yuesheng to go into action in his particular line of business. Smuggling between occupied and free China had become so lucrative a business that the Chongqing government decided to step in and control it. It was arranged for Tu Yuesheng to manage this trade with the enemy through the firing lines, and 5 banks were ordered to finance Tu's new organization to the tune of 150 million Chinese national dollars. After World War II, as the Chinese Revolution gathered momentum in the late 1940s, Shanghai's gangsters realized it was only a matter of time until the communist forces would occupy the city. Most of the city's gangsters had participated in the Green Gang's 1927 massacre of communist supporters, and so almost the entire underworld migrated en masse to Hong Kong from 1947 to 1950. This massive influx of thousands of China's toughest criminals was too much for Hong Kong police to handle, and organized crime flourished on an unprecedented scale. Both the Green Gang and Chu Chow syndicates were national organizations, and their Hong Kong branches served as welcoming committees. However, local gang leaders turned the situation to their advantage, and in the case of the Green Gang, and probably the Chu Chow as well, usurped the authority of their Shanghai bosses. Green Gang members had been the most powerful racketeers in Shanghai, and during their first few years in Hong Kong it seemed as though they would dominate the colony's organized crime as well. The Green Gang opened up huge dance halls, organized large-scale prostitution, and committed a series of spectacular robberies. Most important of all, their master chemists began producing abundant supplies of high-grade heroin, which became increasingly popular as the colonial government's anti-opium campaign got underway. Before the Shanghai gangsters emigrated to the colony, there had been no heroin production and only a moderate level of consumption. The Green Gang's early production was aimed at exiles who had acquired the habit before coming to Hong Kong, but gradually its market expanded to include local opium smokers who switched to heroin because of the colonial government's opium suppression campaign. Green Gang members are well aware of their role in introducing the technology of heroin processing into Hong Kong, and some of the society's older members claim that all of the colony's present chemists were trained by the one-armed master chemist and his 7 Green Gang disciples who fled from Shanghai in 1949. Tu Yuesheng's cartel had crumbled when the underworld fled Shanghai, and the old Chu Chow Green Gang struggle for the narcotics traffic revived soon after the two groups arrived in Hong Kong. Tu himself moved to Hong Kong in April 1949, but any possible role he might have played as a mediator ended with his death in August 195. In the ensuing struggle, the Chu Chow possessed certain advantages that contributed to their decisive victory. The Green Gang, with its predominantly northern Chinese membership, was a relative outsider in Hong Kong. But the Chu Chow syndicate had strong local connections. Chu Chow dialect speakers comprised 8% of the colony's population. There were a number of powerful Chu Chow street gangs, and, perhaps the most significant of all, some of the higher Chinese officials in Tile Hong Kong police hierarchy were Chu Chow. Rather than engaging in bloody gun battles or street fights, the Chu Chow utilized these police connections to eliminate their rivals. Although colonial police have officially ascribed the Green Gang's precipitous decline to a special police squad formed in 1950, in their more candid moments police officers admit that their success was due mainly to tips received from Chin Chow and other criminal gangs. The police scored their first significant blow in 1952 when they deported reputed Green Gang leader Li Choi Fat. Although Li's arrest shocked his followers into abandoning flamboyant but risky robberies and concentrating on the safer clandestine vice trades, deportations and arrests continued to thin their ranks. By the mid-1950s the Green Gang's narcotics import and distribution network was shattered, and most of its chemists went to work for the Chu Chow syndicate. A few independent Green Gang laboratories are still believed to be operating today, but even these depend on the Chu Chow syndicate for supplies of imported morphine base and for outlets for their finished product. The Chu Chow's victory over the Green Gang was only their first step in establishing a complete monopoly over the Hong Kong heroin trade. The Hong Kong syndicate then proceeded to monopolize imports of Thai morphine and opium. Since most of Bangkok's commerce, including the opium traffic, is controlled by Chu Chow speakers, this was not too difficult. As Iranian, Indian, and mainland Chinese opium disappeared from the market in the mid-1950s, control over the Bangkok drug connection gave the Chin Chow a total import monopoly. After defeating the Green Gang, the Chu Chow syndicate had established a virtual monopoly over the manufacture and wholesale distribution phases of the colony's drug traffic. However, retail distribution, the most lucrative phase, was managed by a collection of Cantonese family associations, secret societies, and criminal gangs. When the Chu Chow first began to edge into the sector of the business, their chances for success appeared limited. The Cantonese comprised over 80% of Hong Kong's population and their syndicates were much larger and more powerful. However, In the wake of 3 days of bloody rioting by Cantonese secret societies in October 1956, the Hong Kong police formed the Triad Society Bureau and declared it a crime for any colony resident to belong to one of these organizations. In the 5 years following the riots, police arrested 10,500 suspected secret society members and deported 600 more. They thus broke the powerful Cantonese organizations into dozens of impotent splinter groups. Although the weakening of Cantonese secret societies removed an important barrier, the Chu Chao did not take over retail distribution until the mid-1960s, when the police began a serious effort to close smoking dens and arrest street pushers. But before the significance of the police crackdown can be fully understood, it is necessary to know a little bit about addiction and street pushing in Hong Kong. With an estimated 100,000 narcotics addicts out of a total population of 4 million, Hong Kong has the highest percentage of drug users anywhere in the world. Most of the addicts are poor wage laborers, who live in cramped tenements and sprawling slums, which many social workers consider to be ideal breeding grounds for addiction. About 85% of all inmates in the colony's prisons are heroin addicts, and 47% of all those sentenced are narcotics offenders. Prison officials have found it impossible to cut off the narcotics supply, and heroin is so common inside the prison that it is used as a form of currency. The colony's addict population is increasing at an alarming rate, and the Hong Kong press noted a sharp rise in teenage addiction in 1970 to 1971. Although most of Hong Kong's addicts were opium smokers before World War XI, 25 years of police opium suppression have driven most addicts to heroin. By the early 1960s, 60 to 70% of the colony's addicts were heroin users, and most of those still smoking opium were in their 50s and 60s. As the elderly addicts died off and the young turned exclusively to heroin, the percentage of addicts using heroin increased to an estimated 80 to 90% by 1971. But unlike the American addict who has to shoot directly into his veins with a syringe to get any kick at all from the diluted, 5% pure heroin he buys on the street, the Hong Kong addict can satisfy his craving by smoking it, since he can buy a much purer grade. The majority of them use a grayish, lumpy brand of No. 3 heroin, which is usually about 40% pure. Since its quality is high and its price low, most addicts get high with No. 3 chasing the dragon or playing the mouth organ. The user places several lumps of No. 3 on a piece of aluminum foil and heats it with a lighted match. As it melts and gives off smoke, he sucks in the wavering fumes through a rolled-up piece of paper or through a matchbox cover. About 25% of the addict population uses a higher grade of No. 3, known popularly as White Dragon Pearl. It is about 50% pure, and gains its characteristic chalky white color when cut with a form of barbiturate called barbitone. The user grinds the white chunks into a granular powder and smokes them in an ordinary tobacco cigarette. Since euphoria builds with the short, staccato bursts of each puff, addicts call this method shooting the ack-ack gun. Before the police crackdown of the mid-1960s, addicts had the choice of smoking alone or getting high in the more convivial atmosphere of the neighborhood heroin den. Police were preoccupied with other matters, and pushers were dealing openly in almost every street, factory, and tenement in Hong Kong. However, as the police campaign began, small-time pushers were arrested, the more obvious dens were closed, and the entire structure was driven underground. Previously, the government had been lax enough so that small pushers could afford to bribe the policeman on the beat. However, when the colonial government and police hierarchy took a harsher attitude toward the narcotics traffic, the small pusher dealing openly on the street became too blatant and a small bribe was no longer worth the risk. As the small Cantonese pushers were driven off the streets, the Chu Chao syndicates concentrated most of the colony's retail trade in 7 high-volume retail distribution centers labeled drug supermarkets by one Hong Kong reporter. Since each of these retail centers sells from $150,000 to $300,000 a month worth of heroin, the profit margin is large enough to pay the necessary bribes to Chinese and British officers in the Hong Kong police. While the police offensive in no way inhibited the growth of the narcotics traffic, It made many Chinese police sergeants millionaires. The corruption was so pervasive that in August 1969 the mere hint of an anti-corruption campaign produced a wave of resignations by senior Chinese detectives and sergeants. Reliable Hong Kong sources report that one of the Chu Chao officers who resigned has invested his fortune of several $1 million in real estate, restaurants, gambling houses, and apartment buildings. A microcosmic example of the impact of the police crackdown on the colony's narcotics traffic is the growth of the Ma Shan distribution center. Until the mid-1960s, the addicts of this region on Hong Kong Island's northeast coast purchased their narcotics from neighborhood street dealers or else smoked in nearby dens. When police swept pushers off the streets and closed the dens, a Chu Chao gangster bought a small neighborhood den in the Ma Shan area from the local Cantonese secret society and made it the major drug supermarket for the northeast coast. Clinging to a cliff-like hillside overlooking one of Hong Kong's more comfortable neighborhoods, Ma Shan is a ramshackle sprawl of impoverished squatter shacks. Although not the most convenient location, its elevation and maze of steps and ladders make it almost impossible for the police to launch a surprise raid. While 10 guards and scouts patrol the perimeter, the distribution center provides 24-hour service for thousands of addicts. Although Ma Shan is a Cantonese area and all its other rackets are controlled by a local secret society, the Chu Chao reap most of the profit from narcotics peddling and only pay the Cantonese a rather nominal rental fee. This story has been repeated with minor variations throughout the entire colony. The Chu Chao have penetrated territory traditionally dominated by Cantonese gangs to establish huge narcotics retail distribution operations. Although the Hong Kong press has exposed their location and importance on a number of occasions, the publicity has only forced the supermarkets either to move several blocks or change buildings. It has yet to result in any major police action. The police concentrate most of their energies on shutting down smaller dens managed by entrepreneurs operating without syndicate protection. Since the police have to raid an occasional den to keep their record clean, syndicates have been known to hire impoverished addicts to do a term in prison and set them up in a fake den for discovery by the police. The press are often invited along on these operations, and the hired addicts usually give excellent performances complete with weeping, rage, or feeble escape attempts. Acquisition of the retail drug traffic has given the Chu Chao a total monopoly on Hong Kong's drug traffic. Morphine base and opium are purchased from Chu Chao dealers in Bangkok, smuggled into Hong Kong, and refined into heroin by Chu Chao chemists. The wholesale distribution is managed by Chu Chao, and the drug supermarkets are Chu Chao owned. Although the Chu Chao comprise only 8% of the colony's population, Hong Kong police report that a substantial majority of those arrested for trafficking in dangerous drugs are Chu Chao. But does this mean that all of Hong Kong's drug traffic from the heroin laboratory to the street is controlled by a monolithic Chu Chao syndicate? Is all of Southeast Asia's narcotics traffic controlled by a single Chu Chao syndicate, a veritable Chinese mafia? While decades of painstaking investigation by police agencies and journalists have given us a reasonably clear picture of the Sicilian mafia and the Corsican syndicates, there is almost no information on the Chu Chao. Protected from scrutiny by powerful official patrons in Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, and Hong Kong, not even the names of the prominent Chu Chao narcotics dealers are known to those outside ruling circles. However, recent developments in Southeast Asia's narcotics traffic have revealed a high degree of coordination among Chu Chao traffickers and point toward the existence of some kind of unified syndicate. There are indications that many of the Golden Triangle laboratories producing heroin for American GIs in Vietnam are staffed by Chu Chao chemists from Hong Kong. At Nam Kung village on the Lao side of the Mekong River, for example, the local military commander, Maj. Chow La, reported in September 1971 that the nearby heroin laboratory was directed by a Chu Chao chemist from Hong Kong. This was not the first time that the Chu Chao had exported Hong Kong's heroin technology to Southeast Asia. Shortly after the Thai government closed the opium dens and launched a crackdown on opium smokers in 1958, Hong Kong heroin chemists arrived in Thailand, set up heroin laboratories in the Bangkok area and began producing low-grade, No. 3 heroin for the local Thai market. Since opium's distinctive odor made smokers vulnerable to arrest, within several years the police anti-opium campaign forced most Thai opium addicts to become heroin users. The arrival of new Chu Chow chemists from Hong Kong in 1969 to 1970 introduced the complex technique for producing high-grade, No. 4 heroin, and represented a significant upgrading of the region's heroin industry and the opening up of a new market, since No. 4 heroin is used almost exclusively by a Western clientele, mainly Americans. In July 1971 the Vietnamese police broke up a large heroin smuggling ring in Saigon and arrested over 60 traffickers. All were Chu Chow. Although the press hailed the arrests as a major victory for the anti-drug campaign, Vietnamese police had only been able to make the arrests because the Chu Chow syndicate leader in Bangkok was convinced that the Saigon operation was cheating him and decided to use the police as enforcers. In addition, it appears that the Chu Chow have played an important role in developing Southeast Asia's illicit traffic and sustaining the mass addiction fostered by old colonial opium monopolies. Through a web of international contacts, the Chu Chow can provide raw materials, heroin chemists, and managerial skills necessary for the illicit traffic. Usually, they prefer to reach some sort of understanding with local governments, and in many Southeast Asian nations this relationship is so close that the Chu Chow appear to be operating a semi-official government franchise. Like most businessmen, they will not set up operations in a country unless business conditions are favorable. The success of the Singapore government's anti-narcotics drive illustrates the importance of international syndicates in maintaining the region's narcotics problem. The city was the major distribution center for the Malayan Peninsula to the north and the Indonesian archipelago to the south. It was the regional headquarters of 4 or 5 international syndicates. Unlimited drug supplies frustrated government efforts at reducing the addict population. Frequent seizures of 1,000 to 2,000 kilograms by customs and police had little impact on the availability of drugs. Instead of harassing opium addicts and driving them to heroin, the government decided to crack down on the syndicates. In 1962 Special Branch Police arrested the 5 most powerful syndicate leaders and had them deported after an unpublicized hearing. The Chu Chow gangster went to Bangkok, where he is believed to be involved in the narcotics traffic, and the others scattered across the region. Thereafter, smugglers began avoiding Singapore, and intensified customs searches turned up only small quantities of opium. Singapore has become the only Southeast Asian nation with a declining number of addicts. In 1947 there were 25,000 registered opium smokers, today there are only an estimated 8,000 drug addicts. Significantly, almost 7,000 of these are 40 to 60 years old, a legacy of the colonial era. There are few teenage addicts and almost no heroin problem. The Singapore example proves conclusively that a Southeast Asian government can reduce its local drug problem and end its role in the international traffic if it is really serious about doing so. Although not enough is known about Chu Chow operations in Hong Kong to detail the precise relationships between importers and drug supermarket operators, colonial police do know something about the syndicate's leadership and general operating methods. Currently police officials believe that almost all of the city's narcotics are financed and imported by only 5 Chu Chow gangsters. The most important of these is a middle-aged Chu Chow, whom we shall call Hua Keo Jen. He is thought to control about 50% of all the morphine and opium imported into Hong Kong. Hua has achieved this preeminence in the narcotics traffic in only 6 years, and his sudden rise is something of a rags-to-riches story. His family was so poor that Hua first began work as an ordinary street peddler, but soon was supplementing his income by selling drugs on the side. Hua gradually worked his way up in the drug traffic, becoming a full-time pusher, an opium den guard, and eventually the owner of a prosperous smoking den near the Kowloon nightclub district. When the police crackdown on opium dens in the mid-1960s forced him out of business, Hua was one of the Chu Chow gangsters who opened a drug supermarket. From retail distribution he moved into importing, and within several years he had become Hong Kong's most important smuggler of opium and morphine base. With profits from the narcotics traffic, other members of Hua's family have a piece of 36 beasts, a Chinese numbers racket. As Hua prospered, he became increasingly concerned about his family's low social status and started to purchase respectability. As a result of his generous contributions to many civic causes, members of his family have been publicly lauded for their services to the colony's youth. Hua himself is fast becoming just another respectable Hong Kong businessman, and has invested his narcotics profits in office buildings, apartments, and restaurants. Although Hong Kong authorities are well aware of Hua's role in the heroin traffic, they have no way to gather sufficient evidence to convict him before a court of law. Hua maintains no direct contact with the traffic and receives his share of the profits through a string of bank accounts whose trail is buried in hundreds of legitimate domestic and international money transfers. The heroin traffic is so well organized at all levels, and the Chu Chow are so disciplined and secretive, that Hong Kong authorities despair of ever being able to convict the major traffickers. They have in fact made public admissions of their inability to halt narcotics smuggling. But Hong Kong's drug industry is no longer just a local problem. The inability of the government to slow the narcotics traffic is making the colony increasingly important as a source of heroin for the American market. Today Hong Kong's heroin laboratories are at the end of the opium trail from Southeast Asia and the beginning of a heroin pipeline to the United States. On September 13, 1971, a small, wooden-hulled Thai fishing trawler left Pak Nam, Thailand, with a cargo of 1,500 kilograms of raw opium and 260 kilograms of morphine bricks. Its destination was Hong Kong. With favorable sailing conditions, the ship would chug along at 5 to 10 knots an hour and arrive within a week. This fishing boat is a member of a small but active fleet carrying narcotics between Thailand and Hong Kong. Its journey is the last leg of a voyage that began in the mountains of Burma. Almost all of Hong Kong's narcotics come from Thailand, and are smuggled into the colony on these small trawlers. This is a relatively recent development. Until about 5 years ago, most drug shipments arrived on regular freighters, concealed in cargo such as refrigerators and lumber. This sort of smuggling was relatively easy for Hong Kong's preventive services to detect, and a number of spectacular seizures forced the smugglers to change their tactics. Their present method is virtually arrest-proof. When the trawlers leave Pak Nam they are usually empty, but just before departure time a contact man boards the vessel. The ship then sets a course in an easterly direction, paralleling the Thai coastline until it arrives at a pre-arranged meeting place known only to the contact man. After coded signals are flashed from ship to shore, a high-powered speedboat darts out from the coastline, transfers the drugs and speeds away with the contact man. By the time the trawler has rounded Vietnam's Camao Peninsula and moved into the South China Sea, it has usually been spotted by U.S. Navy radar aircraft patrolling the Gulf of Siam. Within minutes after the patrol aircraft lands at its base in Utapao, Thailand, the trawler's course, heading, and speed are radioed to the United States Navy Maritime Surveillance Patrol in Cam Ranh Bay, Vietnam. Although its primary mission is monitoring freighter traffic bound for Haiphong, North Vietnam, and coastal shipping moving toward South Vietnam, these Lockheed Electras are also responsible for spotting the dope boats as they chug northward toward Hong Kong. After the dope boat has been spotted for the last time by another radar patrol in the South China Sea, its course and estimated time of arrival in Hong Kong are radioed to Saigon and forwarded to authorities. So far this precise information has been of little use to Hong Kong's anti-smuggling police unit, the Preventive Services. With only 6 launches to patrol 200 islands, hundreds of miles of coastlines, and a local fishing fleet of 15,000 sampans and junks, Preventive Services has found it impossible to discourage this kind of smuggling even with detailed intelligence on the dope boats. Once the Thai trawler reaches Hong Kong it ordinarily uses one of 3 methods for transferring its cargo to a local fishing boat. It can bury it on the beach of a deserted island, make a direct transfer in Chinese waters, where Hong Kong authorities cannot follow, or drop the narcotics into the shallow coastal waters in watertight steel drums. If pursued by an official launch, the trawler simply retreats to international waters and waits until the understaffed Preventive Services gives up its surveillance. Once the local fishing boat makes the pickup, it usually hauls the cargo into port by towing it underneath the water line in heavy steel drums. If an official launch comes after them, the crew simply cuts the line and lets the cargo sink to the bottom of the ocean. Once safely in Hong Kong, the morphine base goes to one of the 10 or so heroin laboratories usually operating at any given time. While the largest laboratories may have as many as 7 workers and produce up to 50 pounds of heroin a day, most have only 3 or 4 employees processing about 10 pounds a day. Even the most unskilled of Hong Kong's heroin chemists can manage the relatively simple chemical process required to produce an adequate grade of number 3, and most of the morphine smuggled into the colony is used to manufacture the chunky, low-grade brands favored by local addicts. For the United States, the critical question is, of course, how much of Hong Kong's efficient heroin industry is producing the powdery number 4 used by American addicts, and what percentage of this output is going to the United States. It is impossible to make precise estimates when dealing with such a clandestine business, but there is every indication that Hong Kong has become a major supplier for the US market. Although any chemist can go through the rather simple operations to produce number 3, the production of the fluffy white number 4 grade of heroin requires a final, dangerous step, which demands a great deal of extra skill. The chemist has to precipitate the grayish, lumpy number 3 through a solution of ether and alcohol. Unless properly handled, the ether forms a volatile gas. In 1971, Hong Kong laboratory exploded when the chemist became a bit careless and the ventilation fan shorted out during the ether process. The chemist and several assistants escaped, leaving a rather badly burned co-worker lying in the smoldering rubble. This final stage is not only dangerous, but it doubles the time required to complete the processing. A laboratory that can produce a batch of number 3 in 6 hours requires 12 to 15 hours for the same amount of number 4. Despite all the extra risk and time involved, No 4's only real advantage is its high degree of water solubility, which makes it easier to inject with a syringe. Since very few of the colony's addicts inject their heroin, Hong Kong officials are unanimous in asserting that there is no local market for number 4. However, a good deal of number 4 heroin is being produced in Hong Kong. The government chemist's office reports that many of the heroin laboratories they have examined in the course of police investigations over the last 10 years have been producing impressive quantities of number 4. They have also been struck by the absence of any number 4 in the confiscated street packets they test for the police in narcotics possession cases. Their conclusion is the obvious one: large quantities of number 4 are being produced for export. Members of the narcotics police concur with this, and add that the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics has so far not heeded their warnings on the growing importance of Hong Kong's heroin exports. Since the Hong Kong Narcotics Police were preoccupied with chasing pushers and addicts off the streets and the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics was woefully understaffed in Asia, it was not until recently that any substantial quantities of heroin from Hong Kong were intercepted. The first breakthrough came in January 1967, when a series of coordinated police raids in Miami, New York, and Sydney, Australia, netted an entire smuggling ring operating out of Hong Kong. Its organizers were retired Australian policemen, and 11 of the 15 arrested persons were Australians as well. The ring had been operating for almost a year using standard body packs and a sophisticated duplicate passport. Subsequent interrogation of the Australian suspects revealed that the ringleaders had been hired by one of Hong Kong's Big Five Chu Chow syndicate leaders to smuggle heroin into the United States. Every 2 weeks a group of couriers with duplicate passports flew to Hong Kong from Sydney, where they each picked up 5 to 6 kilograms of undiluted number 4 heroin. After concealing the heroin underneath their clothing by taping the plastic-wrapped packets to their chests and stomachs, they usually caught a flight direct to London, where they disembarked. There they switched to the second passport. Once this second passport was stamped by British Customs, they caught another flight to New York and passed through U.S. Customs as ordinary, pot-bellied businessmen flying direct to New York from Australia with a brief stopover in London. Most New York authorities would be suspicious of a passport that showed a Hong Kong stopover. Those who entered the United States through Honolulu had no need for the duplicate passport, since it was common enough for Australians en route to the United States to stop off in Hong Kong. Their profits were enormous. A kilogram of heroin the Australians bought from the Hong Kong Chu Chow for $1,600 was sold to American distributors for $34,000. Although these arrests drew a good deal of attention from the press, U.S. narcotics officials regarded the Australian ring as a freak phenomenon with little more than curiosity value. It was not until 3 years later, when an even larger Hong Kong-based smuggling ring was broken up, that they began to pay serious attention to Hong Kong. In 1970, federal narcotics agents launched a coordinated series of arrests at airports across the United States that netted a group of Filipino couriers as they stepped off various trans-Pacific flights. All were carrying body packs of No. 4 Hong Kong heroin to be delivered to mafia contact men in the United States. Although the Filipino ring was also working for one of Hong Kong's Chu Chow syndicate leaders, their operations were much more extensive than those of the Australian group. While the Australians usually only had 3 or 4 couriers in the air at the same time, the Filipinos shotgunned as many as 8 couriers on a single run. During a 12-month period in 1969 to 1970, the Filipinos smuggled an estimated 1,000 kilograms of Hong Kong heroin into the United States. This amount alone accounts for at least 10 to 20% of all the heroin consumed in the United States in an entire year. Since Hong Kong's heroin was manufactured from Burmese and Thai opium, this was hard evidence that Southeast Asia was fast becoming the major source of America's heroin supply. However, the official wisdom of the day held that Southeast Asia only accounts for 5% of America's heroin. The Bureau of Narcotics was convinced that 80% was refined from Turkish opium and 15% from Mexican, and had been concentrating almost all its investigative efforts in these areas. But suddenly it was faced with a single Southeast Asian smuggling ring that had been supplying a substantial part of America's annual dosage. And the Filipinos were only messenger boys for one of 5 Chu Chow syndicate leaders in Hong Kong. Why couldn't the other 4 syndicate leaders have courier organizations just as big, or even bigger? Questions like this soon prompted a reorganization of the Bureau of Narcotics International Enforcement. Effort and intelligence gathering techniques. Unprecedented quantities of heroin were flooding into the United States in the late 1960s, and top-level agents had become concerned that their old methods no longer seemed to have any effect. As one U.S. narcotics agent explained in a November 1971 interview. In 1961, when we seized 15 kilos, there was street panic in New York City. Junkies were lined up in front of doctors' offices begging for the stuff. Even as late as 1965, when we seized 15 or 16 kilos, it had the same effect. Now we seize 500 kilos in 3 weeks, and it has no effect whatsoever. Yet at the same time these massive quantities of heroin were pouring into the United States, Turkey, the alleged producer of 80% of the opium that entered America in the form of heroin, abolished poppy cultivation in 14 out of its 21 opium-producing provinces and reduced total official output by over 70% between 1967 and 1971. It was evident that major changes were taking place in the international traffic, and the Bureau established a special research and analysis division to deal with this. Its chief, Mr. John Warner, explained in an October 1971 interview. We found we knew very little about the actual pattern of drug trafficking. We were saying that 80% of the narcotics entering the U.S. came from Turkey and only 5% came from Southeast Asia. In fact, this was based on ignorance. So a year ago we created the Strategic Intelligence Office to find out what was really going on. The Bureau has not yet abandoned its emphasis on Turkey, but increased intelligence and enforcement work are already starting to produce results in Southeast Asia and Hong Kong. Although it has not yet produced any arrests, current investigative work seems to indicate that the Australian and Filipino groups were only 2 of a number of courier rings the Chu Chow have been using. Recent intelligence has shown that the Chu Chow syndicate is using a new group of couriers to smuggle large quantities of heroin into the United States through an incredible maze of commercial air routes: Hong Kong to Okinawa, Okinawa to Buenos Aires, Buenos Aires to Paraguay, Paraguay to Panama City, and Panama City to Los Angeles. There is speculation that this new route from Hong Kong may be contributing to the growing amounts of heroin entering the United States from Latin American. Yet, despite the increased enforcement effort and mounting evidence of Southeast Asia's growing role in the international heroin traffic, the U.S. State Department has not yet broken its addiction to the myth of Turkey's importance. Convinced that the root of the problem still lies in the Mediterranean, and unwilling to suffer the political consequences of thinking otherwise, America's diplomats have so far been reluctant to apply the same political leverage in Southeast Asia as they have in France and Turkey. It is undeniable that the State Department and the Bureau of Narcotics have made enormous strides in repressing the opium traffic in Turkey and Europe. But it is also true that the Mediterranean's loss is Southeast Asia's gain. 7. The Golden Triangle, heroin is our most important product. Ladies and gentlemen, announced the genteel British diplomat, raising his glass to offer a toast, I give you Prince Sopsizana, the uplifter of Laotian youth. The toast brought an appreciative smile from the lips of the guest of honor, cheers and applause from the luminaries of Vientiane's diplomatic corps gathered at the send-off banquet for the Laotian ambassador-designate to France, Prince Sopsizana. His appointment was the crowning achievement in a brilliant career. A member of the royal house of Mengkuan, the Plain of Jars region, Prince Sopsizana was vice president of the National Assembly, chairman of the Lao Bar Association, president of the Lao Press Association, president of the Alliance Française, and a member in good standing of the Asian People's Anti-Communist League. After receiving his credentials from the king in a private audience at the Luang Prabang Royal Palace on April 8, 1971, the prince was treated to an unprecedented round of cocktail parties, dinners, and banquets. For Prince Sopsizana, or Sopsai as his friends call him, was not just any ambassador. The Americans considered him an outstanding example of a new generation of honest, dynamic national leaders, and it was widely rumored in Vientiane that Sopsai was destined for high office someday. The send-off party at Vientiane's Hue Airport on April 23 was one of the gayest affairs of the season. Everybody was there, the cream of the diplomatic corps, a bevy of Lao luminaries, and, of course, Yanohu from the American embassy. The champagne bubbled, the canapés were flawlessly French, and Mr. Yvan Bastouille, charge d'affaires at the French embassy, La Presse reported, gave the nicest speech. Only after the plane had soared off into the clouds did anybody notice that Sopsai had forgotten to pay for his share of the reception. When the prince's flight arrived at Paris's Orly Airport on the morning of April 25, there was another reception in the exclusive VIP lounge. The French ambassador to Laos, home for a brief visit, and the entire staff of the Laotian embassy had turned out. There were warm embraces, kissing on both cheeks, and more effusive speeches. Curiously, Prince Sopsizana insisted on waiting for his luggage like any ordinary tourist, and when the mountain of suitcases finally appeared after an unexplained delay, he immediately noticed that one was missing. Angrily Sopsai insisted his suitcase be delivered at once, and the French authorities promised, most apologetically, that it would be sent round to the embassy just as soon as it was found. But the Mercedes was waiting, and with flags fluttering, Sopsai was whisked off to the embassy for a formal reception. While the champagne bubbled at the Laotian embassy, French customs officials were examining one of the biggest heroin seizures in French history. The ambassador's missing suitcase contained 60 kilos of high-grade Laotian heroin worth $13.5 million on the streets of New York, its probable destination. Tipped by an unidentified source in Vientiane, French officials had been waiting at the airport. Rather than create a major diplomatic scandal by confronting Sopsai with the heroin in the VIP lounge, French officials quietly impounded the suitcase until the government could decide how to deal with the matter. Although it was finally decided to hush up the affair, the authorities were determined that Sopsizana should not go entirely unpunished. A week after the ambassador's arrival, a smiling French official presented himself at the embassy with the guilty suitcase in hand. Although Sopsizana had been bombarding the airport with outraged telephone calls for several days, he must have realized that accepting the suitcase was tantamount to an admission of guilt and flatly denied that it was his. Despite his protestations of innocence, the French government refused to accept his diplomatic credentials, and Sapsi festered in Paris for almost 2 months until he was finally recalled to Vientiane late in June. Back in Vientiane, the impact of this affair was considerably less than earth-shaking. The all-powerful American embassy chose not to pursue the matter, and within a few weeks everything was conveniently forgotten. According to reports later received by the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics, Sapsi's venture had been financed by Mio Vang Pao, commander of the CIA's secret army, and the heroin itself had been refined in a laboratory at Longshan, which happens to be the CIA's headquarters for clandestine operations in northern Laos. Perhaps these embarrassing facts may explain the U.S. Embassy's lack of action. In spite of its amusing aspects, the Sapsizana affair provides sobering evidence of Southeast Asia's growing importance in the international heroin trade. In addition to growing over 1,000 tons of raw opium annually, Southeast Asia's Golden Triangle region has become a mass producer of high-grade No. 4 heroin for the American market. Its mushrooming heroin laboratories now rival Marseille and Hong Kong in the quantity and quality of their heroin production. As America confronted the heroin epidemic in mid-1971, government leaders and mass media newsmen reduced the frightening complexities of the international drug traffic to a single sentence. Their soothing refrain ran something like this: 80% of America's heroin begins as raw opium on the slopes of Turkey's craggy Anatolian plateau, is refined into heroin in the clandestine laboratories of Marseille, and smuggled into the United States by ruthless international syndicates. If any of the press had bothered to examine this statement, they might have learned that it was based largely on a random guess by the French narcotics police, who had 11 officers, 3 automobiles, and a miserable budget with which to cover all of southern France. If they had probed further, they might have discovered this curious anomaly, that although Southeast Asia produced 70% of the world's illicit opium, it was credited with being the source of only 5% of America's heroin supply, while Turkey, with only 7% of the world's illicit opium, was allegedly responsible for 80% of our heroin. The truth, as it often is, was rather embarrassing. To summarize, Turkey's opium production had declined sharply in the late 1960s, and international drug syndicates had turned to Southeast Asia as an alternate source of raw materials. Southeast Asia's Golden Triangle, comprising the rugged Shan Hills of northeastern Burma, the mountain ridges of northern Thailand, and the Mio Highlands of northern Laos, had become the world's largest source of opium, morphine, and heroin. Its narcotics were flooding into the United States through Hong Kong, Latin America, and Europe. The sudden increase in Southeast Asian heroin exports to the United States was fueling a heroin epidemic among American youth. Since some American allies in Southeast Asia were managing the traffic and U.S. policies had contributed to its growth, the Nixon administration was hardly anxious to spark a heated political controversy by speculating openly on Southeast Asia's growing importance in America's heroin traffic. In the 1960s, a combination of factors — American military intervention, corrupt national governments, and international criminal syndicates — pushed Southeast Asia's opium commerce beyond self-sufficiency to export capability. Production of cheap, low-grade No. 3 heroin had started in the late 1950s when the Thai government launched an intensive opium suppression campaign that forced most of her opium habitués to switch to heroin. By the early 1960s, large quantities of cheap No. 3 heroin were being refined in Bangkok and northern Thailand, while substantial amounts of morphine base were being processed in the Golden Triangle region for export to Hong Kong and Europe. However, none of the Golden Triangle's opium refineries had yet mastered the difficult technique required to produce high-grade No. 4 heroin. In late 1969, opium refineries in the Burma-Thailand-Laos tri-border region, newly staffed by skilled master chemists from Hong Kong, began producing limited supplies of high-grade heroin for the tens of thousands of alienated GIs serving in South Vietnam. The U.S. military command in Saigon began getting its first reports of serious heroin addiction among isolated units in early 1970. By September or October, the epidemic was fully developed, Seemingly unlimited quantities of heroin were available at every U.S. installation from the Mekong Delta in the south to the DMZ in the north. When rapid U.S. troop withdrawals in 1970 to 1972 reduced the local market for the Golden Triangle's flourishing heroin laboratories, Chinese, Corsican, and American syndicates began sending bulk shipments of No. 4 heroin directly to the United States. As a result of these growing exports, the wholesale price for a kilo of pure No. 4 heroin at Golden Triangle Laboratories actually increased by 44% from $1,240 in September 1970 to $1,780 in April 1971, despite a 30% decline in the number of GIs serving in Vietnam during the same period. Moreover, the rapid growth of exports to the United States has spurred a dramatic leap in the price of raw opium in the Golden Triangle. One American-trained anthropologist who spent several years studying hill tribes in northern Thailand reports that between 1968 and early 1970, the price of raw opium at the producing village almost doubled from $24 to $45 a kilogram. While the growing rate of addiction among remaining U.S. troops in Vietnam probably accounted for some increased demand, increased exports to the American domestic market provided the major impetus behind the price rise. Significantly, it was in April 1971 that the first bulk shipments of Laotian heroin were intercepted in Europe and the United States. On April 5, U.S. Customs officials seized 7.7 kilos of W0 Globe brand heroin at Fort Monmouth, New Jersey, and on April 25 French authorities seized Prince Sopsizanes 60 kilos at Orly Airport. In 1970 to 1971, U.S. law enforcement officials became alarmed over the greatly increased heroin supplies available to America's addict population. Massive drug seizures of unprecedented size and value did not even make the slightest ripple in the availability or price of heroin. Knowing that Turkey's opium production was declining, U.S. narcotics experts were mystified and began asking themselves where all this heroin was coming from. The answer, of course, is the Golden Triangle. The CIA, in its 1971 analysis of narcotics traffic in the Golden Triangle, reported that the largest of the region's 7 heroin factories, located just north of Ban Hao Ai Sai, Laos, is believed capable of processing some 100 kilos of raw opium per day. In other words, the factory is capable of producing 3.6 tons of heroin a year, an enormous output, considering that American addicts only consume about 10.0 tons of heroin annually. Moreover, none of this production is intended for Asian addicts. As we have already mentioned, high-grade No. 4 heroin is too expensive for them, and they either smoke opium or use the inexpensive low-grade No. 3 heroin. In Bangkok, for example, 1 gram of No. 4 heroin costs 16 times more than 1 gram of No. 3. The only market outlets for these heroin laboratories are in the well-heeled West, Europe, with a relatively small addict population, and the United States, which has a large and rapidly increasing addict population. U.S. military and political activities had played a significant role in shaping these developments. Although opium production continued to increase in Burma and Thailand, there were no major changes in the structure of the traffic during the 1960s. Still enjoying tacit CIA support for their counterinsurgency work, nationalist Chinese military caravans continued to move almost all of Burma's opium exports into northern Thailand, where they were purchased by a Chinese syndicate for domestic distribution and export to Hong Kong or Malaysia. The Shan National Revolutionary Movement offered a brief challenge to KMT hegemony over the opium trade, but after their most powerful leader was defeated in the 1967 Opium War, the Shan threat evaporated. After the 1967 Opium War, the KMT solidified its control over the Burma-Thailand opium trade. Almost none of the 700 tons of raw opium harvested annually in Burma's Shan and Kachin states reaches world markets through any of Burma's ports. Instead, it is packed across the rugged Shan Hills by mule caravan to the tri-border junction of Burma, Thailand, and Laos. This area is the beginning of 2 pipelines into the illicit international markets. One shoots across Laos to Saigon, the other heads due south through central Thailand to Bangkok. Although Shan rebel bands and Burmese self-defense forces collect a heavy tax from tribal opium farmers and itinerant small merchants who transport raw opium to major Shan states' market towns, they control very few of the caravans carrying raw opium south to refineries in the tri-border area. In 1967, one CIA operati reported that 90% of Burma's opium harvest was carried by nationalist Chinese army mule caravans based in northern Thailand, 7% by Shan armed bands, and about 3% by Kachin rebels. Thailand's northern hill tribes harvest approximately 200 tons of opium annually, according to a 1968 U.S. Bureau of Narcotics estimate. The Thai government reports that KMT military units and an allied group of Chinese hill traders control almost all of the opium commerce in northern Thailand. In Laos, CIA clandestine intervention produced changes and upheavals in the narcotics traffic. When political infighting among the Lao elite and the escalating war forced the small Corsican charter airlines out of the opium business in 1965, the CIA's airline, Air America, began flying Mio opium out of the hills to Longshan and Vientiane. CIA cross-border intelligence missions into China from Laos reaped an unexpected dividend in 1962 when the Shan rebel leader who organized the forays for the agency began financing the Shan nationalist cause by selling Burmese opium to another CIA protege, Laotian Gen. Phumi Nozavan. The economic alliance between General Phumi and the Shans opened up a new trading pattern that diverted increasingly significant quantities of Burmese opium from their normal marketplace in Bangkok. In the late 1960s, U.S. Air Force bombing disrupted Laotian opium production by forcing the majority of the Mio opium farmers to become refugees. However, flourishing Laotian heroin laboratories, which are the major suppliers for the GI market in Vietnam, simply increased their imports of Burmese opium through already established trading relationships. The importance of these CIA clients in the subsequent growth of the Golden Triangle's heroin trade was revealed, inadvertently, by the agency itself when it leaked a classified report on the Southeast Asian opium traffic to the New York Times. The CIA analysis identified 21 opium refineries in the Trip-Order area where Burma, Thailand, and Laos converge, and reported that 7 were capable of producing 90 to 99% pure number 4 heroin. Of these 7 heroin refineries, the most important are located in the areas around Takalek, Burma, Ban Hao Ai Sai and Namkung in Laos, and Mae Salong in Thailand. Although the CIA did not bother to mention it, many of these refineries are located in areas totally controlled by paramilitary groups closely identified with American military operations in the Golden Triangle area. Mae Salong is headquarters for the nationalist Chinese Fifth Army, which has been continuously involved in CIA counterinsurgency and intelligence operations since 1950. According to a former CIA operative who worked in the area for a number of years, the heroin laboratory at Namkung is protected by Maj. Chow La, commander of Yao mercenary troops for the CIA in northwestern Laos. One of the heroin laboratories near Ban Hao Ai Sai reportedly belongs to Gen. Juan Radicon, former commander-in-chief of the Royal Laotian Army, the only army in the world, except for the U.S. Army, entirely financed by the U.S. government. The heroin factories near Takalek are operated by Burmese paramilitary units and Shan rebel armies who control a relatively small percentage of Burma's narcotics traffic. Although few of these Shan groups have any relation to the CIA today, one of the most important chapters in the history of the Shan state's opium trade involves a Shan rebel army closely allied with the CIA. Other sources have revealed the existence of an important heroin laboratory operating in the Vientiane region under the protection of Gen. Juan Radicon. Finally, the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics has reports that Gen. Vang Pao, commander of the CIA's secret army, has been operating a heroin factory at Longshan, headquarters for CIA operations in northern Laos. Thus, it is with something more than idle curiosity that we turn to an examination of CIA clandestine operations and the concurrent growth of the narcotics traffic in the Golden Triangle. Laos. Land of the poppy. Laos is one of those historical oddities like Monaco, Andorra, and Liechtenstein which were somehow left behind when petty principalities were consolidated into great nations. Although both 19th-century empire builders and Cold War summit negotiators have subscribed to the fiction of Laotian nationhood out of diplomatic convenience, this impoverished little kingdom appears to lack all of the economic and political criteria for nationhood. Not even the Wilsonian principle of ethnic determinism that Versailles peacemakers used to justify the carving up of the Austro-Hungarian Empire after World War I validate Laos's existence. Some 8.0 million Lao live in northeast Thailand, but there are only about 1.5 million Lao in Laos. With a total population of between 2 and 3 million and singularly lacking in natural resources, Laos has been plagued by fiscal problems ever since independence in 1954. Unable to finance itself through corporate, mineral, or personal taxes, the Royal Laotian government has filled its coffers and lined its pockets by legalizing or tolerating what its neighbors have chosen to outlaw, much like needy principalities the world over. Monaco gambles, Macau winks at the gold traffic, and the Laotian government tolerates the smuggling of gold, guns, and opium. While the credit card revolution has displaced paper currency in most of suburban America, peasants and merchants in underdeveloped countries still harbor a healthy distrust for their nation's technicolor currency, preferring to store their hard-earned savings in gold or silver. Asian governments have inadvertently fostered illicit gold trafficking either by imposing a heavy revenue-producing duty on legal gold imports or else limiting the right of most citizens to purchase and hold gold freely. Thus, an illicit gold traffic flourishes from Pakistan to the Philippines. Purchased legally on the European market, the gold is flown to Dubai, Singapore, Vientiane, or Macau, where local governments have imposed a relatively low import duty and take little interest in what happens after the tax is paid. Laos's low duty on imported gold and its government's active participation in the smuggling trade have long made it the major source of illicit gold for Thailand and South Vietnam. Although Laos is the poorest nation in Southeast Asia, Vientiane's licensed brokers have imported from 32 to 72 tons of gold a year since the American buildup in Vietnam began in 1965. As thousands of free-spending GIs poured into Vietnam during the early years of the war, Saigon's black market prospered and Laos's annual gold imports shot up to 72 tons by 1967. The 8.5% import duty provided the Royal Lao government with more than 40% of its total tax revenues, and the finance ministry could not have been happier. However, in 1968 the Tet Offensive and the international gold crisis slowed consumer demand in Saigon and plunged the Laotian government into a fiscal crisis. Prime Minister Savannah Phuma went before the National Assembly and explained that because of the downward trend in the gold market, one of our principal sources of income will not reach our expectations this year. Faced with what the Prime Minister described as an extremely complex and difficult situation, Finance Minister Sisuk Na Champasak privately suggested that the government might seek an alternate source of revenue by taxing the clandestine opium trade. When the establishment of a gold market in Singapore in 1969 challenged Laos's position as the major gold entrepot in Southeast Asia and forced the finance ministry to drop the import duty from 8.5 to 5.5% in 1970, Sisuk Na Champasak told a BBC reporter, "The only export we can develop here is opium, and we should increase our production and export of it." As Minister of Finance and Acting Minister of Defense, Sisuk is one of the most important government officials in Laos, and his views on the opium trade are fairly representative of the ruling elite. Most Laotian leaders realize that their nation's only valuable export commodity is opium, and they promote the traffic with an aggressiveness worthy of Japanese electronics executives or German automobile manufacturers. Needless to say, this positive attitude toward the narcotics traffic has been something of an embarrassment to American advisors serving in Laos, and in deference to their generous patrons, the Laotian elite have generally done their best to pretend that opium trafficking is little more than a quaint tribal custom. As a result, violent coups, assassinations, and bitter political infighting spawned by periodic intramural struggles for control of the lucrative opium traffic have often seemed clown-like or quixotic to outside observers. But they suddenly gain new meaning when examined in light of the economics and logistics of the opium trade. Since the late 1950s, the opium trade in northern Laos has involved both the marketing of the locally grown produce and the transit traffic in Burmese opium. Traditionally, most of Laos's domestic production has been concentrated in the mountains of northeastern Laos, although it is now greatly reduced because of massive U.S. bombing and a vigorous opium eradication program in Pathet Lao. Liberated zones. Designated on Royal Lao Army maps as Military Region 11, this area comprises the plain of Jars and most of the Mio highlands that extend from the northern rim of the Vientiane Plain to the border of North Vietnam. While northwestern Laos also has extensive poppy cultivation, opium production has never achieved the same high level as in the northeast. Soil conditions are not as favorable, the traffic has not been as well organized, and tribal populations are more scattered. For example, there are between 150,000 and 200,000 Mio living in the northeast, but only about 50,000 Mio in the northwest. As a result, the opium trade in northwestern Laos, now known as Military Region 1, was always secondary in importance during the colonial era and the early years of the post-colonial opium traffic. However, in the mid-1960s, Shan and nationalist Chinese opium caravans began crossing the Mekong into Laos's extreme northwest with large quantities of Burmese opium. As dozens of refineries began springing up along the Laotian bank of the Mekong to process the Burmese opium, the center of Laos's opium trade shifted from the plain of Jars to Ban Hao Ai Sai in northwestern Laos. The mountains of northern Laos are some of the most strikingly beautiful in the world. Shrouded with mile-high clouds during the rainy season, they are strongly reminiscent of traditional Chinese scroll paintings. Row upon row of sharp ridges wind across the landscape, punctuated by steep peaks that conjure up images of dragons' heads, towering monuments, or rearing horses. The bedrock is limestone, and centuries of wind and rain have carved an incredible landscape from this porous, malleable material. And it is the limestone mountains that attract the Mio opium farmers. The delicate opium poppy, which withers and dies in strongly acidic soil, thrives on limestone soil. Tribal opium farmers are well aware of the poppy's need for alkaline soil, and tend to favor mountain hollows studded with limestone outcroppings as locations for their poppy fields. But the mountain terrain that is so ideal for poppy cultivation makes long-range travel difficult for merchant caravans. When the French tried to encourage hill tribe production during the colonial era, they concentrated most of their efforts on Mio villages near the plain of Jars, where communications were relatively well developed, and they abandoned much of the Laotian highlands to petty smugglers. Desperate for a way to finance their clandestine operations, French intelligence agencies expropriated the hill tribe opium trade in the last few years of the First Indochina War and used military aircraft to link the Laotian poppy fields with opium dens in Saigon. But the military aircraft that had overcome the mountain barriers for Laotian merchants were withdrawn in 1954, along with the rest of the French Expeditionary Corps, and Laos's opium trade fell upon hard times. After France's military withdrawal in 1954, several hundred French war veterans, colonists, and gangsters stayed on in Laos. Some of them, mainly Corsicans, started a number of small charter airlines, which became colorfully and collectively known as Air Opium. Ostensibly founded to supply otherwise unavailable transportation for civilian businessmen and diplomats, these airlines gradually restored Laos's link to the drug markets of South Vietnam that had vanished with the departure of the French Air Force in 1954. At first, progress was hampered by unfavorable political conditions in South Vietnam, and the three fledgling airlines that pioneered these new routes enjoyed only limited success. Perhaps the most famous of the early French opium pilots was Gerard Lebensky. His aircraft was based at Phong Savan on the plain of Jars, where he managed the Snow Leopard Inn, a hotel that doubled as a warehouse for outgoing opium shipments. Another of these aviation pioneers was René Babal Njabal, a former French Air Force officer whose airline was popularly known as Babal Air Force. The most tenacious member of this shadowy trio was Roger Zoil. His charter airline was allied with Paul Louis Levé's Bangkok-based Corsican syndicate. Levace was probably the most important Marseille underworld figure, regularly supplying European heroin laboratories with morphine base from Southeast Asia in the late 1950s. Levace arrived in Saigon in 1953 to 1954 and got his start smuggling gold and piasters on the Saigon-Marseille circuit. After the gold traffic dried up in 1955, he became involved in the opium trade and moved to Bangkok, where he established the Pacific Industrial Company. According to a U.S. Bureau of Narcotics report filed in 1962, this company was used as a cover to smuggle substantial quantities of morphine base from northern Thailand to heroin laboratories in Europe. Through a network of 4 prominent Corsican gangsters based in Vientiane, Phnom Penh, and Saigon, Levace used Zoil's airline to move morphine base from the Golden Triangle region to seaports in Thailand and Indochina. There was an enormous amount of shipping between Southeast Asia and Europe, and so arranging for deliveries presented no problem. Saigon was particularly convenient as a transshipment point, since substantial numbers of French freighters carrying Corsican crews still sailed direct to Marseille. Even though Levace's syndicate was preoccupied with the European traffic, it also had a share of the regional opium trade. Although all these men were competent pilots and committed opium smugglers, the South Vietnamese government had adopted an intolerant attitude toward the opium traffic that seriously hampered their operations. In 1955, South Vietnam's puritanical President Diem closed most of Saigon's opium dens and announced his determination to eradicate the drug traffic. Denied secure access to Saigon, the Corsican air smugglers had to devise an elaborate set of routes, transfers, and drop zones, which complicated their work and restricted the amount of narcotics they could ship. However, only 3 years later President Diem's chief advisor, Ngo Dinh Nhu, reopened the dens to finance his secret police and became a silent partner in a Corsican charter airline. Named Air Laos Commercial, the airline was managed by the most powerful member of Saigon's Corsican underworld, Bonaventure Roch Francisi. Tall and strikingly handsome, Francisi sported a thin, black mustache and a natural charm that won friends easily. Beginning in 1958, Air Laos Commercial made daily flights from its headquarters at Vientiane's Hue Airport, picking up 300 to 600 kilos of raw opium from secondary, Laotian airports and delivering the cargo to drop points in South Vietnam, Cambodia, and the Gulf of Siam. While these opium deliveries were destined for Southeast Asian consumers, he also supplied Corsican heroin manufacturers in Marseille. Although a relative latecomer to the field, Bonaventure Francisi's airline had important advantages that other Corsican airlines lacked. His rivals had to take elaborate precautions before venturing into South Vietnam, but, thanks to his relationship with Nhu, Francisi's aircraft shuttled back and forth to convenient drop zones just north of Saigon. With easy access to Saigon's market restored, opium production in northern Laos, which had declined in the years 1954 to 1958, quickly revived. During the opium season, Corsican charter companies made regular flights from Phongsavan or Vientiane to isolated provincial capitals and market towns scattered across northern Laos, places such as Sam Ngoa, Phong Saly, Muang Sing, Nam Tha, Sayaburi, and Ban Hao Ai Sai. Each of these towns served as a center for local opium trade managed by resident Chinese shopkeepers. Every spring these Chinese merchants loaded their horses or mules with salt, thread, iron bars, silver coins, and assorted odds and ends and rode into the surrounding hills to barter with hundreds of hill tribe opium farmers for their tiny bundles of raw opium. Toward the end of every harvest season, Corsican aircraft would land near these towns, purchase the opium, and fly it back to Phongsavan or Vientiane, where it was stored until a buyer in Saigon, Singapore, or Indonesia placed an order. Francisi also prospered, and by 1962 he had a fleet of 3 new twin-engine Beechcrafts making hundreds of deliveries a month. With his debonair manner he became something of a local celebrity. He gave interviews to the Vientiane press corps, speaking proudly of his airdrops to surrounded troops or his services for famous diplomats. When asked about the opium business, he responded, "I only rent the planes, I don't know what missions they're used for." But unfortunately for Francisci's public relations, one of his pilots was arrested in 1962 and Air Laos Commercial's opium smuggling was given international publicity. The abortive mission was piloted by René Njabal, the retired Air Force officer who had founded Babal Air Force. In October 1962 Njabal and his mechanic took off from Vientiane's Hue Airport and flew south to Savannakhe where they picked up 29 watertight tin crates, each packed with 20 kilos of raw opium and wrapped in a buoyant life belt. Njabal flew south over Cambodia and dropped the 600 kilos to a small fishing boat waiting at a pre-arranged point in mid-ocean. On the return flight to Vientiane, Njabal fell asleep at the controls of his plane, drifted over Thailand, and was forced to land at a Thai Air Force base by two Thai T-28 fighters. When his military charter orders from the Lao government failed to convince Thai authorities he was not a spy, Njabal confessed that he had been on an opium run to the Gulf of Siam. Relieved that it was nothing more serious, his captors allowed him to return to Vientiane after serving a nominal 6-week jail sentence. While Njabal was being browbeaten by the Thai, the opium boat moved undisturbed across the Gulf of Siam and delivered its cargo to smugglers waiting on the east coast of the Malayan Peninsula. Although Njabal had earned a paltry $15 an hour for his trouble, Francisci may have grossed up to $20,000 for his role in this nautical adventure. While this unfortunate incident cost Francisci most of his legitimate business, it in no way hampered his opium smuggling. Even though Njabal's downfall was the subject of a feature article in Life magazine, Francisci continued to operate with the same brash self-confidence. And with good reason. For not only was he protected by South Vietnam's most powerful politician, Ngo Dinh Nhu, he was allied with the all-powerful Guarani Syndicate of Marseille. During the period these Corsican airlines operated in Laos, the Guarani brothers were the unchallenged masters of the French underworld, and lords of a criminal empire that stretched across the globe. All of Francisci's competitors suffered mysterious accidents and sudden arrests, but he operated with absolute impunity. These political connections gave him a decisive advantage over his competitors, and he became Indochina's premier opium smuggler. Like the Guarani brothers in Marseille, Francisci despised competition and used everything from plasticky explosives to the South Vietnamese police to systematically eliminate all his rivals. Francisci's first victim was none other than the catnapping René Njabal. On November 19, 1959, Vietnamese police raided a remote dirt runway near Ban My Thuot in the Central Highlands shortly after a twin-engine Beechcraft belonging to René Njabal landed carrying 293 kilos of Laotian opium. After arresting the pilot and 3 henchmen waiting at the airstrip, the Vietnamese impounded the aircraft. With the loss of his plane, Njabal had no alternative. Within several months he was flying for the man who in all probability was the architect of his downfall, Bonaventure Roch Francisci. The Vietnamese took no legal action against Njabal and released the pilot, Desclercq, after a relatively short jail term. Desclercq returned to France and, according to a late 1971 report, is working with Corsican syndicates to ship bulk quantities of heroin to the United States. After Njabal's airline collapsed, Francisci's most important competitor for the lucrative South Vietnamese market was Gerard Lebensky, one of air opium's earliest pioneers, whom many considered the best bush pilot in Laos. Francisci bitterly resented his competition, and once tried to eliminate Lebensky by blowing up his Cessna 195 with plasticky as it sat on the runway at Phong Savan. When that failed, Francisci used his contacts with the South Vietnamese government to have his rival's entire 7-man syndicate arrested. On August 25, 1960, shortly after he landed near the town of Chien Loc, 45 miles north of Saigon with 220 kilos of raw opium, Vietnamese police descended on Lebensky's entire syndicate, arrested him and impounded his aircraft. Lebensky and his chief Saigon salesman, François Mittard, were given 5-year jail sentences, the others 3 years apiece. After languishing in a Vietnamese prison for more than 2 years, Lubensky and Mittard were so embittered at Francisci's betrayal that they broke the Corsican rule of silence and told U.S. narcotics investigators everything they knew about his syndicate, claiming that their arrests had been engineered by Francisci to force them out of business. But Francisci was too well protected to be compromised by informers, and Air Laos Commercial continued flying until 1965, when political upheavals in Laos forced all the Corsican airlines out of business. As for Mittard and Lubensky, they were released from prison in 1964 and left Saigon almost immediately for Laos. While in Jabal and Lubensky concentrated on local markets, Paul Louis Leves' Bangkok-based syndicate competed directly with Francisci for the European market. His Corsican rivals always considered Leves the most shrewd of all the persons smuggling opium out of Laos, but he, too, was forced out of business by police action. On July 18, 1963, Leves received a telegram from Saigon that read, "Everything okay? Try to have friend meet me in Saigon the 19th a.m. in room 33 Continental Hotel. Signed Poncho." The wire was a pre-arranged signal. Leves and his assistant, Michel Libert, packed 18 kilos of Burmese opium into a brown suitcase, put it in the trunk of Leves' blue Citroën sedan, and drove out to Bangkok's Don Mueang airport. Just as they were making the transfer to a courier who was ticketed on a regular commercial flight to Saigon, Thai police closed in. The unfortunate Libert was given 5 years in prison, but Leves was released for lack of evidence and deported. Leves disappeared without a trace, while Libert, after serving his full jail term, left for Laos, where he resumed an active role in Indochina's Corsican underworld. While Francisci is the only one of these Corsican racketeers believed to have been allied with Ngo Dinh Nhu, all of the charter airlines had to reach an accommodation with the Laotian government. All airports in Laos are classified as military terminals, and permission to take off and land requires an order from the Royal Laotian Army. Opium runs were usually classified as requisition military charters and as such were approved by the Laotian High Command. One-time correspondent who examined Air Laos Commercial's logbooks in November 1962 noted that a high percentage of its flights were listed as requisition militaire. Despite the destructive infighting of the various Corsican airlines, they proved to be reliable opium suppliers, and the Laos-Saigon opium commerce flourished. Guaranteed reliable access to international markets, Laos's opium production climbed steadily during the 10-year period that the Corsicans controlled its opium economy. In 1953, Laos's annual harvest was estimated at 50 tons of raw opium, but in 1968 it had expanded to 100 to 150 tons. Moreover, these syndicates, most notably Francisci's and Leves', made regular morphine-based shipments from Southeast Asia to heroin laboratories in Italy, Germany, and Marseille. Although Southeast Asian morphine still accounted for a relatively small proportion of European heroin production in the late 1950s and early 1960s, these shipments established the first links of what was to be a veritable pipeline between the Golden Triangle's poppy fields and Marseille's heroin laboratories, links that would take on added importance as Turkey's opium production ebbed toward abolition in the late 1960s. Although they were forced out of business in 1965 when Laotian Gen. Juan Radicone decided to monopolize the trade, these syndicates later served as the link between Laotian heroin laboratories and, according to Gen. Juan Radicone, the man who issued the requisition militaire and controlled much of the opium traffic was Gen. Phumi Nozavan, CIA protégé and political leader of the Laotian right wing. Phumi Nozavan was just another ambitious young colonel in 1958 when an unexpected electoral victory by the leftist Pathet Lao movement brought a neutralist government to power and panicked the U.S. mission. Horrified at the thought that Laos might eventually go left, the U.S. mission decided that special measures were called for. Almost immediately the CIA financed the formation of a right-wing coalition, and several weeks later the State Department plunged the neutralist government into a fiscal crisis by cutting off all aid. Little more than 3 months after the elections, Prime Minister Savannah Fawerna and his neutralist government resigned. When a right-wing government took office, the new prime minister, Phoi Sananikon, declared, "We are anti-communists." Col. Phumi Nozavan was one of the bright young men the CIA picked to organize the right wing. Backed by the CIA, Fawarnai became a cabinet minister in February 1959 and a general several months later. With his personal CIA agent always by his side, General Phumi went on to plot coups, rig elections, and help the CIA build up its secret army. In short, he became the major pawn in the CIA's determined effort to keep Laos's government militantly anti-communist. However, in 1961 the Kennedy administration opted for a neutralist coalition rather than risk an armed confrontation with the Soviet Union over Laos, and General Phumi was ordered to merge his right-wing government into a tripartite coalition. When General Phumi refused despite personal appeals from President Kennedy and the Assistant Secretary of State, the State Department had his personal CIA agent transferred out of the country and in February 1962 cut off the $3 million a month aid it had been supplying his government. Desperate for funds but determined not to resign, Phumi turned to the opium traffic as an alternate source of funds for his army and government. Although he had controlled the traffic for several years and collected a payoff from both Corsican and Chinese smugglers, he was not actively involved, and his percentage represented only a small share of the total profits. Furthermore, Laotian opium merchants were still preoccupied with marketing locally grown opium, and very little Burmese opium was entering international markets through Laos. The obvious solution to General Phumi's fiscal crisis was for his government to become directly involved in the import and export of Burmese opium. This decision ultimately led to the growth of Northwest Laos as one of the largest heroin-producing centers in the world. Adhering to his nation's feudal traditions, General Phumi delegated responsibility for the task to Gen. Wan Radikon, commander of Military Region I and warlord of northwestern Laos. General Wan recalls that he was appointed chairman of the semi-official Laotian Opium Administration in early 1962 and charged with the responsibility of arranging Burmese opium imports. Working through a commander in the secret army in Ban Hao Ai, he contacted a Shan rebel leader employed by the agency in the Golden Triangle region who arranged the first deliveries of Burmese opium several months later. General Wan is proud of this historic achievement, for these were the first major opium caravans to cross the Mekong River into Laos. When asked whether he exported the Burmese opium by dropping it in the central highlands of South Vietnam, General Wan responded, "No, that is stupid and done only by small merchants and not great merchants. We rented Dakota C-47s from the civil aviation companies and then dropped the opium into the Gulf of Siam. The opium was wrapped in 4 or 5 layers of plastic and then attached to floats. It was dropped to small fishing boats, taken to fishing ports in South Vietnam, and then it disappeared. We are not stupid, we are serious merchants." General Wan says these early shipments were quite profitable, and claims that they provided General Fawarnai with an average income of about $35,000 a month during 1962. But despite General Wan's best efforts, a series of military and financial reverses soon forced General Fawarnai to merge his right-wing government into the tripartite coalition. Phumi's government had simply ordered the National Bank to print more money when American aid was cut off in February. The foreign exchange backing for Laotian currency declined by 30% in 6 months and consumer prices in Vientiane jumped by 20%. General Phumi had gone on a whirlwind tour of Asia's anti-communist nations to appeal for aid, but only South Korea was willing to help. When his rightist troops suffered a disastrous defeat at Nam Tha, northwestern Laos, in May 1962, General Fawarnai acknowledged his failure and in June merged his government into a neutralist coalition headed by Prime Minister Suvarna Phawarna. But the price of General Fawarnai's compliance came high. Although he yielded some of his political power, he demanded compensatory economic concessions from the neutralist government. Bartering away several powerful ministries, Fawarnai retained control over the finance ministry and won the right to monopolize much of Vientiane's thriving consumer economy. With the prime minister's tacit consent, he established a variety of lucrative monopolies over the capital's vice trades and legitimate commercial activities. One of his enterprises was an offensive but profitable gambling casino in downtown Vientiane that one journalist described as an ugly, five-story building that stank like an Indonesian urinal. When he announced plans to erect similar monstrosities in every major Laotian city, the king categorically refused to allow one in Luang Prabang, the royal capital, and local authorities in Phuket raised equally vehement objections. But Phou Nai was not daunted by these minor reverses in the establishment of his financial empire. Gold trafficking was even more lucrative than gambling, and the Ministry of Finance granted General Phou Nai's Bank of Laos a monopoly on the import of gold, which netted him from $300,000 to $500,000 a year. The opium trade, however, was the most profitable of all ventures. General Phu My opened a seedy, ramshackle opium den in Vientiane that could accommodate 150 smokers. To ward off any possible criticism from his Free World allies, Phou Nai had a sign hung over the entrance to his Palace of Dreams detoxification clinic. When a French journalist asked Prime Minister Savannah Phou why this eyesore was allowed to remain open, he replied, "Feudalism is still with us." Although Phu My had abandoned his plans for fiscal independence from the United States, Gen. Juan Radicon continued to manage the Laotian Opium Administration with considerable success. Larger Shan caravans were entering northwestern Laos every year, and from 1962 to 1964 profits on exports to South Vietnam tripled. According to the Laotian Opium Administration's ledger, which General Juan now stores in an upstairs closet of his Vientiane villa, November 1963 was a typical month. 1,146 kilos of raw opium were shipped to South Vietnam, netting $97,410. But Phou Nai's parsimonious management of his monopolies produced serious tensions in the right-wing camp, and were a major cause of the April 19, 1964, coup that toppled him from power. Not only did he monopolize the most lucrative portions of Vientiane's economy, but he refused to share his profits with the other right-wing generals. The commander of the Vientiane military region, Gen. Cao Prasath Abe, considered the capital his rightful economic preserve, and was bitterly resentful toward Phou Nai. Gen. Juan Radicon harbored somewhat similar feelings. More than 7 years after the coup, the genial, rotund General Juan still knits his brow in anger when he recalls that Phou Nai paid him a monthly salary of $200 to manage an opium administration making more than $1 million a year. Moreover, Phou Nai's understanding with Prime Minister Savannah Phou Nai had softened his hostility toward the neutralist government, and this cost him a great deal of political influence among the extreme right wing, which included both Cao Prasath and Juan. Although the ostensible motivation for the right-wing coup of April 19, 1964, was to eliminate the neutralist army and make the prime minister more responsive to the right wing, the generals seem to have devoted most of their energy to breaking up Phou Nai's financial empire. The coup began at 4 a.m. as General Cao Prasath's troops seized the city, captured most of the neutralist army officers, and placed the prime minister under house arrest. There was no resistance and virtually no bloodshed. While the threat of a U.S. aid cut-off convinced Cao Prasath and Juan to release the prime minister from house arrest, nothing could deter them from stripping Phou Nai of his power. On May 2 General Phou Nai resigned his portfolio as Minister of Defense. That same day, the Ministry of Finance cancelled the import license for Sigimex Company, one of Phou Nai's businesses, which had enjoyed a monopoly on the import of all alcoholic beverages. The Revolutionary Committee closed his gambling casino, and the Ministry of Finance broke the Bank of Laos's monopoly on gold imports. But in the best comic opera tradition, General Phu My tried to recoup his lost empire by launching a counter-coup on February 2, 1965. After 4 separate groups of soldiers wearing 3 different color-coded scarves charged about Vientiane firing off heavy artillery and machine guns for 4 or 5 days, Phou Nai finally gave up and fled to Thailand. The situation was so confusing that General Juan and General Cowpraiseth held a press conference on February 8 to proclaim their victory and to explain that there had most definitely been a coup. As the victors, Cowpraiseth and Juan divided up what remained of General Fourni's financial empire. While Cowpraiseth inherited most of the fallen general's real estate holdings, brothels, and opium dens in the Vientiane region, General Juan assumed full control over the opium trade in northwestern Laos. Juan's accession to Fourni's former position in the drug trade brought an end to the activities of the Corsican Air Opium Charter Airlines. Unwilling to tolerate any competition, General Juan refused to issue them requisitions militaires, thereby denying them access to Laotian airports. This made it impossible for the Corsican Airlines to continue operating and forced them out of the opium transport business. However, General Juan had seriously overestimated his air logistic capabilities, and the move produced a major crisis for Laos's opium trade. As it turned out, Juan probably could not have picked a worse time to force the Corsicans out of business. Laotian military air power was at a premium in 1964 and 1965, bombing operations along the Ho Chi Minh Trail were just getting underway. Lao T-28 fighters were being used in clandestine reprisal raids against North Vietnam, and renewed fighting on the plain of Jars required lavish air support. The commander of the Laotian Air Force was determined to give these military operations top priority, and refused to allocate air transports for General Juan's opium runs to Ban Hao Ai Sai. In the Mio highlands of northeastern Laos the situation was even more critical. Capture of the plain of Jars by Pathet Lao rebels in 1964 restricted government aircraft to temporary dirt landing strips on the surrounding mountain ridges. Heavy C-47 transports were almost useless for this kind of flying, and the Laotian Air Force had almost no light observation planes. Wartime conditions had increased Mio dependence on poppy cultivation, and the lack of air transport created serious economic problems for hill tribe opium farmers. Since the CIA was using the Mio population to combat Pathet Lao forces in the mountains of northeastern Laos, the prosperity and well-being of this tribe was of paramount importance to the agency's success. By 1965 the CIA had created a Mio army of 30,000 men that guarded radar installations vital to bombing North Vietnam, rescued downed American pilots, and battled Pathet Lao guerrillas. Without air transport for their opium, the Mio faced economic ruin. There was simply no form of air transport available in northern Laos except the CIA's charter airline, Air America, and according to several sources, Air America began flying opium from mountain villages north and east of the plain of Jars to Gen. Vang Pao's headquarters at Longsheng. Air America was known to be flying Mio opium as late as 1971. Mio village leaders in the area west of the plain of Jars, for example, claim that their 1970 and 1971 opium harvests were bought up by Vang Pao's officers and flown to Longsheng on Air America ALH helicopters. This opium was probably destined for heroin laboratories in Longsheng or Vientiane, and ultimately, for GI addicts in Vietnam. The U.S. Embassy in Vientiane adopted an attitude of benign neglect toward the opium traffic. When one American journalist wrote the embassy complaining that Laotian officials were involved in the drug trade, U.S. Ambassador G. McMurtry Godley responded in a letter dated December 2, 1970. Regarding your information about opium traffic between Laos and the United States, the purchase of opium in Southeast Asia is certainly less difficult than in other parts of the world, but I believe the Royal Laotian government takes its responsibility seriously to prohibit international opium traffic. However, latest information available to me indicated that all of Southeast Asia produces only 5% of narcotics which are, unfortunately, illegally imported to Great Britain and the US. As you undoubtedly are already aware, our government is making every effort to contain this traffic, and I believe the Narcotics Bureau in Washington, D.C. can give you additional information if you have some other inquiries. But the latest information available to Ambassador Godley should have indicated that most of the heroin being used by American GIs in Vietnam was coming from Laotian laboratories. The exact location of Laos's flourishing laboratories was common knowledge among even the most junior U.S. bureaucrats. To Americans living in cities and suburbs cursed with the heroin plague, it may seem controversial, even shocking, that any U.S. government agency would condone any facet of the international drug traffic. But when viewed from the perspective of historical precedent and the demands of mountain warfare in northern Laos, America's involvement and the U.S. Embassy's tolerant attitude seem almost inevitable. Rather than sending U.S. combat troops into Laos, 4 successive American presidents and their foreign policy advisors worked through the CIA to build the MIO into the only effective army in Laos. The fundamental reason for American complicity in the Laotian opium traffic lies in these policy decisions, and they can only be understood in the context of the secret war in Laos. Noting with alarm the renewed guerrilla activity in South Vietnam and Laos in the late 1950s, American intelligence analysts interpreted these reports as the first signs of communist plans for the subversion and conquest of Southeast Asia. And so CIA operations with MIO guerrillas in Laos began in 1959 as a part of a regional intelligence gathering program. General Edward G. Lansdale, who directed much of the Defense Department's strategic planning on Indochina during the early years of the Kennedy administration, recalls that these Hill Tribe operations were set up to monitor communist infiltration. The main thought was to have an early warning, tripwire sort of thing with these tribes in the mountains getting intelligence on North Vietnamese movements. This would be a part of a defensive strategy of saving the rice-producing lowlands of Thailand and Vietnam by scaling off the mountain infiltration routes from China and North Vietnam. In the minds of geopolitical strategists in the CIA's Special Operations Division, potential infiltration routes stretched from the Shan Hills of northeastern Burma, through the rugged Laotian mountains, and southward into the central highlands of South Vietnam. According to one retired CIA operative, Lt. Col. Lucien Conian, agency personnel were sent to Laos in 1959 to supervise 8 Green Beret teams then training MIO guerrillas on the plain of Jars. In 1960 and 1961 the CIA recruited elements of nationalist Chinese paramilitary units based in northern Thailand to patrol the China-Burma border area and sent Green Berets into South Vietnam's central highlands to organize Hill Tribe commando units for intelligence and sabotage patrols along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Finally, in 1962 one CIA operative based in northwestern Laos began sending trained Yao and Lahu tribesmen into the heart of China's Yunnan province to monitor road traffic and tap telephones. While the U.S. military sent 500,000 troops to fight a conventional war in South Vietnam, the mountain war has required only a handful of American personnel. I always felt, said General Lansdale, that a small group of Americans organizing the local population was the way to counter communist wars of national liberation. American paramilitary personnel in Laos have tended to serve long tours of duty, some of them for a decade or more, and have been given an enormous amount of personal power. If the conventional war in South Vietnam is best analyzed in terms of the impersonal bureaucracies that spewed out policies and programs, the secret war in Laos is most readily understood through the men who fought it. 3 men, perhaps more than any of the others, have left their personal imprint on the conduct of the secret war: Edgar Buell, Anthony Poe, and William Young. And each in his own way illustrates a different aspect of America's conscious and unconscious complicity in the Laotian opium traffic. William Young, perhaps one of the most effective agents ever, was born in the Burmese Shan states, where his grandfather had been a missionary to the Hill tribes. Arriving in Burma at the turn of the century, Grandfather Young opened a Baptist mission in Kengtung City and began preaching to the nearby Lahu Bil tribes. Although they understood little of his Christian message, a local oracle had once prophesied the coming of a white deity, and the Lahu decided that Reverend Young was God. His son, Harold, later inherited his divinity and used it to organize Lahu intelligence gathering forays into southern China for the CIA during the 1950s. When William was looking for a job in 1958, his father recommended him to the CIA, and he was hired as a confidential interpreter-translator. A skilled linguist who spoke 5 of the local languages, he probably knew more about mountain minorities than any other American in Laos, and the CIA rightly regarded him as its tribal expert. Because of his sophisticated understanding of the Hill tribes, he viewed the opium problem from the perspective of a hill tribe farmer. Until a comprehensive crop substitution program was initiated, he felt nothing should be done to interfere with the opium traffic. In a September 1971 interview, Young explained his views. Every now and then one of the James Bond types would decide that the way to deal with the problem was to detonate or machine gun the factories. But I always talked them out of it. As long as there is opium in Burma, somebody will market it. This kind of thing would only hurt somebody and not really deal with the problem. If William Young was too sympathetic toward the hill tribes to interfere with the opium trade, Anthony Poe was indifferent to the problem. A Marine in the Pacific during World War XI, Poe joined the CIA's Special Operations Division sometime after the war and quickly earned a reputation as one of its crack clandestine warfare operatives in Asia. Just prior to his arrival in Southeast Asia, he played an important role in the CIA's Tibetan operations. When the CIA decided to back Tibet's religious ruler, the Dalai Lama, in his feud with Peking, Anthony Poe recruited Khamba tribesmen in northeastern India, escorted them to Camp 8 in Colorado for training, and accompanied them into Tibet on long-range sabotage missions. His first assignment in Indochina was with anti-Sihanouk mercenaries along the Cambodian border in South Vietnam, and in 1963 Poe was sent to Laos as chief advisor to Gen. Vang Pao. Several years later he was transferred to northwestern Laos to supervise secret army operations in the three-border area and work with Yao tribesmen. The Yao remember Mr. Tony as a drinker, an authoritarian commander who bribed and threatened to get his way, and a mercurial leader who offered his soldiers 500 kip for an ear and 5,000 kip for a severed head when accompanied by a Pathet Lao army cap. His attitude toward the opium traffic was erratic. According to a former Laos USAID official, Poe refused to allow opium on his aircraft and once threatened to throw a Lao soldier, with half a kilo of opium, out of an airborne plane. At the same time, he ignored the prospering heroin factories along the Mekong River, and never stopped any of Juan Raticone's officers from using U.S. supplied facilities to manage the drug traffic. The most curious of the CIA triumvirate is Edgar Pop Buell, originally a farmer from Steuben County, Indiana. Buell first came to Laos in 1960 as an agricultural volunteer for International Voluntary Services, a Bible Belt edition of the Peace Corps. He was assigned to the Plain of Jars, where the CIA was building up its secret Mio army, and became involved in the agency's activities. Largely through circumstance and his own God-given anti-communism. As CIA influence spread through the Mio villages ringing the Plain of Jars, Buell became a one-man supply corps, dispatching Air America planes to drop rice, meat, and other necessities the CIA had promised to deliver. Buell played the innocent country boy and claimed his work was humanitarian aid for Mio refugees. However, his operations were an integral part of the CIA program. As part of his effort to strengthen the Mio economy and increase the tribe's effectiveness as a military force, Buell utilized his agricultural skills to improve Mio techniques for planting and cultivating opium. "If you're gonna grow it good," Buell told the Mio, "but don't let anybody smoke the stuff." Opium production increased but, thanks to modern drugs that Buell supplied the Mio, local consumption for medicinal purposes declined. Thus, more opium than ever was available for the international markets. Since there were too few U.S. operatives to assume complete responsibility for daily operations in the hills of Laos, the CIA usually selected one leader from every hill tribe as its surrogate commander. The CIA's chosen ally recruited his fellow tribesmen as mercenaries, paid their salaries with CIA money, and led them in battle. Because the CIA only had as much influence with each tribe as its surrogate commander, it was in the agency's interest to make these men local despots by concentrating military and economic power in their hands. During the First Indochina War, French commandos had used the same technique to build up a force of 6,000 Mio guerrillas on the Plain of Jars under the command of Tu Bi Lithao. Recognizing the importance of opium in the Mio economy, the French flew Mio opium to Saigon on military transports and reinforced Tu Bi Lithao's authority by making him their exclusive opium broker. but when the CIA began organizing its MIO army in 1960, only 6 years after the French disbanded theirs, it found to be unsuitable for command. Always the consummate politician, Toubi had gotten the best of the bargain from the French and had never committed his troops to a head-on fight. As one MIO veteran fondly remembers, Toubi always told us to fire a few shots and run. The CIA wanted a real slugger who would take casualties, and in a young MIO officer named Vang Pao they found him. Toubi had once remarked of Vang Pao, "He is a pure military officer who doesn't understand that after the war there is a peace. And one must be strong to win the peace. For Vang Pao, peace is a distant, childhood memory." Vang Pao saw battle for the first time in 1945 at the age of 13, while working as an interpreter for French commandos who had parachuted onto the plain of Jars to organize anti-Japanese resistance. Although he became a lieutenant in the newly formed Laotian army, Vang Pao spent most of the First Indochina War on the plain of Jars with Toubi Lifao's MIO irregulars. In April 1954 he led 850 Hill Tribe commandos through the rugged mountains of Sam Ngoa province in a vain attempt to relieve the doomed French garrison at Dien Bien Phu. When the First Indochina War ended in 1954, Vang Pao returned to regular duty in the Laotian army. He advanced quickly to the rank of major and was appointed commander of the 10th Infantry Battalion, which was assigned to the mountains east of the plain of Jars. Vang Pao had a good enough record as a wartime commando leader. In his new command Vang Pao would first display the personal corruption that would later turn him into such a despotic warlord. In addition to his regular battalion, Vang Pao was also commander of MIO self-defense forces in the Plain of Jars region. Volunteers had been promised regular allotments of food and money, but Vang Pao pocketed these salaries, and most went unpaid for months at a time. When one MIO lieutenant demanded that the irregulars be given their back pay, Vang Pao shot him in the leg. That settled the matter for the moment, but several months later the rising chorus of complaints finally came to the attention of Provincial Army Commander Col. Cam Ho Busarath. In early 1959, Colonel Cam Ho called Vang Pao to his headquarters in Mengkuan, and ordered him to pay up. Several days later 30 of Vang Pao's soldiers hidden in the brush beside the road tried to assassinate Colonel Cam Ho as he was driving back from an inspection tour of the frontier areas and was approaching the village of Lat Haong. But it was twilight and most of the shots went wild. Cam Ho floored the accelerator and emerged from the gauntlet unscathed. As soon as he reached his headquarters, Colonel Cam Ho radioed a full report to Vientiane. The next morning Army Chief of Staff Juan Radicon arrived in Mengkuan. Weeping profusely, Vang Pao prostrated himself before Juan and begged for forgiveness. Perhaps touched by this display of emotion or else influenced by the wishes of U.S. Special Forces officers working with the MIO, General Juan decided not to punish Vang Pao. However, most of the Laotian High Command seemed to feel that his career was now finished. But Vang Pao was to be rescued from obscurity by unforeseen circumstances that made his services invaluable to the Laotian right wing and the CIA. About the same time that Vang Pao was setting up his abortive ambush, Gen. Phu Nosavan was beginning his rise to power. In the April 1959 National Assembly elections, Phu's candidates scored victory after victory, thus establishing him as Laos's first real strong man. However, the election was blatantly rigged, and aroused enormous resentment among politically aware elements of the population. The American involvement in election fixing was obvious, and there were even reports that CIA agents had financed some of the vote buying. Angered by these heavy-handed American moves, an unknown Army officer, Capt. Kong Le, and his paratroop battalion launched an unexpected and successful coup on August 8, 1960. After securing Vientiane and forcing Phaournai's supporters out of power, Kong Le turned the government over to the former neutralist Prime Minister, Souvanna Phouma, on August 16. Souvanna announced that he would end the simmering civil war by forming a neutralist government that would include representatives from left, right, and center. The plan was on the verge of success when General Phu suddenly broke off negotiations in early September and returned to his home in Savarmakhet, where he announced the formation of the Revolutionary Committee. Perhaps not altogether unexpectedly, dozens of unmarked Air America transports began landing at Savarmakhet loaded with arms, soldiers, and American advisors, and Laos was plunged into a three-way civil war. The CIA-backed right wing was in Savarmakhet, the neutralists were in Vientiane, and the leftist Pathet Lao was in the forests of Samnoa province. Everything in between was virtually autonomous, and all three factions competed for territory and influence in the undeclared provinces. While the right-wingers quickly consolidated their hold over the south, the neutralists initially gained the upper hand in Zien Cuan province, which included the plain of Jars. This success strengthened the neutralist position considerably, with three major roads meeting on the plain. Zien Cuan was the strategic key to northeastern Laos. The influential Mio leader Tubi Lifau was Minister of Justice for the neutralist government, and seemed to be working closely with Prime Minister Suvarna Phumma. The neutralist position in the northeast further improved when the newly appointed commander of Military Region 11, Col. Cam Ho, declared his loyalty to the neutralist government on September 28. General Phouarnai's camp was extremely worried about its lack of support in strategic MR11. After Col. Cam Ho rebuffed their overtures, Phouarnai's agents reportedly contacted Vang Pao in late September. They promised him financial support if he would lead a Mio coup against the neutralists, thus bringing Mr. It into the rightist orbit. According to Laotian army sources, Vang Pao radioed Savarmakhet on October 1 or 2, requesting money and arms from General Phouarnai. On October 5, an unmarked Air America transport from Savarmakhet dropped 30 rightist paratroopers and several hundred rifles to Vang Pao supporters on the plain of Jars. Later that day Vang Pao called a meeting of local Mio leaders at the village of Lat Haong. Surrounded by the paratroopers, Vang Pao told a crowd of about 300 to 400 Mio that he supported General Phouarnai and promised guns for all those who joined him in the fight against the neutralists. When word of the incipient Mio revolt reached Vientiane, Prime Minister Suvarna Phouarnai sent his Minister of Justice, Mio leader Tubi Lifau, up to the plain of Jars to negotiate with Vang Pao. Instead of dissuading Vang Pao, however, Tubi diplomatically bowed to superior force and joined him. Using his considerable talents as a negotiator, Tubi met with Col. Cam Ho and urged him not to interfere with the Mio revolt. Unwilling to engage in unnecessary slaughter and somewhat sympathetic to the right wing, Col. Cam Ho agreed not to fight, thus effectively conceding control of the plain of Jars to the right wing. Confused by the murky situation, Suvarna Phouarnai dispatched another emissary, General Mka, the Inspector General of the Neutralist Army, on October 7. But the moment General Mka stepped off the plane, Vang Pao arrested him at gunpoint and had him flown to Savarmakhet, aboard an unidentified transport, where he remained in prison for almost 3 years on General Phouarnai's orders. That same day Tubi was invited to Savarmakhet and left on a later flight. When Col. Cam Ho resigned from command shortly thereafter, General Phummi rewarded Vang Pao by appointing him commander of Zien Cuan province. In late November General Phouarnai's army began its drive for Vientiane, Laos's administrative capital. Advancing steadily up the Mekong River Valley, rightist forces reached the outskirts of the city on December 14 and evicted Capt. Kong Lee's paratroopers after 3 days of destructive street fighting. While Kong Lee's paratroopers beat a disciplined retreat up Route 13 toward the royal capital of Luang Prabang, General Phummi was a bit lax in pursuit, convinced that Kong Le would eventually be crushed by the rightist garrisons guarding the royal capital. About 100 miles north of Vientiane there is a fork in the road. Route 13 continues its zigzag course northward to Luang Prabang, while Route 7 branches off in an easterly direction toward the plain of Jars. Rather than advancing on Luang Prabang as expected, Kong Le entered the CIA-controlled plain of Jars on December 31, 1960. While his troops captured Muang Sui and attacked the airfield at Phong Savan, Pathet Lao guerrillas launched coordinated diversionary attacks along the plain's northeastern rim. Rightist defenses crumbled, and Phouarnai's troops threw away their guns and ran. As mortar fire came crashing in at the end of the runway, the last Air America C-47 took off from the plain of jars with Edgar Buell and a contingent of U.S. military advisors. Lt. Col. Vang Pao was one of the few commanders who did not panic at the Kong Le and Pathet Lao coordinated offensive. While Phou Nai's regular army troops ran for the Mekong, Vang Pao led several thousand Mio soldiers and refugees out of the plain on an orderly march to Padao, a 4,000-foot mountain, 12 miles due south. Vang Pao was appointed commander of Military Region 2 and established his headquarters at Padao. With General Phou Nai once more in control of Vientiane and a joint Pathet Lao neutralist force occupying the strategic plain of Jars, the center of CIA activity shifted from Savannah to Padao. In January 1961 the CIA began sending Green Berets, CIA-financed Thai police commandos, and a handful of its own agents into MR-11 to build up an effective Mio guerrilla army under Vang Pao. William Young was one of the CIA operatives sent to Padao in January, and because of his linguistic skills, he played a key role in the formation of the secret army. As he recollected 10 years later, the basic CIA strategy was to keep the Pathet Lao bottled up on the plain by recruiting all of the eligible young Mio in the surrounding mountains as commandos. To build up his army, Vang Pao's officers and the CIA operatives, including William Young, flew to scattered Mio villages in helicopters and light helicourier aircraft. Offering guns, rice, and money in exchange for recruits, they leapfrogged from village to village around the western and northern perimeter of the plain of Jars. Under their supervision, dozens of crude landing strips for Air America were hacked out of the mountain forests, thus linking these scattered villages with CIA headquarters at Padao. Within a few months Vang Pao's influence extended from Padao north to Phu Pha and east as far as Buam Long. However, one local Mio leader in the Long Pot region west of the plain of Jars says that the Mio recruiting officers who visited his village used threats as well as inducements to win a declaration of loyalty. Vang Pao sent us guns, he recalled. If we did not accept his guns he would call us Pathet Lao. We had no choice. Vang Pao's officers came to the village and warned that if we did not join him he would regard us as Pathet Lao and his soldiers would attack our village. Mio guerrilla operations on the plain itself had begun almost immediately. Mio sappers blew up bridges and supply dumps while snipers shot at neutralist and Pathet Lao soldiers. After 4 months of this kind of harassment, Capt. Kong Le decided to retaliate. In early May 1961, Pathet Lao and neutralist troops assaulted the northern flank of Padao Mountain and began shelling the CIA base camp. After enduring an intense enemy mortar barrage for over 2 weeks, the CIA decided to abandon the base, and Vang Pao led his troops to a new headquarters at Pha Khe Bao, 8 miles to the southwest. Following close behind came Edgar Buell, leading some 9,000 Mio civilians. While Vang Pao's hardy troops made the transfer without incident, hundreds of civilians, mainly children and elderly, died in a forced march through the jungle. The only official report we have on Mio operations was written by Gen. Edward G. Lansdale of the CIA in July 1961 for foreign policy officials in the Kennedy administration. In it he discusses the agency's clandestine warfare potential in Indochina. Command control of Mio operations is exercised by the Chief CIA Vientiane with the advice of Chief MAAG Lao's U.S. Army advisors, reported Lansdale. Although there were only 9 CIA operations officers and 9 Green Berets in the field, CIA control in the Mio operations has been reported as excellent. In addition, there were 99 Thai police commandos working with the Mio under CIA control. So far 9,000 Mio had been equipped for guerrilla operations, but Lansdale felt that at least 4,000 more of these splendid fighting men could be recruited. However, there was one major problem. As Mio villages are overrun by communist forces and as men leave food-raising duties to serve as guerrillas, a problem is growing over the care and feeding of non-combat Mios. CIA has given some rice and clothing to relieve this problem. Consideration needs to be given to organized relief, a mission of an ICA humanitarian foreign aid nature, to the handling of Mio refugees and their rehabilitation. To solve this critical problem, the CIA turned to Edgar Buell, who set out on a 58-day trek around the perimeter of the plane to arrange for delivery of refugee supplies. In July 1962, the United States and the Soviet Union signed the Geneva Agreements on Laos, and thus theoretically terminated their military operations in that chaotic kingdom. Although American Green Berets and military advisors were withdrawn by October as specified, the CIA devised a number of clever deceptions to continue its clandestine activities. All of the CIA operatives moved to adjacent areas of Thailand, but returned almost every day by helicopter or plane to direct guerrilla operations. Civilian personnel were recruited for clandestine work. In December 1962, for example, Buell trained Mio guerrillas in demolition techniques and directed the dynamiting of 6 bridges and 12 mountain passes along Route 7 near Ban Ban. The U.S. Embassy declared that Air America flights to Mio villages, which carried munitions as well as refugee supplies, were humanitarian aid and as such were exempted from the Geneva Agreements. After a relatively quiet year in 1962, the CIA went on the offensive throughout northern Laos in 1963-1964. In the northwest, William Young, assisted by IV's volunteer Joseph Phillips, led Yao commandos in an attack on Pathet Lao villages east of Ban Hao Ai Sai. One American who took part in the offensive recalls that Pathet Lao troops had been inactive since the Geneva Agreements were signed and feels that the CIA offensive shattered the ceasefire in the northwest. In the northeast, the CIA took the war to the enemy by expanding Mio commando operations into Samwa province, a Pathet Lao stronghold for nearly 15 years. Anthony Po became the new CIA man at Longshan, Vang Pao's headquarters since mid-1962, and organized the offensive into Samwa province. Rather than attacking towns and villages in the valleys where the Pathet Lao were well entrenched, the CIA concentrated on the mountain ridges populated by Mio tribesmen. Using Air America's fleet of helicopters and light aircraft, Anthony Po led hundreds of Mio guerrillas in a lightning advance that leaped from mountain to mountain into the heart of Samwa province. As soon as a village was captured and Pathet Lao cotters eliminated, the inhabitants were put to work building a crude landing strip, usually 500 to 800 feet long, to receive the airplanes that followed in the conqueror's wake carrying Edgar Buell's refugee supplies. These goods were distributed in an attempt to buy the hearts and minds of the Mio. Within a matter of months, a 50-mile-long strip of territory stretching from the northeastern rim of the plain of Jars to Phu Pha Thi Mountain, only 15 miles from the North Vietnamese border, had been added to Vang Pao's domain. Over 20 new aircraft landing strips dotted the conquered corridor, linking Mio villages with CIA headquarters at Longshan. Most of these Mio villages were perched on steep mountain ridges overlooking valleys and towns controlled by the Pathet Lao. The Air America landing strip at Hong Nan, for example, was only 12 miles from the limestone caverns near Samwa City, where the Pathet Lao later housed their national headquarters, a munitions factory, and a cotter training school. As might be expected, the fighting on the plain of Jars and the opening of these landing strips produced changes in northeastern Laos's opium traffic. For over 60 years the plain of Jars had been the hub of the opium trade in northeastern Laos. When Kong Le captured the plain in December 1960, the Corsican charter airlines abandoned Phongsavan Airport for Vientiane's Wat Airport. The old Corsican hangout at Phongsavan, the Snow Leopard Inn, was renamed Friendship Hotel. It became headquarters for a dozen Russian technicians sent to service the aging Ilyushin transports ferrying supplies from Hanoi for the Neutralists and Pathet Lao. No longer able to land on the plain of Jars, the Corsican Airlines began using Air America's mountain landing strips to pick up raw opium. As Vang Pao circled around the plain of Jars and advanced into Samwa province, leaving a trail of landing strips behind him, the Corsicans were right behind in their Beechcrafts and Cessnas, paying Mio farmers and Chinese traders a top price for raw opium. Since Kong Le did not interfere with commercial activity on the plain, the Chinese caravans were still able to make their annual journey into areas controlled by Vang Pao. Now, instead of delivering their opium to trading centers on the plain, most traders brought it to Air America landing strips serviced by the Corsican charter airlines. Chinese caravans continued to use the plain of jars as a base until mid-1964, when the Pathet Lao drove Kong Le off the plain and forced them into retirement. When the Laotian government in the person of Juan Radicón jealously forced the Corsicans out of business in 1965, a serious economic crisis loomed in the Mio highlands. The war had in no way reduced Mio dependence on opium as a cash crop, and may have actually increased production. Although thousands of Mio men recruited for commando operations were forced to leave home for months at a time, the impact of this loss of manpower on opium production was minimal. Opium farming is women's work. While men clear the fields by slashing and burning the forest, the tedious work of weeding and harvesting is traditionally the responsibility of wives and daughters. Since most poppy fields last up to 5 or 10 years, periodic absences of the men had little impact on poppy production. Furthermore, the CIA's regular rice drops removed any incentive to grow rice, and freed their considerable energies for full-time poppy cultivation. To make defense of the civilian population easier, many smaller refugee villages had been evacuated, and their populations concentrated in large refugee centers. Good agricultural land was at a premium in these areas, and most of the farmers devoted their labors to opium production simply because it required much less land than rice or other food crops. Mio villages on the southern and western edges of the plain were little affected by the transportation problem caused by the end of the Corsican flights. Following the demise of the Chinese merchant caravans in mid-1964, Vang Pao's commandos dispatched Mio military caravans from Longshan into these areas to buy up the opium harvest. Since there were daily flights from both Samthong and Longshan to Vientiane, it was relatively easy to get the opium to market. However, the distances and security problems involved in sending caravans into the northern perimeter of the plain and in the Sam Ngoa area were insuperable, and air transport became an absolute necessity. With the Corsicans gone, Air America was the only form of air transport available. And according to Gen. Juan Radicón, then Commander-in-Chief of the Laotian Army, and Gen. Thao Ma, then Laotian Air Force Commander, Air America began flying Mio opium to markets in Longshan and Vientiane. Air logistics for the opium trade were further improved in 1967 when the CIA and USAID gave Vang Pao financial assistance in forming his own private airline, Xiankuan Air Transport. The company's president, Mr. Lo Cam Thai, says the airline was formed in late 1967 when two C-47s were acquired from Air America and Continental Air Services. The company's schedule is limited to shuttle flights between Longshan and Vientiane that carry relief supplies and an occasional handful of passengers. Financial control is shared by Vang Pao, his brother, his cousin, and his father-in-law. According to one former USAID employee, USAID supported the project because officials hoped it would make Longshan the commercial center of the Northeast and thereby reinforce Vang Pao's political position. The USAID officials involved apparently realized that any commercial activity at Longshan would involve opium, but decided to support the project anyway. Reliable Mio sources report that Xiankuan Air Transport is the airline used to carry opium and heroin between Longshan and Vientiane. Despite repeated dry season offensives by the Pathet Lao, the CIA's military position in the northeast remained strong, and Vang Pao's army consolidated and expanded upon gains it had made during the early years of the war. However, in January 1968 Pathet Lao and North Vietnamese forces mounted a general offensive that swept Vang Pao's mercenaries out of Sam Ngoa province. The key to the Pathet Lao victory was the capture of the CIA's Eagle Nest Bastion, Phu Pha Thi, on March 11. The U.S. Air Force had built a radar guidance center on top of this 5,680-foot mountain in 1966 to provide more accurate guidance for all-weather bombing operations over North Vietnam. Only 17 miles from the North Vietnamese border, Pha Thi had become the eyes and ears of the U.S. bombing campaign over Hanoi and the Red River Delta. Vang Pao attempted to recapture the strategic base late in 1968, but after suffering heavy losses he abandoned it to the North Vietnamese and Pathet Lao in January 1969. The loss of Samwa in 1968 signaled the first of the massive Mio migrations that eventually made much of northeastern Laos a depopulated free fire zone and drastically reduced hill tribe opium production. Before the CIA initiated Mio guerrilla operations in 1960, MR-11 had a hill tribe population of about 250,000, most of them Mio opium farmers evenly scattered across the rugged highlands between the Vientiane Plain and the North Vietnamese border. The steady expansion of Vang Pau's influence from 1961 to 1967 caused some local concentration of population as small Mio villages clustered together for self-defense. However, Mio farmers were still within walking distance of their poppy fields, and opium production continued undiminished. Population to the Pathet Lao by evacuating all the Mio tribesmen under his control. By 1967 U.S. Air Force bombing in northeastern Laos was already heavy, and Mio tribesmen were willing to leave their villages rather than face the daily horror of life under the bombs. Recalling Mao Zedong's axiom on guerrilla warfare, Edgar Buell declared, "If the people are the sea, then let's hurry the tide south." Air America evacuated over 9,000 people from Samwa in less than 2 weeks. They were flown to Buell's headquarters at Samthong, 5 miles north of Longshan, housed temporarily, and then flown to refugee villages in an adjacent area west of the plain of Jars. During the next 3 years, repeated Pathet Lao winter-spring offensives continued to drive Vang Pau's Mio army further and further back, forcing tens of thousands of Mio villagers to become refugees. As the Pathet Lao's 1970 offensive gained momentum, the Mio living north and west of the plain fled south, and eventually more than 100,000 were relocated in a crescent-shaped 40-mile-wide strip of territory between Longshan and the Vientiane Plain. When the Pathet Lao and the North Vietnamese attacked Longshan during the 1971 dry season, the CIA was forced to evacuate some 50,000 mercenary dependents from Longshan Valley into the overcrowded Ban Son resettlement area south of Longshan. By mid-1971 USAID estimated that almost 150,000 Hill Tribe refugees, of which 60% were Mio, had been resettled in the Ban Son area. After 3 years of constant retreat, Vang Pau's Mio followers are at the end of the line. Once a prosperous people living in small villages surrounded by miles of fertile, uninhabited mountains, now almost a third of all the Mio in Laos, over 90,000 of them, are now packed into a 40-mile-long dead end perched above the sweltering Vientiane Plain. The Mio are used to living on mountain ridges more than 3,000 feet in elevation where the temperate climate is conducive to poppy cultivation, the air is free of malarial mosquitoes, and the water is pure. In the refugee villages, most of which are only 2,500 feet in elevation, many Mio have been stricken with malaria, and lacking normal immunities, have become seriously ill. The low elevation and crowded conditions make opium cultivation almost impossible, and the Mio are totally dependent on Air America's rice drops. If the North Vietnamese and Pathet Lao capture Longshan and advance on Vientiane, the Mio will probably be forced down onto the Vientiane Plain, where their extreme vulnerability to tropical disease might result in a major medical disaster. The Ban Son resettlement area serves as a buffer zone, blocking any Pathet Lao and North Vietnamese enemy advance on Vientiane. If they choose to move on Vientiane, they will have no choice but to fight their way through the resettlement area. Mio leaders are well aware of this, and have pleaded with USAID to either begin resettling the Mio on the Vientiane Plain on a gradual, controlled basis or shift the resettlement area to the east or west, out of the probable line of an enemy advance. Knowing that the Mio fight better when their families are threatened, USAID has refused to accept either alternative and seems intent on keeping them in the present area for a final, bloody stand against the North Vietnamese and Pathet Lao. Most of the Mio have no desire to continue fighting for Gen. Vang Pao. They bitterly resent his more flamboyant exex's person ally executing his own soldiers, massive grafting from the military payroll, and his willingness to take excessive casualties and regard him as a corrupt warlord who has grown rich on their suffering. But since USAID decides where the rice is dropped, the Mio have no choice but to stand and fight. Mio losses have already been enormous. The sudden, Mass migrations forced by enemy offensives have frequently exceeded Air America's logistic capacity. Instead of being flown out, many MEO have had to endure long forced marches, which produce 10% fatalities under the best of conditions and 30% or more if the fleeing refugees become lost in the mountain forests. Most of the mercenary dependents have moved at least 5 times, and some villages originally from Samwa province have moved 15 or 16 times since 1968. Vang Pao's military casualties have been just as serious, with only 30,000 to 40,000 men under arms. His army suffered 3,272 men killed and 5,426 wounded from 1967 to 1971. MEO casualties have been so heavy that Vang Pao was forced to turn to other tribes for recruits, and by April 1971 Lao Thung, the second largest hill tribe in northern Laos, comprised 40% of his troops. Many of the remaining MEO recruits are boy soldiers. In 1968 Edgar Buell told a New Yorker correspondent that, "A short time ago we rounded up 300 fresh recruits. 30% were 14 years old or less, and 10 of them were only 10 years old. Another 30% were 15 or 16. The remaining 40% were 45 or over. Where were the ones in between? I'll tell you, they were all dead." Despite the drop in MEO opium production after 1968, General Vang Pao was able to continue his role in Laos's narcotics trade by opening a heroin laboratory at Longshan. According to reliable Laotian sources, his laboratory began operations in 1970. When a foreign Chinese master chemist arrived at Longshan to supervise production. It has been so profitable that in mid-1971 Chinese merchants in Vientiane reported that Vang Pao's agents were buying opium in Vientiane and flying it to Longshan for processing. Although American officials in Laos vigorously deny that either Vang Pao or Air America are in any way involved, overwhelming evidence to the contrary challenges these pious assertions. Perhaps the best way of understanding the importance of their role is to examine the dynamics of the opium trade in a single opium-growing district. Longpot District, 30 miles northwest of Longshan, was one of the last remaining areas in northeastern Laos where the recent history of the opium traffic could be investigated. Located 40 miles due west of the plain of Jars, it was close enough to Longshan to be a part of Gen. Vang Pao's domain, but far enough away from the heavy fighting to have survived and tell its story. Viewed from Highway 13, which forms its western boundary, Longpot District seems a rugged, distant world. Phu Pha Cha Mountain, casting its shadow over the entire district, juts more than 6,200 feet into the clouds that perennially hover about its peak during the misty rainy season from May to October. Steep ridges radiate outward from Phu Pha Cha, and lesser peaks, 4,000 and 5,000 feet high, form hollows and valleys that gouge the district's 100 square miles of territory. The landscape was once verdant with virgin hardwood forests, but generations of slash-and-burn agriculture by hill tribe residents have left many of the ridges and valleys covered with tough, chest-high savanna grass. The district's 12 villages, 7 MEO and 5 Lao Thung, cling to ridges and mountain crests, where they command a watchful view of the surrounding countryside. The political center of the district is the village of Longpot, a MEO community of 47 wooden, dirt-floored houses and some 300 residents. It is not its size, but its longevity which makes Longpot village important. Founded in the latter half of the 19th century, it is one of the oldest MEO villages in northeastern Laos. Its leaders have a tradition of political power, and the highest-ranking local official, District Officer Ger Suyang, resides in Longpot village. While most MEO are forced to abandon their villages every 10 or 20 years in search of new opium fields, Longpot village is surrounded by a surplus of fertile, limestone-laden slopes that have allowed its inhabitants to remain in continuous residence for 3 generations. Moreover, Longpot village's high altitude is ideal for poppy cultivation. The village itself is 4,200 feet high and is surrounded by ridges ranging up to 5,400 feet. The Yunnan variety of the opium poppy found in Southeast Asia requires a temperate climate. It can survive at 3,000 feet, but thrives as the altitude climbs upward to 5,000 feet. Despite all the damage done by over 10 years of constant warfare, opium production in Longpot village had not declined. In an August 1971 interview, the district officer of Longpot, Ger Su Yang, said that most of the households in the village had been producing about 15 kilos of opium apiece before the fighting began, and had maintained this level of production for the last 10 years. However, rice production had declined drastically. During a time of war, when the Mio of Longpot might have been expected to concentrate their dwindling labor resources on essential food production, they had chosen instead to continue cash crop opium farming. Guaranteed an adequate food supply by Air America's regular rice drops, the villagers were free to devote all their energies to opium production. And since Vang Pao's officers have paid them a high price for their opium and assured them a reliable market, the farmers of Longpot village have consistently tried to produce as much opium as possible. In the past, rice has always been the Mio's most important subsistence crop and opium their traditional cash crop. However, opium and rice have conflicting crop cycles and prosper in different kinds of fields. Because the average Mio village has a limited amount of manpower, it is only capable of clearing a few new fields every year, and therefore must opt for either opium or rice. When the opium price is high, Mio farmers concentrate their efforts on the opium crop and use their cash profits to buy rice, but if the price drops, they gradually reduce poppy cultivation and increase subsistence rice production. With rice from Air America and good opium prices from Vang Pao's officers, the farmers of Longpot had chosen to emphasize opium production. Every spring, as the time for cutting new fields approaches, each household sends out a scouting party to scour the countryside for suitable field locations. Since Longpot Mio want to plant opium, they look for highly alkaline soil near the ridgeline or in mountain hollows where the opium poppies prosper, rather than mid-slope fields more suitable for rice. The sweeter taste of limestone soil can actually be recognized by a discriminating palate, and as they hike around the nearby Mio farmers begin clearing their new fields in March or April. Using iron bit axes, the men begin chopping away at timber stands covering the chosen site. Rather than cutting through the thick roots or immense trunks of the larger trees, the Mio scale the first 20 feet of the trunk, balance themselves on a slender notched pole, and cut away only the top of the tree. A skilled woodsman can often fell 3 or 4 smaller trees with a single blow if he topples a large tree so that it knocks down the others as it crashes to the ground. The trees are left on the ground to dry until April or early May, when the Mio are ready for one of the most awesome spectacles in the mountains, burn off. When the timber has become tinderbox dry, the villagers of Longpot form fire brigades and gather near the fields on the chosen day. While the younger men of the village race down the slope igniting the timber as they come, others circle the perimeter, lighting stacked timber and brush on the edge of the field. The burn-off not only serves the purpose of removing fallen timber from the field, but it also leaves a valuable layer of ash, which contains phosphate, calcium, and potassium, scattered evenly across the field. Even though the fields are ready for planting as soon as the burn-off is completed, the poppy's annual cycle dictates that its planting be delayed until September. If the land is left unplanted, however, it loses valuable minerals through erosion and becomes covered with a thick crop of weeds. Here it might seem logical to plant dry upland rice, but since rice is not harvested until November, 2 months after the poppies should have been planted, the Mio instead plant a hardy variety of mountain corn that is harvested in August and early September. The corn keeps the ground clear of weeds during the summer, and provides fodder for the menagerie of hogs, mountain ponies, chickens, and cows whose wanderings turn Longpot village into a sea of mud every rainy season. Once the corn has been picked in August and early September, Mio women begin chopping and turning the soil with a heavy, triangular hoe. Just before the poppy seeds are sown broadcast across the surface of the ground in September, the soil must be chopped fine and raked smooth with a bamboo broom. In November women thin out the poppies, leaving the healthier plants standing about 6 inches apart. At the same time tobacco, beans, spinach, and other vegetables are planted among the poppies, they add minerals to the soil and supplement the Mio diet. The poppies are thinned again in late December, and several weeks later the vegetables are picked, clearing the ground and allowing the poppy to make its final push. By January the bright red and white poppy flowers will start to appear and the harvest will begin, as the petals drop away, exposing an egg-shaped bulb containing the resinous opium. Since most farmers stagger their plantings to minimize demands on their time during the busy harvest season and reduce the threat of weather damage, the harvest usually continues until late February or early March. To harvest the opium, Mio farmers tap the poppy's resin much like a Vermont maple sugar farmer or a Malaysian rubber farmer harvest their crops. An opium farmer holds the flower's egg-sized bulb with the fingers of one hand while he uses a 3-blade knife to incise shallow, longitudinal slits on its surface. The cuttings are made in the cool of the late afternoon. During the night the opium resin oozes out of the bulb and collects on its surface. Early the next morning, before the sun dries the moist sap, a Mio woman scrapes the surface of the bulb with a flexible rectangular blade and deposits the residue in a cup hanging around her neck. When she has finished harvesting a kilo of the dark, sticky sap, she wraps it in banana leaves and ties the bundle with string. By the time the harvest is finished, the 47 households in Longpot village have collected more than 700 kilos of raw opium. Since Golden Triangle opium is usually 10% morphine by weight, the Longpot harvest will yield roughly 70 kilos of pure morphine base after it has been boiled, processed, and pressed into bricks. Once the morphine has been chemically bonded with acetic anhydride in one of the region's many heroin laboratories, Longpot's innocent opium harvest becomes 70 kilos of high-grade number 4 heroin. While international criminal syndicates reap enormous profits from the narcotics traffic, the Mio farmers are paid relatively little for their efforts. Although opium is their sole cash crop and they devote most of their effort to it, Mio farmers only receive $400 to $600 for 10 kilos of raw opium. After the opium leaves the village, however, the value of those 10 kilos begins to spiral upward. 10 kilos of raw opium yield 1 kilo of morphine base worth $500 in the Golden Triangle. After being processed into heroin, 1 kilo of morphine base becomes 1 kilo of number 4 heroin worth $2,000 to $2,500 in Bangkok. In San Francisco, Miami, or New York, the courier delivering a kilo of heroin to a wholesaler receives anywhere from $18,000 to $27,000. Diluted with quinine or milk sugar, packaged in 45,000 tiny gelatin capsules and sold on the streets for $5 a shot, a kilo of heroin that began as $500 worth of opium back in Longpot is worth $225,000. In the 1950s, Longpot's farmers had sold their opium to Chinese caravans from the Plain of Jars that passed through the area several times during every harvest season. Despite the occupation of the plain by neutralist and Pathet Lao forces in 1960 and 1961, Chinese caravans kept coming and opium growers in Longpot district continued to deal with them. According to Longpot's district officer, Ger Su Yang, the Chinese merchant caravans disappeared after the 1964 to 1965 harvest, when heavy fighting broke out on the plain's western perimeter, but they were replaced by Mio army caravans from Longshan. Commanded by lieutenants and captains in Vang Pao's army, the caravans usually consisted of half a dozen mounted Mio soldiers and a string of shaggy mountain ponies loaded with trade goods. When the caravans arrived from Longshan, they usually stayed at the district officer's house in Longpot village and used it as a headquarters while trading for opium in the area. Laothung and Mio opium farmers from nearby villages, such as Jirgut and Thongwi, carried their opium to Longpot and haggled over the price with the Mio officers in the guest corner of Ger Su Yang's house. While the soldiers weighed the opium on a set of balance scales and burned a small glob to test its morphine content, the farmer inquired about the price and examined the trade goods spread out on the nearby sleeping platform. After a few minutes of carefully considered offers and counter-offers, a bargain was struck. At one time the Mio would accept nothing but silver or commodities. However, For the last decade, Air America has made commodities so readily available that most opium farmers now prefer Laotian government currency. To buy up opium from the outlying areas, the Mio soldiers would leave Longpot village on short excursions, hiking along the narrow mountain trails to Mio and Lauthung villages 4 or 5 miles to the north and south. For example, the headman of Nam Suk, a Lauthung village about 4 miles north of Longpot, recalls that his people began selling their opium harvest to Mio soldiers in 1967 or 1968. Several times during every harvest season, 5 to 8 of them arrived at his village, paid for the opium in paper currency, and then left with their purchases loaded in backpacks. Previously, this village had sold its opium to Lao and Chinese merchants from Vang Vian, a market town on the northern edge of the Vientiane Plain. But the Mio soldiers were paying 20% more, and Lauthung farmers were only too happy to deal with them. Since Mio soldiers paid almost $60 a kilo, while merchants from Vang Vian or Luang Prabang only paid $40 or $50, Vang Pao's officers were usually able to buy up all of the available opium in the district after only a few days of trading. Once the weight of their purchases matched the endurance limits of their rugged mountain ponies, the Mio officers packed it into giant bamboo containers, loaded it on the ponies and headed back for Longshan, where the raw opium was refined into morphine base. Mio army caravans had to return to Longpot and repeat this procedure 2 or 3 times during every season before they had purchased the district's entire opium harvest. However, during the 1969 to 1970 opium harvest, the procedure changed. Longpot's district officer, Ger Suyang, described this important development in an August 19, 1971, interview. Mio officers with 3 or 4 stripes, captain or major, came from Longshan to buy our opium. They came in American helicopters, perhaps 2 or 3 men at one time. The helicopter leaves them here for a few days and they walk to villages over there, swinging his arm in a semicircle in the direction of Jirgud, Long Makhe, and Nam Pak, then come back here and radioed Longshan to send another helicopter for them. They take the opium back to Longshan. Ger Suyang went on to explain that the helicopter pilots were always Americans, but it was the Mio officers who stayed behind to buy up the opium. The headman of Nam Ou, a Lauthung village 5 miles north of Longpot, confirmed the district officer's account. He recalled that in 1969 to 1970 Mio officers who had been flown into Tam Son village by helicopter hiked into his village and purchased the opium harvest. Since the 30 households in his village only produced 2 or 3 kilos of opium apiece, the Mio soldiers continued on to Nam Suk and Longpot. Although Longpot's reluctant alliance with Vang Pao and the CIA at first brought prosperity to the village, by 1971 it was weakening the local economy and threatening Longpot's very survival. The alliance began in 1961 when Mio officers visited the village, offering money and arms if they joined with Vang Pao and threatening reprisals if they remained neutral. Ger Suyang resented Vang Pao's usurpation of Tubi Lifao's rightful position as leader of the Mio, but there seemed no alternative to the village declaring its support for Vang Pao. During the 1960s, Longpot had become one of Vang Pao's most loyal villages. Edgar Buell devoted a good deal of his personal attention to winning the area over, and USAID even built a school in the village. In exchange for sending less than 20 soldiers to Longshan, most of whom were killed in action, Longpot village received regular rice drops, money, and an excellent price for its opium. But in 1970 the war finally came to Longpot. With enemy troops threatening Longshan and his manpower pool virtually exhausted, Vang Pao ordered his villages to send every available man, including even the 15-year-olds. Ger Suyang complied, and the village built a training camp for its 60 recruits on a nearby hill. Assisted by Mio officers from Longshan, Ger Suyang personally supervised the training, which consisted mainly of running up and down the hillside. After weeks of target practice and conditioning, Air America helicopters began arriving late in the year and flew the young men off to battle. Village leaders apparently harbored strong doubts about the wisdom of sending off so many of their young men, and as early rumors of heavy casualties among the recruits filtered back, Opposition to Vagpao's war stiffened. When Longsheng officials demanded more recruits in January 1971, the village refused. 7 months later, Ger Suyang expressed his determination not to sacrifice any more of Longpot's youth. Last year I sent 60 young men out of this village. But this year it's finished. I can't send any more away to fight. The Americans in Longsheng said I must send all the rest of our men. But I refused. So they stopped dropping rice to us. The last rice drop was in February this year. In January, Longsheng officials warned the village that unless recruits were forthcoming, Air America's rice drops would stop. Although Longpot was almost totally dependent on the Americans for its rice supply, hatred for Vangpao was now so strong that the village was willing to accept the price of refusal. Vangpao keeps sending the Mio to be killed, said Ger Suyang. Too many Mio have been killed already, and he keeps sending more. Soon all will be killed. But Vangpao doesn't care. But before stopping the shipments, Longsheng officials made a final offer. If we move our village to Ban Sun or Tin Bong, another resettlement area, the Americans will give us rice again, explained Ger Suyang. But at Ban Sun there are too many Mio, and there are not enough rice fields. We must stay here. This is our home. 153. When the annual Pathet Lao North Vietnamese offensive began in January 1971, strong Pathet Lao patrols appeared in the Longpot region for the first time in several years and began making contact with the local population. Afraid that the Mio and Lao Thu might go over to the Pathet Lao, the Americans ordered the area's residents to move south and proceeded to cut off rice support for those who refused to obey. A far more powerful inducement was added when the air war bombing heated up to the east of Longpot district and residents became afraid that it would spread to their villages. To escape from the threat of being bombed, the entire populations of Phu Myang and Muang Chim, Mio villages 5 miles east of Longpot, moved south to the Tin Bong resettlement area in early 1971. At about the same time, many of the Mio residents of Tam Son and 8 families from Longpot also migrated to Tin Bong. Afraid that Pathet Lao patrols operating along Route 13 might draw air strikes on their villages, the Mio of Sam Poo Kok joined the rush to Tin Bong, while 3 Lao Thung villages in the same general area, Nam Suk, Nam Ou, and San Paco, moved to a ridge opposite Longpot village. Their decision to stay in Longpot district rather than move south was largely due to the influence of Ger Suyang. Determined to remain in the area, he used all his considerable prestige to stem the tide of refugees and retain enough population to preserve some semblance of local autonomy. Thus, rather than moving south when faced with the dual threat of American air attacks and gradual starvation, most of the villagers abandoned their houses in January and hid in the nearby forest until March. While U.S. officials in Laos claim that hill tribes moved to escape slaughter at the hands of the enemy, most of the people in Longpot district say that it is fear of indiscriminate American and Laotian bombing that has driven their neighbors south to Tin Bong. These fears cannot be dismissed as ignorance on the part of primitive tribes. They have watched the air war at work and they know what it can do. From sunrise to sunset, the mountain silence is shattered every 20 or 30 minutes by the distant roar of paired phantom fighters en route to targets around the plain of jars. Throughout the night, the monotonous buzz of prowling AC-47 gunships is broken only when their infrared sensors sniff warm mammal flesh and their miniguns clatter, spitting out 6,000 rounds a minute. Every few days, a handful of survivors fleeing the Holocaust pass through Longpot relating their stories of bombing and strafing. On August 21, 1971, 20 exhausted refugees from a Lao Thung village in the Muang Sui area reached Longpot village. Their story was typical. In June, Laotian Air Force T-28s bombed their village while they fled into the forest. Every night for 2 months, AC-47 gunships raked the ground around their trenches and shallow caves. Because of the daylight bombing and nighttime strafing, they were only able to work their fields in the pre-dawn hours. Finally, faced with certain starvation, they fled the Pathet Lao zone and walked through the forest for 11 days before reaching Longpot. Twice during their march, the gunships found them and opened fire. When Ger Suyang was asked which he feared most, the bombing or the Pathet Lao, His authoritative confidence disappeared and he replied in an emotional, quavering voice, "The bombs. The bombs. Every Mio village north of here," pointing to the northeast, "has been bombed. Every village. Everything. There are big holes extending his arms in every village. Every house is destroyed. If bombs didn't hit some houses, they were burned. Everything is gone. Everything from this village, all the way to Muang Sui and all of Xiangkuan plain of jars is destroyed. In Xiangkuan there are bomb craters like this," stretching out his arm, stabbing into the air to indicate a long line of craters all over the plain. Every village in Mengkuan has been bombed, and many, many people died. From here. All the mountains north have small bombs in the grass. They were dropped from the airplanes. Although opium production in Longpot village had not yet declined, by August 1971 there was concern that disruption caused by the escalating conflict might reduce the size of the harvest. Even though the village spent the 1970 to 1971 harvest season hiding in the forest, most families somehow managed to attain their normal output of 15 kilos. Heavy fighting at Longshan delayed the arrival of Air America helicopters by several months, but in May 1971 they finally began landing at Longpot carrying Mio Army traders, who paid the expected $60 for every kilo of raw opium. However, prospects for the 1971 to 1972 opium harvest were looking quite dismal as planting time approached in late August. There were plenty of women to plant, weed, and harvest, but a shortage of male workers and the necessity of hiding in the forest during the past winter had made it difficult for households to clear new fields. As a result, many farmers were planting their poppies in exhausted soil, and they only expected to harvest half as much opium as the year before. However, as the war mounted in intensity through 1971 and early 1972, Longpot district's opium harvest was drastically reduced and eventually destroyed. USAID officials reported that about 4,600 Hill tribesmen had left the district in January and February 1971 and moved to the Tin Bong refugee area to the south, where there was a shortage of land. Some of the villages that remained, such as the 3 Lauthung villages near Longpot village, were producing no opium at all. Even Longpot village had lost 8 of its households during the early months of 1971. Finally, on January 4, 1972, Allied fighter aircraft attacked Longpot district. In an apparent attempt to slow the pace of a Pathet Lao offensive in the district, the fighters napalmed the district's remaining villages, destroying Longpot village and the 3 nearby Lauthung villages. Gen. Juan Radicone could not have foreseen the enormous logistical problem that would be created by his ill-timed eviction of the Corsican Charter Airlines in 1965. While use of Air America aircraft solved the problem for Gen. Vang Pao by flying Mio opium out of northeastern Laos, in the northwest Juan had to rely on his own resources. Eager to establish an absolute monopoly over Laos's drug traffic, he had been confident of being able to expropriate 2 or 3 C-47s from the Laotian Air Force to do the job. But because of the intensification of the fighting in 1964 to 1965, Juan found himself denied access to his own military aircraft. Although he still had control over enough civilian air transport to carry the local harvest and some additional Burmese imports, he could hardly hope to tap a major portion of Burma's exports unless he gained control over 2 or 3 Air Force C-47 transports. General Juan says that in 1964 he purchased large quantities of Burmese opium from the caravans that entered Laos through the Ban Hao Ai Sai region in the extreme northwest, but claims that because of his transportation problem no large Shan or nationalist Chinese opium caravans entered northwestern Laos in 1965. Shortly after Gen. Phumi Nosavan fled to Thailand in February 1965, General Juan's political ally, General Cao Prasith, invited the commander of the Laotian Air Force, Gen. Thao Ma, to Vientiane for a friendly chat. Gen. Thao Ma recalls that he did not learn the purpose of the meeting until he found himself seated at lunch with General Juan, General Cao Prasith, and Gen. Udon Sananakon. Gen. Cao Praiseth leaned forward and, with his friendliest smile, asked the diminutive Air Force general, "Would you like to be rich?" Thao Ma replied, "Yes. Of course." Encouraged by this positive response, General Cao Praiseth proposed that he and General Wan pay Thao Ma a million kip a week and the Air Force allocate 2 C-47 transports for their opium smuggling ventures. To their astonishment, Thao Ma refused. Moreover, he warned Cao Praiseth and Wan that if they tried to bribe any of his transport pilots he would personally intervene and put a stop to it. Very few Laotian generals would have turned down such a profitable offer, but Gen. Thao Ma was one of those rare generals who placed military considerations ahead of his political career or financial reward. As the war in South Vietnam and Laos heated up during 1964, Laotian Air Force T-28s became the key to clandestine air operations along the North Vietnamese border and the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Gen. Thao M took personal command of the squadrons bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail and providing close air support for secret army operations in the northeast. But his proudest accomplishment was the invention of an early version of what later became the AC-47 gunship. Aware that the Pathet Lao often attacked at night when his T-28 fighters were grounded, Thao Ma began looking for a way to provide nighttime air support for government forces and came up with the idea of arming his C-47 transports with .50 caliber machine guns. In 1964 he reduced the Air Force's logistic capacity by converting a number of his transports into gunships. Thus, when Cao Praiseth and Wan demanded 2 C-47s in early 1965, Thao Ma felt there were none to spare and refused. Despite further offers and heavy political pressure, Thao Ma's intransigence continued. In 1966 Wan was still without access to air transport and again no major Shan or nationalist Chinese opium caravans entered northwestern Laos. Evidently the economic loss of 2 successive Burmese opium harvests, and the dire prospect of continued losses, convinced Wan and Cao Praiseth that the Laotian Air Force badly needed a new commander. In May 1966 Gen. Thao Ma was summoned to Vientiane from his headquarters in Savannah Cay for a harsh dressing down by the High Command. The transport section of the Air Force was severed from his command and he was ordered to move his headquarters to Vientiane. Fearing assassination at the hands of General Cao Praiseth if he moved to Vientiane, Thao Ma appealed for a 6-month delay and began spending most of his time at the air base in Luang Prabang. As the transfer date approached, Thao Ma sought desperately for an alternative. He begged the Americans, Capt. Kong Le, and the King to intercede on his behalf, but to no avail. Friend and foe alike report that he was in a state of near panic by October, and Thao Ma himself remembers that he was functioning in a dazed stupor. Thus, a coup seemed his only way out. At 7 a.m. on October 22, 6 T-28 fighters took off from Savannah-Clyde and headed north for Vientiane. At 8:20 a.m. the squadron reached the Laotian capital and the first bomb scored a direct hit on General Cao Praiseth's office at General Staff Headquarters. The T-28s strafed and bombed the headquarters compound extensively. 2 munitions dumps at Wat Airport on the outskirts of Vientiane were destroyed. The squadron also rocketed General Cao Praiseth's home at China Imo Army Camp, but all the missiles were wide of the mark and the general was unharmed. Over 30 people were killed and dozens more were wounded. The squadron flew back to Savarmaghed, and Vientiane waited nervously for a second round of attacks. After receiving numerous appeals from both Lao and American officials to end his revolt and go into exile, Gen. Thao Ma and 10 of his best pilots took off from Savannah Cay at 1:45 a.m. October 23, and flew to Thailand, where they were granted political asylum. Although his coup was primarily an act of revenge, Thao Ma had apparently expected that his friend Kong Le, the neutralist army general, would seize Vientiane and oust the generals once Cao Praiseth was dead. However, Kong Le was having his own problems with Cao Praiseth and, unknown to Thao Ma, had left for Bangkok 5 days before to meet with CIA officials. Shortly after the T-28s struck Vientiane, Thai officials placed Kong Le under house arrest in Bangkok, and Khao Prasith ordered Laotian border guards to arrest him if he tried to return. Kong Le became a political exile in Paris, and his neutralist army fell under rightist control. Soon after Thao Ma flew into exile, a pliant, right-wing general was appointed Air Force commander. With an ample supply of C-47 transports and helicopters now assured, General Wan proceeded to contact Chinese and Shan opium brokers in the tri-border area, and placed a particularly large order with a fast-rising young Shan warlord named Chan Shifu. As the Lahu and Wa Hill tribes of northeastern Burma finished harvesting opium in the early months of 1967, Chan Shifu's traders and brokers began buying up all the opium they could find. By June he had assembled one of the largest single shipments on record, 16 tons of raw opium. When the caravan set out across the rugged Shan highlands for its destination near Ban Hao Ai, Laos, about 200 miles away, its 300 pack horses and 500 armed guards marched single file in a column that extended over a mile along the narrow mountain trails. But this monumental caravan was to spark off a bloody confrontation that made headlines all over the world as the 1967 Opium War. While the war in the papers struck most readers as a colorful anachronism, the war in reality was a struggle for control of Burma's opium exports, which at that time amounted to about 500 tons of raw opium annually, more than one-third of the world's total illicit supply. Consequently, each group's share of Burma's opium exports and its role in the Golden Triangle's heroin trade were largely determined by the war and its aftermath. All of the combatants were well aware of what was at stake, and threw everything they could muster into the battle. The confrontation started off with the KMT based in northern Thailand deciding to send more than 1,000 soldiers into Burma to head off Chan Shifu's caravan. The KMT had been worried for some time that the rising young Shan warlord might threaten their 15-year domination of the opium trade, and this mammoth caravan was a serious threat. But the Shan caravan eluded nationalist Chinese forces, fled across the Mekong into Laos, and dug in for a fight at Ban Quan, a lumber town 20 miles northwest of Ban Hao Ai. After several days of indecisive fighting between He Chinese and Shans, Gen. Wan Radikone entered the lists. Displaying an aggressiveness rare among Laotian army commanders, General Wan bombed both sides with a squadron of T-28s and swept the field of battle with the 2nd Paratroop Battalion. While his friends and enemies fled in disorder, General Wan's troops scooped up the 16 tons of raw opium and delivered it to the victorious general, presumably free of charge. Almost 200 people, mainly Shans and Chinese, died in the fighting. As a result of General Wan's victory, the KMT lost many of its profitable prerogatives to the general. They had nevertheless crushed Chan Shifu's bid for supremacy, even though they had not completely destroyed him. After the battle, General Wan emerged as one of the most important heroin manufacturers in the Golden Triangle, since his share of the Burmese opium trade increased considerably. Although it was a relatively minor military action compared to the battles raging elsewhere in Indochina, the 1967 Opium War captured the imagination of the American press. However, all of the accounts studiously avoided any serious discussion of the Golden Triangle opium trade, and emphasized the sensational. Using a cliché-studded prose usually reserved for the sports page or travel section, the media rambled on about wild animals, primitive tribes, desperados of every description, and the mysterious ways of the Orient. But despite its seductively exotic aspects, the 1967 Opium War remains the most revealing episode in the recent history of the Golden Triangle opium trade. After the abolition of government opium monopolies in the 1940s and 1950s, the Golden Triangle's drug trade disappeared behind the velvet curtain of government secrecy, and it became increasingly difficult to verify official involvement or the extent of the traffic. Suddenly the curtain was snatched back, and there were 1,800 of the distinguished General Wan's best troops battling 1,400 well-armed nationalist Chinese soldiers for 16 tons of opium. But an appreciation of the subtler aspects of this sensational battle requires some background on the economic activities of the KMT units based in Thailand, the Shan rebels in Burma, and in particular, the long history of CIA operations in the Golden Triangle area. CIA paramilitary operations in northwestern Laos began in 1959, but they were poorly planned and achieved far less than the ambitious MIO program in the northeast. During the 5-month battle for Nam Tha City in early 1962, a team of 12 U.S. Green Berets were active in the area as advisors to the beleaguered rightist army. What little work they did with the local hill tribes was cut short in May 1962 when the frightened garrison abandoned the city and retreated toward the Mekong River in complete disorder. Afraid that the Communists were about to overrun all of Nam Tha province, the CIA assigned William Young to the area in mid-1962. Young was instructed to build up a hill tribe commando force for operations in the tri-border area since regular Laotian army troops were ill-suited for military operations in the rugged mountains. Nam Tha's ethnic complexity and the scope of clandestine operations made paramilitary work in this province far more demanding than MIO operations in the northeast. Nam Tha province probably has more different ethnic minorities per square mile than any other place on earth, having been a migration crossroads for centuries for tribes from southern China and Tibet. Successive waves of Miao and Yao tribesmen began migrating down the Red River Valley into North Vietnam in the late 1700s, reaching Nam Tha in the mid-19th century. Nam Tha also marks the extreme southeastern frontier for advancing Tibeto-Burman tribes, mainly Akha and Lahu, who have been moving south, with glacier-like speed, through the China-Burma borderlands for centuries. Laotian officials believe that there may be as many as 30 different ethnic minorities living in the province. Nam Tha province itself was tacked onto Laos in the late 19th century when Europe's imperial real estate brokers decided that the Mekong River was the most convenient dividing line between British Burma and French Indochina. Jutting awkwardly into Thailand, Burma, and China, it actually looks on maps as if it had been pasted onto Laos. There are very few Lao in Nam Tha, and most of the lowland valleys are inhabited by Lu, a Tai-Peking people who were once part of a feudal kingdom centered in southern Yunnan. With 30 tribal dialects and languages, most of them mutually unintelligible, and virtually no Lao population, Nam Tha province had been a source of endless frustration for both French and American counterinsurgency specialists. With his knowledge of local languages and his remarkable rapport with the mountain minorities, William Young was uniquely qualified to overcome these difficulties. Speaking 4 of the most important languages Lu, Lao, Miao, and Lahu, Young could deal directly with most of the tribesmen in Nam Tha. And since Young had grown up in Lahu and Shan villages in Burma, he actually enjoyed the long months of solitary work among the hill tribes, which might have strained the nerves of less acculturated agents. Rather than trying to create a tribal warlord on the Vangpao, Young decided to build a pan-tribal army under the command of a joint council composed of 1 or 2 leaders from every tribe. Theoretically, the council was supposed to have final authority on all matters, but in reality Young controlled all the money and made all the decisions. However, council meetings did give various tribal leaders a sense of participation and greatly increased the efficiency of paramilitary operations. Most importantly, Young managed to develop his pan-tribal council and weaken the would-be Yao warlord, Chow Mai, without alienating him from the program. In fact, Chow Mai remained one of Young's strongest supporters, and his Yao tribesmen comprised the great majority of the CIA mercenary force in Nam Tha. Although his relationships with hill tribe leaders were quite extraordinary, William Young still used standard CIA procedures for opening up an area to paramilitary operations. But to organize the building of runways, select base sites, and perform all the other essential tasks connected with forging a counter-guerrilla infrastructure, Young recruited a remarkable team of 16 Shan and Lahu operatives he called the 16 Musketeers, whose leader was a middle-aged Shan nationalist leader, General Ubathian. With the team's assistance, Young began opening up the province in mid-1962. By late 1963 he had built up a network of some 20 dirt landing strips and a guerrilla force of 600 Yao commandos and several hundred additional troops from the other tribes. but the war in northwestern Laos had intensified and large-scale refugee relocations had begun in late 1962 when Chiao Mai and several thousand of his Yao followers abandoned their villages in the mountains between Nam Tha City and Muang Sing, both of which were under Pathet Lao control, and moved south to Ban Na Wao and Nam Thao Ai, refugee centers established by the 16 Musketeers. The outbreak of fighting several months later gradually forced tribal mercenaries and their families, particularly the Yao, out of the Pathet Lao zone and into refugee camps. Instead of directing rice drops and refugee operations personally, Young delegated the responsibility to a pistol-packing community development worker named Joseph Phillips. While Phillips maintained a humanitarian showplace at Nam Thao Ai complete with a hospital, school, and supply warehouse, William Young and the 16 Musketeers opened a secret base at Nam Yu, only 3 miles away, which served as CIA headquarters for cross-border intelligence forays deep into southern China. The Dr. Jekyll Mr. Hyde relationship between Nam Thao Ai and Nam Yu in northwestern Laos was very similar to the arrangement at Samthong and Longshan in northeastern Laos. For almost a decade reporters and visiting congressmen were taken to Samthong to see all the wonderful things Edgar Buell was doing to save the poor Mio from communist genocide, but were flatly denied access to CIA headquarters at Longshan. However, just as the operations were getting underway, CIA policy decisions and local opium politics combined to kill this enthusiasm and weaken the overall effectiveness of Bill tribe operations. A series of CIA personnel transfers in 1964 and 1965 probably did more damage than anything else. When Young became involved in a heated jurisdictional dispute with Thai intelligence officers in October 1964, the CIA pulled him out of Nam Tha and sent him to Washington, D.C., for a special training course. High-ranking CIA bureaucrats in Washington and Vientiane had long been dissatisfied with the paucity of intelcoms and in-depth reports they were getting from Young, and apparently used his squabble with the Thais as a pretext for placing a more senior agent in charge of operations in Nam Tha. After Young's first replacement, an operative named Ogjibwe, died in A. where William Young had used his skill as a negotiator and his knowledge of minority cultures to win compliance from Hill tribe leaders, Anthony Poe preferred to use bribes, intimidation, and threats. The Hill tribe leaders, particularly Chiao Mai, were alienated by Poe's tactics and became less aggressive. Poe tried to rekindle their enthusiasm for combat by raising salaries and offering cash bonuses for Pathet Lao heirs. But as a former USAID official put it, the pay was constantly going up, and the troops kept moving slower. Gen. Juan Raticon's monopolization of the opium trade in Military Region 1, northwestern Laos, dealt another major blow to Chiao Mai's enthusiasm for the war effort. Chiao Mai had inherited control over the Yao opium trade from his father, and during the early 1960s he was probably the most important opium merchant in Nam Tha province. Every year Chiao Mai sold the harvest to the Chinese merchants in Muang Sing and Ban Hao Ai Sai, who acted as brokers for the Corsican charter airlines. With his share of the profits, Chiao Mai financed a wide variety of social welfare projects among the Yao, from which he derived his power and prestige. However, when General Wan took over the Laotian opium trade in 1965, he forced all of his competitors, big and little, out of business. One USAID official who worked in the area remembers that all the hotels and shops in Ban Hao Sai Sai were crowded with opium buyers from Vientiane and Luang Prabang following the 1963 and 1964 harvest seasons. But in 1965 the hotels and shops were empty, and local merchants explained that there was a big move on by Wan to consolidate the opium business. General Wan's strategy for forcing his most important competitor out of business was rather simple. After Chiao Mai had finished delivering most of the Yao opium to General Wan's broker in Ban Hao Ai Sai, who had promised to arrange air transport to Vientiane, the Lao army officer simply refused to pay for the opium. There was absolutely nothing Chiao Mai could do, and he was forced to accept the loss. Needless to say, this humiliating incident further weakened his control over the Yao, and by the time he died in April 1967 most of his followers had moved to Nam Kung, where his brother Chow La was sitting out the war on the banks of the Mekong. After Chow Mai's death, Anthony Po tried in vain to revitalize tribal commando operations by appointing his brother, Chow La, commander of Yao paramilitary forces. Although Chow La accepted the position and participated in the more spectacular raids, such as the recapture of Nam Tha city in October 1967, he has little interest in the tedium of day-to-day operations, which are the essence of counter-guerrilla warfare. Unlike Chow Mai, who was a politician and a soldier, Chow La is a businessman whose main interests are his lumber mill, gun running, and the narcotics traffic. In fact, there are some American officials who believe that Chow La only works with the CIA to get guns and political protection for his opium refineries. Although William Young was removed from command of paramilitary operations in 1964, the CIA had ordered him back to Nam Tha in August 1965 to continue supervising the Yao and Lahu intelligence teams, which were being sent deep into Yunnan province, China. Wedged between China and Burma, Nam Tha province is an ideal staging ground for cross-border intelligence patrols operating in southern China. The arbitrary boundaries between Burma, China, and Laos have absolutely no meaning for the hill tribes, who have been moving back and forth across the frontiers for centuries in search of new mountains and virgin forests. As a result of these constant migrations, many of the hill tribes that populate the Burma-China borderlands are also found in Nam Tha province. Some of the elderly Lahu and Yao living in Nam Tha were actually born in Yunnan, and many of the younger generation have relatives there. Most importantly, both of these tribes have a strong sense of ethnic identity, and individual tribesmen view themselves as members of larger Yao and Lahu communities that transcend national boundaries. Because of the ethnic overlap between all three countries, CIA-trained Lahu and Yao agents from Nam Tha could cross the Chinese border and wander around the mountains of Yunnan, tapping telephone lines and monitoring road traffic without being detected. After a year of recruiting and training agents, William Young had begun sending the first Lahu and Yao teams into China in 1963. Since the CIA and the Pentagon were quite concerned about the possibility of Chinese military intervention in Indochina, any intelligence on military activity in southern China was valued and the cross-border operations were steadily expanded. By the time Young quit the CIA in 1967, he had opened 3 major radio posts within Burma's Shan states, built a special training camp that was graduating 35 agents every 2 months, and sent hundreds of teams deep into Yunnan. While Young's linguistic abilities and his understanding of hill tribe culture had made him a capable paramilitary organizer, it was his family's special relationship with the Lahu that enabled him to organize the cross-border operations. The 16 musketeers who recruited most of the first agents were Lahu. The majority of the tribesmen who volunteered for these dangerous missions were Labu, and all the radio posts inside the Shan states were manned by Lahu tribesmen. This special relationship with the Lahu tribe dates back to the turn of the century, when the Rev. William M. Young opened an American Baptist mission in the Shan states at Kengtung City and began preaching the gospel in the marketplace. While the Buddhist townspeople ignored Reverend Young, crowds of curious Lahu tribesmen, who had come down from the surrounding hills to trade in the market, gathered to listen. None of the Lahu were particularly interested in the God named Jesus Christ of which he spoke, but were quite intrigued by the possibility that Reverend Young himself might be God. A popular Lahu prophet had once told his followers, "We may not see God, no matter how we search for him now. But, when the time is fulfilled, God will search for us and will enter our homes. There is a sign, and when it appears, we will know that God is coming. The sign is that white people on white horses will bring us the scriptures of God." Reverend Young was a white American, wore a white tropical suit, and like many Baptist missionaries, carried his Bible wherever he went. As word of the white God spread through the hills, thousands of Lahu flocked to Kengtung, where Reverend Young baptized them on the spot. When Reverend Young reported 4,419 baptisms for the year 1905 to 1906, mission officials became suspicious and a delegation was sent to investigate. Although the investigators concluded that Reverend Young was pandering to pagan myths, Baptist congregations in the United States were impressed by his statistical success and had already started sending large contributions to gather in the harvest. Bowing to financial imperatives, the Burma Baptist Mission left the white god free to wander the bills. After 20 years of work in Kengtung, Reverend Young turned the mission over to younger missionaries and carried the gospel onto the Lahu of Yunnan. Lahu tribesmen from Yunnan had been coming to Kengtung for a number of years to foresee the white god, and Reverend Young was eager to harvest the waiting souls in China. After opening 2 missions in western Yunnan and converting thousands, he retired and left Burma in 1932. When he died 4 years later, one of his fellow missionaries hailed him as a pioneer who single-handedly pushed back the frontiers of Baptist mission work to cover an area of 100,000 square miles. His sons remained to carry on his work, and in 1935 Harold Young established a mission in the WA states. He had inherited his father's semi-divine charisma and quickly added thousands of WA to the lists of instant Christians. After World War II, the newly independent Burmese government became suspicious of his relations with minority dissidents and he was forced to leave the country. He moved to Chiang Mai, Thailand, where he became curator of the local zoo. Despite the superficiality of many Lahu conversions, 2 generations of missionary work by the Young family left behind a strong church. In 1950 the American Baptist Mission estimated that out of 66,000 Lahu in northeastern Burma, 28,000 were Christians. Harold's move to Chiang Mai marked the beginning of the second chapter in the history of the Young family's special relationship with the Lahu tribe. After the establishment of the People's Republic of China in 1949, the CIA rearmed remnants of the nationalist Chinese army who had fled into the Shan states and launched 3 abortive invasions into western Yunnan on the theory that the Chinese masses would rally to their banners. The CIA needed detailed information on Chinese troop movements in Yunnan's border areas and hired Harold Young to gather this intelligence. Young contacted a Shan Christian in Kengtung named Uba Thean, and asked him to organize a team of Lahu Christians for intelligence work inside China. Since Uba Thean had commanded a Lahu paramilitary unit for British intelligence during World War II, he was more than competent to direct the operation. Uba Thean recruited a group of Christian Lahu and sent them to Chiang Mai where Harold Young's eldest son, Gordon, trained them in radio transmission and repairs. Once the training was completed, they hiked back into the Shan states and began the operation in the Burma-China borderlands, paying particular attention to a Chinese telecommunications base at Menglin that was then under construction. All the intelligence information was radioed back to Chiang Mai in Lahu, translated by Gordon Young and handed over to a local CIA operative who was working undercover as the American vice consul. The Lahu intelligence operations continued for almost 6 years until the outbreak of the Shan National Revolution forced Uba Thean to leave Burma in 1958. During the last 25 years of their colonial rule, the British had separated the Shan states from the rest of Burma and administered them as an autonomous federation, governing indirectly through the Sogwas, the traditional feudal princes. In order to induce the Sogwas to join the newly independent Union of Burma, the government's 1947 constitution reconfirmed their traditional prerogatives and granted them administrative autonomy with the right to secession after 10 years. However, the Burmese began to revoke some of the Sogwas' prerogatives during the early 1950s, and as the constitutionally guaranteed secession date approached, many of the Sogwas began to advocate independence. The Burmese response was forceful repression, and by late 1958 there were small Shan rebel guerrilla armies in the hills. When the Burmese government abolished the last of the Sogwas' prerogatives in 1959, the rebellion intensified. The final break came in 1962 when the commander-in-chief of the Burmese army, Gen. Ne Win, who had just seized power through a military coup, arrested many of the Sogwas who were then negotiating with the civilian government. As treasurer of Kengtung State, Uba Thean was intensely loyal to its popular young Sogway, Sao Sai Long, and played an important role in the early stages of the Shan independence movement. Burmese intelligence officials became suspicious of his activities, and Ubathian soon realized that it was only a matter of time until they arrested him. After closing the Treasury offices one Friday afternoon in January 1958, he stuffed the state pension funds into a canvas sack and fled into the hills. When Ubathian showed up at Harold Young's home in Chiang Mai several weeks later, Gordon found him a hiding place in the nearby mountains and supplied him with food. After he came out of hiding 4 months later, he decided that there were too many Burmese agents in Chiang Mai and moved to Muang Sing, Laos, where he remained for the next 3.5 years, buying arms for Shan insurgents with the Kentung pension funds, and trying, without much success, to organize an effective guerrilla army. Through his work for the CIA, Ubathian's cross-border intelligence missions became inextricably interwoven with the fabric of the Burmese opium trade, and he became involved in a series of arms for opium deals between General Wan and the Shans. Since the Pathet Lao occupied the entire Laotian Chinese frontier area, CIA tribal intelligence teams had to pass through the Burmese Shan states before entering Yunnan. As a result, the CIA had to depend on Shan rebels to guide its teams up to the Chinese border, protect its forward radio posts inside the Shan states and provide transportation between these radio posts and its forward bases in Nam Tha. Almost every aspect of these intelligence missions was somehow involved with the logistics of the Burmese opium trade. A brief review of the cross-border missions' operating procedures illustrates the peculiar symbiosis between opium and espionage in the Burmese Shan states. In general, the modus operandi of cross-border patrols changed very little from the time William Young initiated them in 1962 until President Nixon ordered them stopped in August 1971. Once prospective agents were recruited, they were sent to secret camps not far from Nam Yu for 2 months of rigorous training. While the CIA planned the curriculum, Thai Special Forces provided most of the actual instructors. After that, the prospective agents were sent to the Thai Special Forces camp at Phitsanulok for 4 to 5 months of instruction in codes, radio transmission, and radio repair. Finally, the tribal agents were flown back to Nam Yu, the nerve center of cross-border espionage, and divided into 5 to 15-man teams. From Nam Yu, the teams were flown 55 miles due north and dropped off on the Laotian bank of the Mekong River. After inflating their rubber rafts, the teams paddled across the Mekong and hiked 3 miles through the Burmese jungle until they reached the joint nationalist Chinese CIA base near Monghan. Of the 5 bases the CIA maintains along the Burma-China border, Monghan is by far the most exotic. It was originally established by a KMT intelligence force, the first independent unit, to serve as a base for its own cross-border forays into Yunnan, and as a radio post for transmitting information on the availability of opium to KMT military caravans based at Mae Salong in northern Thailand. When the CIA began sending its reconnaissance patrols into Yunnan, the first independent unit agreed to share the base, and Young opened a radio post manned by Lahu agents. According to Young, Monghan was something of a little Switzerland. Soon after the CIA arrived, British, Thai, Laotian, and even a few Indian intelligence agents began showing up to see what they could skim off the top. From Monghan, the CIA teams hiked north for several days to one of 2 forward bases only a few miles from the border, a joint chicken radio post at Mong He and a CIA station at Mong Mom. The teams usually spent about 3 or 4 months inside China. Using lightweight, 4-pound radios with a broadcast radius of 400 miles, the teams transmitted their top priority data directly to a powerful receiver at Nam Yu or to specially equipped Air America planes that flew back and forth along the Laotian-Chinese border. Once these messages were translated at Nam Yu, they were forwarded to Vientiane for analysis and possible transmission to CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. The radio messages also served to pinpoint every team's position, all carefully recorded on a huge relief map of Yunnan province mounted in a restricted operations room at Nam Yu. During the period that William Young directed cross-border espionage, the CIA maintained 2 independent listening posts much deeper inside the Shan states, in addition to the bases it operated jointly with the KMT. Both of these posts, one located 10 miles north of Mongyang and the other 5 miles east of Ving and Gun, were extremely close to the Chinese border. Each was manned by 20 to 30 LAHU and WA operatives who mounted lateral patrols along the border, went into China on reconnaissance missions, and maintained radio contact with Nam-yu. Since Mongyang is about 80 miles from CIA headquarters at Nam-yu and Ving-Ngun is over 180 miles away, the agency found it had to rely on UBATHIAN's guerrilla armies to protect these bases from Burmese army patrols and government self-defense forces. UBATHIAN feels that his guerrillas provided an invaluable service for the CIA, pointing out that these posts were maintained with only 20 to 30 men, whereas NIT radio posts in the same areas that were not protected by the rebels needed a minimum of 100 men. Rather than sending Air America helicopters so far into unknown, hostile territory to keep these bases supplied, the CIA relied on Shan rebel opium caravans. Since these caravans usually returned from their frequent trips to northern Thailand and Laos with a relatively lighter load of arms and ammunition, they were happy to pick up some extra money by carrying supplies, arms, ammunition, money, and radios to the CIA's forward listening post, thus saving the CIA the risk of sending Air America helicopters into far-off, unknown, and hostile territory. Unlike many of the minority leaders who serve the CIA in the Golden Triangle region, UBATHIAN is not a mere mercenary. At the peak of his power in the mid-1960s, he was one of the most important Shan revolutionary leaders. Most of the things he did, including his work for the CIA, were designed to further the cause. While most guerrilla leaders in the Third World would hardly consider the CIA a partner in national liberation, UBATHIAN viewed the agency as his natural ideological ally. Most of the Shan rebels are anti-communist monarchists, and the Burmese government they are fighting is Marxist-oriented and socialistic. The Shan rebel leaders look on the Burmese as aggressors who have expropriated their mineral wealth, but they remember the British colonial administrators with a certain fondness for having built schools and kept the Burmese at a safe distance. Like many of his generation, UBATHIAN was educated in British schools, converted to Christianity, and learned to think of white men as his protectors. He said he was fighting for Shan independence, but he also wanted to place his independent nation under the protection of Britain or the United States. In September 1971 he told the authors of his political aspirations, "We want to be independent from the Burmese, but we are very poor and will need help. We have many minerals in the Shan states and perhaps the British or Americans will come and help develop these for us. You know, sir, we have given Bill Young 20 mineral samples to send to the US to be analyzed. Then if we can get Britain or the US to come in and hold hands with us we can stand independent." UBATHIAN enjoyed organizing commando operations for British intelligence during World War XI because he was secure in the knowledge that a great white empire was behind him. When he began building up a Shan revolutionary movement in 1958, his first thought was to seek aid from the Americans. Soon after UBATHIAN fled from Burma and arrived in Muang Sing, Laos, in mid-1958, he contacted Dr. Tom Dooley, a sort of middle American Albert Schweitzer who was operating a free clinic for the natives in nearby Nam Tha, and asked him to get aid for the Shans from the US Embassy or the CIA. But although Dr. Dooley was fast becoming the patron saint of America's anti-communist crusade in Southeast Asia, he was no gun runner. UBATHIAN eventually became associated with a fledgling rebel group called the Youth Party, but in general he accomplished very little during his first 2 years in Muang Sing. However, in 1961 UBATHIAN and another leader of the Youth Party, General Sao Narkam, decided to break with the party's incompetent leader and form the Shan National Army, a loose coalition that eventually included most of the rebel bands operating in Kengtung State. While UBATHIAN was not an exceptional leader, Sao Narkarn was one of the very few genuinely charismatic commanders the Shan Rebellion has yet produced. Before joining the rebel movement, he was a practicing Buddhist monk in Kengtung City. There he used his remarkable personal magnetism to solicit donations for the construction of orphanages. When the Shan secessionist movement began in 1958, Narkarn made the mistake of openly expressing his sympathies for the dissidents and was arrested. After receiving a hideously severe beating he fled into the hills to join the guerrillas, taking the orphanage donations with him. When the Shan National Army was formed, Narkam's leadership abilities made him the obvious choice for commander, and Uba Thean became deputy commander. During its first year, SNA operations were severely hampered by a lack of money and arms. In late 1961 their fortunes were at a low ebb, their absconded funds were running low, few of the independent rebel bands seemed willing to join the SNA, and they desperately needed modern automatic weapons. At this particular moment in history the interests of the Shan National Army complemented those of Gen. Juan Radicon, and the opium arms traffic that later made Laos a major heroin processing center was born. As head of General Phumi's secret opium administration, Juan was charged with the responsibility for importing large quantities of Burmese opium. General Phournai had an ample supply of surplus weapons, since the rightist army was receiving large shipments of modem arms from the CIA, and its generals inflated the troop roster in order to pad the payroll. For their part, Narkam and Uba Thean had contacts with rebel groups in Kengtung State who were trading the local opium they collected as taxes for overpriced World War I rifles and would welcome a better bargain. What role, if any, did William Young and the CIA play in bringing the two parties together? First, it is important to note that the Kengtung rebels and General Juan had known of each other for a number of years. When General Juan was Pathet Lao commander in northwestern Laos during the 1940s, he was once forced to retreat into Kengtung State, where he was given asylum by the Sogway. The incident left General Juan with a lasting affection for the Shans, and he kept in sporadic contact over the years. William Young says that Narkam pleaded with him to arrange air transportation to Vientiane so that he could meet with General Juan, but Young insists that he had no authorization for such trips and denied the request. Young adds, however, that General Juan found out about the situation independently and ordered the secret army commander for northwestern Laos to begin making arms available to the SNA in exchange for Burmese opium. Sometime later Juan himself flew up to Ban Hao Ai Sai and met with Narkarn to finalize the arrangements. Uba Thean generally concurs with Young's account, but adds that Young knew about the arrangement, saw the stolen arms and opium being exchanged, and never made any move to stop it. Since the Americans had denied his formal requests for military aid, Uba Thean assumed that their benign neglect of the opium arms trade was another form of repayment for all the services the SNA was providing the agency. In fact, the security of CIA's listening posts near Mongyang and Ving and Gun did depend on the Shans having good automatic weapons, and the agency's logistics link with these two bases was the SNA opium caravans. Young admits that he adopted a posture of benign neglect toward the traffic, but denies any personal wrongdoing, claiming that this was the CIA policy throughout northern Laos. The CIA was afraid that pressure on local mercenary commanders to get out of the traffic might damage the effectiveness of paramilitary work. Once matters were finally settled with General Juan and a steady stream of Shan opium and U.S. arms began moving in and out of Ban Hao Ai Sai, Narkam and Uba Thean launched an ambitious attempt to forge a unified guerrilla army out of Kengtung State's potpourri of petty warlords. In late 1962 Narkam and Uba Thean left Ban Hao Ai Sai and moved across the Mekong River into Thailand, where they laid the foundation for their modern, unified army. Under Narkam and Uba Thean's supervision, the opium arms commerce produced a marked improvement in Shan military capabilities and a dramatic shift in the balance of forces in Kengtung State. In 1962 most of the rebel units in Kengtung were little more than bands of outlaws hiding in the most remote mountains. After gathering opium taxes from the few villages under their control, each of the local commanders led a caravan to Narkam's forward caravan camp at Hai Krai, Thailand, and used the opium to buy U.S. automatic weapons from the Laotian army. With more weapons, the rebel groups were able to take control of additional opium-growing villages before the next year's harvest was in. More opium taxes meant more automatic weapons from Uba Thean's rear area headquarters near Ban Hao Ai Sai, which in turn meant control over more villages and still more opium. The symbiotic cycle of opium and arms spiraled upward into a military whirlwind that swept the Burmese army out of the countryside into a few well-guarded cities. By 1965 the SNA's 7 major local commanders had an estimated 5,000 soldiers under their command and controlled most of Kentung State's 12,000 square miles. The importance of the opium arms dynamic in building up the SNA is illustrated by the military impact of the 1964 to 1965 opium harvest in Mongyang and Kentung districts. The 2 SNA commanders who controlled the mountains around Kentung City, Major Samler and Maj. Sinoi, finished collecting the first round of their opium tax in January 1965. To protect themselves from the Burmese army and the NIT, they merged into a single caravan of 10 mules carrying 650 kilos of raw opium and set off for northern Thailand with a combined force of 200 armed men. After crossing the border into Thailand, they unloaded their cargo at Narkam's camp in the mountains and sold it to a merchant in the nearby town of Mae Sai for $28 a kilo, a rather low price. Then they purchased 60 rifles in Ban Hao Ai Sai, and had them smuggled across the river into Changkong and delivered to Narkam's camp. While the group's leader was in Changkong supervising the opium arms transfer, they visited William Young at the CIA bungalow and briefed him on the situation in their areas of the Shan states. When the caravan returned to Kentung district in March, the 2 commanders divided the 60 rifles evenly. These 30 rifles represented an important addition to Major Samler's arsenal of 80 rifles, 4 Bren automatics, and 1 mortar, and an equally important supplement to Maj. Sinoi's collection of 50 rifles, 2 Brens, and a homemade bazooka. During the 1964 to 1965 harvest, the SNA commander for the Mongyang region, Maj. Sengwan, sent 2 large caravans to northern Thailand, which earned over $25,000 and brought back 120 rifles, some mortars, and several heavy machine guns. Before these 2 caravans returned, he had only 280 armed men, 1 heavy machine gun, and 4 Bren automatics to protect the entire Mongyang region, which included the nearby CIA listening post. While opium was indeed the miracle ingredient that rushed vital arms and money into the SNA's system, it was also a poison that weakened its military effectiveness and finally destroyed the fragile coalition. There was enough opium in even the smallest district in Kentung State to buy arms and equipment for a rebel army and make its leader a wealthy man. As a result, rebel commanders became preoccupied with protecting territorial prerogatives and expanding their personal fiefs. Instead of sending troops into an adjoining area to launch a joint operation against the Burmese, SNA commanders kept every man on patrol inside his own territory to collect the opium tax and keep his greedy comrades at a safe distance. A British journalist who spent 5 months in Kentung State with the SNA in 1964 to 1965 reported that it would be far more accurate to describe the SNA as a grouping of independent warlords loosely tied into a weak federation with a president as a figurehead. This president has influence through the facilities he offers for selling opium and buying guns, and because he presents a front to the outside world, but it is unlikely he will ever wield effective power unless he becomes the channel for outside aid in the forms of guns or money. The lucrative opium traffic turned into a source of internal corruption, alienating commanders from their troops and prompting ranking officers to fight each other for the spoils. Shan troops frequently complained that they were left at Narkam's mountain camp to feed the mules, while their leaders were off in the flesh pots of Chiang Mai wasting opium profits on whores and gambling instead of buying arms. Often, as soon as a rebel group grew large enough to be militarily effective, the second in command killed his leader or else split the force in order to increase his personal share of the profits. Not surprisingly, it was this type of dispute that ultimately destroyed the Shan National Army. Uba Thean had been concerned about Sao Narkam's enormous popularity and his control over the opium traffic for several years. Evidently there were repeated disagreements among various leaders over the opium profits. In December 1964, the charismatic commander-in-chief of the SNA was shot and killed at the Hai Krai caravan station. Some sources claim that it was an opium profit dispute that led to the murder. Uba Thean was selected commander-in-chief of the SNA at a meeting of the local commanders in February 1965, but he lacked the personal magnetism and leadership abilities that Narkam had used to maintain some semblance of unity within the strife-torn coalition. Afraid that he would suffer a fate similar to Narkam's, Ubathian refused to venture out of his headquarters either to meet with subordinates or to travel through Kengtung State for a first-hand look at the military situation. Local commanders began to break away from the coalition and the SNA gradually dissolved. By 1966 these leaders were marketing their own opium and Ubathian had become a forgotten recluse surrounded by a dwindling number of bodyguards. 6 years after Narkam's death, 5 of his 7 local commanders had either been captured, forced into retirement, or killed by their own men, while the remaining 2 have become mercenary warlords, professional opium smugglers. But even well before Narkam's death, other Shan rebel armies had already begun to play an even more important role in the region's opium trade. While the history of the SNA's involvement in the opium traffic is important because of its relationship with Gen. 1 Radicon, its caravans probably never carried more than I% of the Burmese opium exported to Thailand and Laos. In fact, the only Shan warlord who ran a truly professional smuggling organization capable of transporting large quantities of opium was the notorious Chan Shifu. A half Shan, half Chinese native of Lashio district in the northern Shan states, Chan Shifu became involved in opium trafficking in 1963, when the Burmese government began authorizing the formation of local self-defense forces to combat the Shan rebels. While the Burmese government gave its militia no money, rations, or uniforms, and only a minimum of arms, it compensated for the stinginess by giving them the right to use all government-controlled roads and towns in the Shan states for opium smuggling. In 1963 Chan Shifu was authorized to form a militia of several hundred men, and being a young man of uncommon ambition, he quickly parlayed a number of successful opium shipments to Thailand into a well-armed militia of 800 men. After severing his ties with the Burmese army in 1964, Chan Shifu abandoned his bases at Lashio and Tangyang and shifted his headquarters eastward to Ving and Gun in the WA states, where he established an independent fiefdom. He ruled the Ving and Gun area for 2 years, and his ruthlessness commanded the respect of even the wild WA, whose unrelenting headhunting habits had forced both the British and Burmese to adopt a more circumspect attitude. To increase his share of the profits, he built a crude refinery for processing raw opium into morphine bricks. In 1966 he rejoined the government militia, and using the government's laissez-passer to increase his opium shipments to Thailand, he expanded his army to 2,000 men. Unlike the SNA, which could never mobilize more than 200 or 300 of its troops at any one time, Chan Shifu ruled his army with an iron hand and could rely on them to do exactly what he ordered. Despite the size and efficiency of his army, Chan Shifu still controlled only a relatively small percentage of the total traffic. In fact, a CIA study prepared by William Young in 1966 to 1967 showed that Shan caravans carried only 7% of Burma's exports, the Kachin Independence Army 3%, and the KMT an overwhelming 90%. Even though the KMT's position seemed statistically impregnable, Chan Shifu's precipitous rise had aroused considerable concern among the KMT generals in northern Thailand. And when his massive 16-ton opium caravan began rolling south toward Ban Hao Ai Sai in June 1967, the KMT realized that its 15-year monopoly over the Burmese opium trade was finally being challenged. The situation provoked a serious crisis of confidence in the KMT's mountain redoubts, which caused a major internal reorganization. Although KMT armies control about 90% of Burma's opium trade, they have not maintained any major bases inside the Shan states since 1961. After 5,000 Burmese army troops and 20,000 Communist Chinese troops launched a surprise assault on KMT headquarters at Mong Paliao, Kengtung State, in January 1961, most of the 10,000 KMT defenders fled across the Mekong into northwestern Laos and took refuge at Nam Tha City. 5 tons of U.S. ammunition were discovered at Mong Paliao, and on February 16 the Burmese Air Force shot down an American-made Liberator bomber making supply drops to KMT holdouts inside Burma. Apparently embarrassed by these incidents, the U.S. State Department offered to assist in the repatriation of KMT troops to Taiwan, and on March 14 the evacuation began. About 4,200 KMT regulars were flown from Nam Tha City to Ban Hao Ai Sai, ferried across the Mekong, and trucked to Chiang Rai, where they boarded flights for Taiwan. On April 12 the airlift came to an end, and Taiwan disclaimed any responsibility for the few who remained. Actually, some 2,000 to 3,000 KMT regulars had been left behind in Laos, and they were hired by the CIA to strengthen the rightist position in the area. According to William Young, these troops were placed under the nominal command of General Faur Nai Nosavan and became the Bataillon Speciale II-1. They remained at Nam Tha until the rightist garrison began to collapse in mid-1962, and then they moved across the Mekong River into Thailand. With the full knowledge and consent of the Thai government, the KMT established 2 new bases on the top of jungle-covered mountains just a few miles from the Burmese border and resumed their involvement in the opium trade. Instead of hampering their commercial activities, the move to Thailand actually increased the KMT's overall importance in the Golden Triangle's opium trade. Not only did the KMT maintain their hold on Burma's opium, but they increased their share of the traffic in northern Thailand. In 1959 the Thai government had outlawed the growing and smoking of opium, and many Thai hill traders, fearful of police action, were in the process of quitting the opium trade. Most small towns and villages in the foothills of northern Thailand that had prospered as opium trading centers for the last 12 years experienced a micro-recession as their local opium merchants were forced out of business. While the lack of reliable data and official obfuscation makes it difficult to describe this transition for the whole of northern Thailand, an Australian anthropologist has provided us with a portrait of the rise and fall of a Thai opium trading village named Ban Wat. Situated about 3 miles from the base of Thailand's western mountain range, with easy access to 2 mountain trails leading upward into the opium-growing villages, Ban Wat was an ideal base of operations for wandering mountain traders. Moreover, the village was only 15 miles from Chiang Mai, Thailand's northernmost rail terminus, so it was also accessible to merchants and brokers coming up from Bangkok. Ban Wat's merchants first became involved in the opium trade in the 1920s, when 4 or 5 Mio villages were built in the nearby mountain districts. However, the Mio population was quite small, and their poppy cultivation was still secondary to subsistence rice production. Most of Ban Wat's traders were buying such small quantities of opium from the Mio that they sold it directly to individual addicts in the nearby valley towns. No big brokers came to Ban Wat from Bangkok or Chiang Mai, though one Ban Wat trader occasionally bothered to smuggle a bit of opium down to Bangkok on the train. Once the Thai government decided to encourage poppy cultivation in 1947, however, the opium trade began to boom, and the village experienced unprecedented prosperity, becoming one of the largest opium markets in northern Thailand. The edict drew many Mio farmers into the nearby mountains, giving Ban Wat traders access to a large supply. Much of Ban Wat's active male population became involved in the opium trade as porters, mule skinners, or independent merchants. During the harvesting and planting season the Mio needed rice to feed themselves. The Ban Wat traders purchased rice in the Chiang Mai market and sold it to the Mio on credit. When the opium harvest began, the traders returned to the Mio villages to collect their debts and also to trade silver, salt, rice, and manufactured goods for Mio opium. While the abolition of legalized opium trading in 1959 has in no way hindered the continued expansion of Thailand's production, it was a disaster for Ban Wat. At the height of the opium boom there were 20 major opium traders operating out of Ban Wat. By 1968 there was only one. 2 local merchants went broke when the police confiscated their opium, and another was ruined when his Mio customers moved to another province without paying their debts. These examples served to chasten Ban Wat's merchant community, and many traders quit the opium trade. The vacuum was not filled by other Thai traders, but by the KMT armies and an auxiliary of Yunnanese mountain traders. When the KMT and its civilian adherents were forced completely out of Burma in 1961, the entire commercial apparatus moved its headquarters into northern Thailand. In 1965, a census of the most important Yunnanese villages in northern Thailand showed a total population of 6,600. As the Thai traders were gradually forced out of business after 1959, the KMT and its civilian auxiliaries were uniquely qualified centrally organized military to take over the opium trade. With their structure, the NID was in an ideal position to keep track of migrating Mio clans and make sure that they paid their debts in full. With their military power, the NID could protect the enormous capital tied up in the merchant caravans from bandits and keep the exactions of the Thai police to a minimum. The Yunnanese traders were the vanguard of the KMT's commercial conquest, infiltrating the mountain villages and imposing a form of debt slavery on hill tribe opium farmers. They opened permanent stores in most of the large opium-producing villages and sold such tantalizing items as flashlights, canned goods, silver ornaments, cloth, salt, and shoes. A 1962 report by the Thai Ministry of the Interior described the impact of this commercial revolution. The increasing demand for merchandise deriving from outside has given a corresponding impetus to the raising of cash crops. There can be no doubt that the cultivation of poppy and the production of raw opium is by far the most profitable economic activity known to the hill peoples at present. The shopkeepers and traveling merchants in the hills compete with each other to get hold of the product, readily granting credit for later sales of opium. Toward the end of the harvest season, when the Yunnanese merchants have finished buying up most of the opium in their area, armed NID caravans go from village to village collecting it. American missionaries who have seen the KMT on the march describe it as a disconcerting spectacle. As soon as the caravan's approach is signaled, all the women and children flee into the forest, leaving the men to protect the village. Once the opium is loaded onto the KMT's mules, the caravan rides on and the people come back out of the forest. The Ministry of the Interior's 1962 report described the KMT Yunnanese logistics in some detail. The key men of the opium traffic in the hills of northern Thailand are the traders who come from outside the tribal societies. On the basis of our observations in numerous villages of the 4 tribes we studied, we have proved that the overwhelming majority of them are Yunnanese. Usually the Ha traders know each other personally, even if living in hill villages 200 kilometers, 125 miles, and more apart. Most we encountered regard the village of Ban Yang, near Amphoe Phang, as their central place near KMT 3rd Army headquarters. Quite a few of them will return to this place, after the closing of the trading season. There seems to be a fair understanding among all the Ha in the hills and a remarkable coherence or even silent organization. The Ha traders keep close contacts with the armed bands KMFL that dwell in fortified camps along the Burmese frontier. It is reported that the fortified camps mentioned in the Ministry of the Interior's report above are the NID 5th Army headquarters on Mae Salong Mountain, about 30 miles northwest of Chiang Rai, and the NID 3rd Army headquarters at Tam Ngop, a rugged mountain redoubt 50 miles west of Chiang Rai. Although NID forces had always maintained a unified command structure in Burma, it established these 2 separate headquarters after moving to Thailand. This was symptomatic of deep internal divisions. For reasons never fully explained, Taiwan ordered its senior commander home in 1961 and subsequently cut back financial support for the remaining troops. Once external discipline was removed, personal rivalries between the generals broke the NID into 3 separate commands. Gen. Tuan Shi Wen formed the 5th Army with 1,800 men, Gen. Li Wenhuan became commander of the 3rd Army, a lesser force of 1,400 men, and Gen. Ma Chingkuo and the 400 intelligence operatives under his command broke away to form the 1st Independent Unit. Since Gen. Ma Chingkuo's 1st Independent Unit remained under the overall supervision of President Chiang Kai-shek's son, Chiang Ching-kuo, in Taiwan, financial support for its intelligence operations inside China and Burma was continued. As a result, its Commander General Ma could afford to remain above the bitter rivalry between General Tuan and General Li, and came to act as mediator between the two. After Taiwan cut off their money, Generals Tuan and Li were forced to rely exclusively on the opium traffic to finance their military operations. necessity knows no law, General Tuan told a British journalist in 1967. That is why we deal with opium. We have to continue to fight the evil of communism, and to fight you must have an army, and an army must have guns, and to buy guns you must have money. In these mountains the only money is opium. To minimize the possibility of violence between their troops, the two generals apparently agreed to a division of the spoils and used the Salween River to demarcate their respective spheres of influence inside the Shan states. General Tuan sends his caravans into Kengtung and the southern WA states east of the Salween, while General Li confines his caravans to the west bank of the river. While the SNA's local commanders were little more than petty smugglers, General Tuan and General Li have become the robber barons of one of Southeast Asia's major agro-businesses. Their purchasing network covers most of the Shan state's 60,000 square miles, and their caravans haul approximately 90% of Burma's opium exports from the Shan highlands to entrepots in northern Thailand. To manage this vast enterprise, the KMT generals have developed a formidable private communications network inside the Shan states and imposed a semblance of order on the once chaotic bill trade. On the western bank of the Salween, General Li has organized a string of 7 radio posts that stretch for almost 250 miles from 3rd Army headquarters at Tam Ngop in northern Thailand to Lashio in the northern Shan states. On the eastern bank, General Tuan maintains a network of 11 radio posts supplemented by the 1st Independent Unit's 4 forward listening posts along the Burma-China border. Each radio post is guarded by 80 to 100 KMT soldiers who double as opium brokers and purchasing agents. As the planting season begins, they canvass the surrounding countryside, paying advances to village headmen, negotiating with Shan rebels, and buying options from local opium traders. By the time the KMT caravans begin rolling north from Tam Ngop and Mae Salong in October or November, each of the radio posts has transmitted an advance report on the size and value of the harvest in its area to their respective KMT headquarters. Thus, KMT commanders are in a position to evaluate the size of the upcoming harvest in each district and plan a rough itinerary for the caravans. The enormous size of the KMT caravans makes this advance planning an absolute necessity. While most Shan rebel caravans rarely have more than 50 pack animals, the smallest KMT caravan has 100 mules, and some have as many as 600. The commander of a Shan rebel army active in the area west of Lashio reports that most KMT 3rd Army caravans that pass through his area average about 400 mules. Since an ordinary pack animal can carry about 50 kilos of raw opium on one of these long trips, a single caravan of this size can bring back as much as 20 tons of raw opium. Despite the large number of Shan rebels and government militia prowling the mountains, KMT caravans can afford to travel, with a minimum of armed guards because they carry portable field radios and can signal their scattered outposts for help if attacked. Scouts are sent out well ahead of the column to look for possible trouble. Since most of the mule drivers and guards are vigorous young tribesmen recruited from northern Thailand, KMT caravans are able to move fast enough to avoid ambush. Moreover, the KMT carry an impressive arsenal of 60mm mortars, .50 caliber machine guns, 75mm recoilless rifles, and semi-automatic carbines, which is usually ample deterrence for both poorly armed Shan rebels and crack Burmese army units. The caravans begin moving south in October or November and stopping at large hill tribe villages, market towns, and KMT outposts to pick up waiting shipments of opium. Although there are KMT caravans plodding across the Shan highlands throughout most of the year, most caravans seem to be going north from October through March and riding south from March through August. General Li's 3rd Army caravans usually go as far north as Lashio district, about 250 miles from Tam Ngop, where they pick up opium brought down from Kachin State and northern Shan districts by itinerant merchants. General Tuan's 5th Army caravans used to go all the way to Ving Ngun, about 170 miles north of Mae Salong, until 1969, when the Burmese Communist Party began operating in the southern WA states. Since then KMT caravans have been relying on itinerant merchants to bring Kokang and WA states opium out of these communist-controlled areas. When the KMT caravans begin to head back to Thailand, they are often joined by smaller Shan rebel or merchant caravans, who travel with them for protection. Predatory bands of Shan rebels, government militia, and Burmese army troops prowl the hills. According to one Shan rebel leader, a caravan has to have an absolute minimum of 50 armed men to survive, but with 200 armed men it is completely safe unless something unusual happens. Since the smaller groups cannot afford a sufficient quantity of automatic weapons to protect themselves adequately, many prefer to ride with the KMT even though they have to pay a protection fee of $9 per kilo of opium. As a service to the Thai government, the KMT 3rd and 5th Armies act as a border patrol force along the rugged northern frontier and use their authority to collect a duty of $4.50 on every kilo of opium entering Thailand. In 1966 to 1967 the CIA reported that KMT forces patrolled a 75-mile stretch of borderland in Chiang Mai and Chiang Rai provinces, but in mid-1971 Shan rebel leaders claimed that KMT revenue collectors covered the entire northern border all the way from Mae Sai to Mae Hong Son. Although the rugged mountain terrain and maze of narrow horse trails would frustrate the best ordinary customs service, very few Shan caravans can ever enter Thailand without paying tax to the KMT. With their comprehensive radio and intelligence network, the KMT spot most caravans soon after they begin moving south and usually have a reception committee waiting when one crosses into Thailand. Not having to rely on opium for funds like the 3rd and 5th Armies, the 1st Independent Unit gives top priority to its military mission of cross-border espionage, and regards opium smuggling as a complementary but secondary activity. Most importantly, from Taiwan's perspective, the 1st Independent Unit has helped perpetuate the myth of Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek's imminent return to the mainland by launching repeated sabotage raids into southern China. General Tuan's 5th Army has provided considerable support for General Ma's intelligence operations, and on at least one occasion his troops participated in a full-scale raid into southern China. In exchange for such assistance, General Tuan's troops were allowed to use the 1st Independent Unit's listening posts as opium trading centers. While Gen. Tuan is rather tight-lipped about his involvement in the opium trade, he is extremely proud of his vanguard position in the anti-communist crusade. Describing himself as the watchdog at the Northern Gate, General Tuan likes to regale his visitors with stories about his exploits battling Mao Zedong during the 1930s, fighting the Japanese during World War XI, and raiding Yunnan province in more recent years. Although the 61-year-old general spends most of his time in Chiang Mai enjoying the vast personal fortune he has amassed from the opium business, he still likes to think of himself as a die-hard guerrilla fighter and launches an occasional raid into China to polish up his image. Since General Ma was the only one of the 3 generals who enjoyed Taiwan's full support, he emerged as the senior NIT commander in the Golden Triangle region. Although a number of serious disputes had poisoned relations between General Tuan and General Li, General Ma had remained on good terms with both. At the urging of High Command on Taiwan, General Ma began acting as a mediator shortly after the NIT moved to Thailand, but with little success. Taiwan was hoping to re-establish a unified command under General Ma, but Generals Tuan and Li saw little to be gained from giving up their profitable autonomy. Although the battle at Ban Quan would heal this rift, for the moment, the situation remained static. General Ma had his chance as mediator in early 1967 when Generals Tuan and Li began receiving disturbing information about Chan Shifu's activities in the Shan states. The KMT's radio network was sending back reports that the Shan warlords' brokers were buying up unprecedented quantities of opium in the northern Shan and WA states. In February, Chan Shifu had delivered a de facto declaration of war when he demanded that NIT caravans trading in the WA states pay him the same transit tax that his caravans had to pay the NIT whenever they crossed into Thailand or Laos. When Chan Shifu's caravan of 300 mules assembled in June, it was carrying 16 tons of raw opium worth $500,000 wholesale in Chiang Mai. With his share of the profits, Chan Shifu could purchase at least 1,000 new carbines and expand his army from 2,000 to 3,000 men, a force almost equal in size to the combined 3,200 troops of the KMT 3rd and 5th Armies. If Chan Shifu's caravan reached Laos, the 15-year dominance of the NIT would be in jeopardy. The point was not lost on the NIT generals, and through General Ma's mediation, the two feuding generals agreed to resolve their differences and form a combined army to destroy Chan Shifu. In June, the main body of Chan Shifu's convoy left Ving and Gun and set out on a 200-mile trek toward Ban Quan, a small Laotian lumber town on the Mekong River which Gen. Juan Radicon had designated the delivery point when he placed an advance order for this enormous shipment with Chan Shifu's broker, a Chinese merchant from Mae Sai, Thailand. The caravan was to deliver the opium to the general's refinery at Ban Quan. As the heavily loaded mules plodded south through the monsoon downpours, the convoy was joined by smaller caravans from market towns like Tangyang, so that by the time it reached Kengtung City its single-file column of 500 men and 300 mules stretched along the ridgelines for over a mile. From the moment the caravan left Ving and Gun, it was kept under surveillance by the KMT's intelligence network, and the radio receivers at Mae Salong hummed with frequent reports from the mountains overlooking the convoy's line of march. After merging their crack units into a 1,000-man expeditionary corps, Generals Tuan and Li sent their forces into the Shan states with orders to intercept the convoy and destroy it. Several days later, the NIT expeditionary force ambushed Chan Shifu's main column east of Kengtung City near the Mekong River, but his rearguard counterattacked and the opium caravan escaped. After crossing the Mekong into Laos on July 14 and 15, Chan Shifu's troops hiked down the old caravan trail from Muangmounge and reached Ban Quan 2 days later. Shortly after they arrived, the Shan troops warned the Laotian villagers that the KMT were not far behind and that there would probably be fighting. As soon as he heard this news, the principal of Ban Quan's elementary school raced downriver to Tunpung, where a company of Royal Laotian Army troops had its field headquarters. The company commander radioed news of the upcoming battle to Ban Hao Ai Sai and urged the principal to evacuate his village. During the next 10 days, while Ban Quan's 20 families moved all their worldly possessions across the Mekong into Thailand, Chan Shifu's troops prepared for a confrontation. Ban Quan is hardly a likely battlefield. The village consists of small clearings hacked out of a dense forest, fragile stilted houses and narrow winding lanes, which were then mired in knee-deep, monsoon-season mud. A lumber mill belonging to General Wan sat in the only large clearing in the village, and it was here that the Shans decided to make their stand. In many ways it was an ideal defensive position. The mill is built on a long sand embankment extending 100 feet into the Mekong and is separated from the surrounding forest by a lumberyard, which had become a moat-like sea of mud. The Shans parked their mules along the embankment, scoured the nearby towns for boats, and used cut logs lying in the lumberyard to form a great semicircular barricade in front of the mill. The NIT expeditionary force finally reached Ban Quan on July 26 and fought a brief skirmish with the Shans in a small hamlet just outside the village. That same day the Laotian Army's provincial commander flew up from Ban Hao Ai Sai in an Air Force helicopter to deliver a personal message from General Wan. He ordered them all to get out of Laos. The NIT scornfully demanded $250,000 to do so, and Chan Shifu radioed his men from Burma, ordering them to stay put. After several hundred reinforcements arrived from Mae Salong, the NIT troops attacked the Shan barricades on July 29 since both sides were armed with an impressive array of .50 caliber machine guns, 60 mm mortars, and 57 mm recoilless rifles. The firefight was intense, and the noise from it could be heard for miles. However, at 12 o'clock noon on July 30 the staccato chatter of automatic weapons was suddenly interrupted by the droning roar of 6 T-28 prop fighters flying low up the Mekong River and then the deafening thunder of the 500-pound bombs that came crashing down indiscriminately on Shans and NIT alike. General Wan, apparently somewhat disconcerted by the unforeseen outcome of his dealings with Chan Shifu, had decided to play the part of an outraged commander-in-chief defending his nation's territorial integrity. With Prime Minister Suvarnabhumana's full consent he had dispatched a squadron of T-28 fighters from Luang Prabang and airlifted the crack 2nd Paratroop Battalion up to Ban Hao Ai Sai. General Wan took personal command of the operation and displayed all of the tactical brilliance one would expect from a general who had just received his nation's highest state decoration, the Grand Cross of the Million Elephants and the White Parasol. Once the 2nd Paratroop Battalion had gone upriver to Ban Quan and taken up a blocking position just south of the battlefield, the T-28s began 2 solid days of bombing and strafing at the rate of 4 or 5 squadron sorties daily. To ensure against a possible retaliatory attack on Ban Hao Ai Sai, General Wan ordered 2 marine launches to patrol the upper reaches of the Mekong near Ban Quan. Finally, 2 regular Laotian infantry battalions began moving down the old caravan trail from Muang Mounge to cut off the only remaining escape route. Under the pressure of the repeated bombing attacks, the 400 surviving Shans piled into the boats tied up along the embankment and retreated across the Mekong into Burma, leaving behind 8 Tai Tuo dead, 15 mules, and most of the opium. Lacking boats and unwilling to abandon their heavy equipment, the KMT troops fled north along the Mekong, but only got 6 miles before their retreat was cut off by the 2 Laotian infantry battalions moving south from Muang Mounge. When the Shans and KMT had abandoned Ban Quan, the 2nd Paratroop Battalion swept the battlefield, gathered up the opium and sent it downriver to Ban Hao Ai Sai. Reinforcements were flown up from Vientiane, and superior numbers of Laotian army troops surrounded the KMT. Following 2 weeks of tense negotiations, the NID finally agreed to pay General Wan an indemnity of $7,500 for the right to return to Thailand. According to Thai police reports, some 700 KMT troops crossed the Mekong into Thailand on August 19, leaving behind 70 dead, 24 machine guns, and a number of dead mules. Although the Thai police made a pro forma attempt at disarming the KMT, the troops clambered aboard 18 chartered buses and drove off to Mace along with 300 carbines, 70 machine guns, and 2 recoilless rifles. Gen. Wan Radicone was clearly the winner of this historic battle. His troops had captured most of the 16 tons of raw opium, and only suffered a handful of casualties. Admittedly, his lumber mill was damaged and his opium refinery had been burned to the ground, but this loss was really insignificant, since General Wan reportedly operated another 5 refineries between Ban Quan and Ban Hao Ai Sai. His profits from the confiscated opium were substantial, and displaying the generosity for which he is so justly famous, he shared the spoils with the men of the 2nd Paratroop Battalion. Each man reportedly received enough money to build a simple house on the outskirts of Vientiane. The village of Ban Quan itself emerged from the conflagration relatively unscathed, when the people started moving back across the Mekong River 3 days after the battle. They found 6 burned-out houses, but other than that suffered no appreciable loss. At the time it was fought, the 1967 Opium War struck most observers, even the most sober, as a curious historical anachronism that conjured up romantic memories of China's warlords in the 1920s and bandit desperados of bygone eras. However, looking back on it in light of events in the Golden Triangle over the last 5 years, particularly the development of large-scale production of No. 4 heroin, the 1967 Opium War appears to have been a significant turning point in the growth of Southeast Asia's drug traffic. Each group's share of Burma's opium exports and its subsequent role in the growth of the Golden Triangle's heroin industry were largely determined by the historic battle and its aftermath. KMT caravans still carry the overwhelming percentage of Burma's opium exports, and Shan caravans have continued to pay the KMT duty when they enter Thailand. Chan Shifu, of course, was the big loser. He left $500,000 worth of raw opium, thousands of dollars in arms and mules, and much of his prestige lying in the mud at Ban Quan. Moreover, Chan Shifu represented the first and last challenge to NID control over the Shan state's opium trade, and that challenge was decisively defeated. Since the destruction of Chan Shifu's convoy, Shan military leaders have played an increasingly unimportant role in their own opium trade. Shan caravans usually have less than 100 mules, and their opium refineries are processing only a small percentage of the opium grown in the Shan states. However, General Wan's troops won the right to tax Burmese opium entering Laos, a prerogative formerly Although the 1967 Opium War strengthened the KMT's position inside the Shan states, it complicated the KMT's amicable relations with its host, the Thai government. Ever since the mid-1950s, when the Thai police commander, General Pheo, became notorious as one of the major opium traffickers in Southeast Asia, the Thai government has been extremely sensitive about covering up its involvement in the opium trade. When the KMT moved to Thailand in 1962, the government labeled them civilian refugees and claimed that their organized military units had been broken up. The KMT reinforced this face-saving fiction by isolating themselves in their mountain redoubts and wearing civilian clothes whenever they went into nearby towns. On the whole, the Thai government was quite successful in convincing the world that the KMT 3rd and 5th Armies no longer existed. Only 5 months before the battle, for example, a full-fledged UN investigating team spent 2 months examining the drug problem in Thailand without discovering any substantial evidence of KMT activity. When the 1967 Opium War shattered this carefully constructed myth, the Thai government claimed that it was being invaded by the KMT and dispatched several thousand troops to Chiang Mai to defend the northern frontier. In order to ensure that it would not be similarly embarrassed in the future, the Thai government placed the KMT's fortified camps under the supervision of the Royal Army, and KMT generals became accountable to the High Command in Bangkok for every move in and out of their headquarters. Aside from these rather limited gestures, however, the Thai government made no effort to weaken the KMT. In fact, the Thai military has moved in the opposite direction by granting the 3rd and 5th Armies official status as legitimate paramilitary forces. Although the KMT had been responsible for security in the northern frontier areas for a number of years without receiving official recognition, the recent outbreak of the Red Mio revolt in Nan and Chiang Rai provinces has brought about a gradual reversal of this non-recognition policy. The Red Mio revolt began in May 1967 when Thai officials visited the same Mio village in Chiang Rai province on 3 separate occasions to collect pavofs, for letting the Mio farmers clear their opium fields. The Mio paid off the first 2 visitors, but when the provincial police showed up to collect their rake off, the Mio attacked them. The next day 60 police returned to the village and burned it to the ground. Although there was no further violence, this incident apparently convinced counterinsurgency strategists in Bangkok that the Mio in Chiang Rai and adjoining Nan province were about to revolt. In October, the Thai army and police initiated a series of heavy-handed communist suppression operations that provoked a major uprising. To reduce its mounting casualties, the army began napalming selected villages and herding their inhabitants into guarded relocation centers in early 1968. The revolt spread rapidly, and as the army had to withdraw into a series of fortified positions in June, the Air Force was unleashed over the insurgent areas, which had been declared free fire zones. By 1970, guerrillas were beginning to sortie out of their mountain liberated zones, attacking lowland villages and ambushing cars along the highways. It was obvious to many Thai and American counterinsurgency planners that troops had to go in on the ground to clean up guerrilla mountain sanctuaries before the insurgency spread into the lowlands. However, as their earlier performances had shown, the Thai army was ill-suited for mountain warfare. The Thai military, with American financial support, turned to the KMT for help. In the past, General Tuan had claimed credit for keeping Chiang Rai province free from communist terrorists. The KMT had all the necessary skills for mountain warfare that the Thai army so obviously lacked. They understood small unit tactics, had 20 years' experience at recruiting hill tribe paramilitary forces, and could converse with the hill tribes in their own languages or Yunnanese, which many tribesmen spoke fluently. But most important of all, the KMT knew how to pit tribe against tribe. While the Thai military had tried to get Mio to fight Mio with little success, General Tuan recruited Aka, Lasu, and Lahu from western Chiang Rai province and sent them to fight Mio in eastern Chiang Rai. In December 1969, General Tuan ordered 500 of these polyglot 5th Army troops into the mountains just north of Chiang Kong, near the Mekong, to attack the Red Mio, and General Lee sent 900 of his 3rd Army troops in an adjoining clump of mountains to the east of Chiang Kam. By mid-1971 two Thai Air Force UIH helicopters were shuttling back and forth between the KMT camps and Thai Army bases in eastern Chiang Rai. A special photo reconnaissance lab was working round the clock, and a ranking Thai general had been placed in command. When asked what he was doing in Chiang Kong, General Krirkson replied, "I cannot tell you, these are secret operations." However, the senior KMT officer at Chiang Kong, Col. Chen Mo Sup, insisted that his forces had the Red Mio on the run and claimed that his troops had killed more than 150 of them. Even though the KMT have now been integrated into the Thai counterinsurgency establishment, the government has made no appreciable effort to reduce their involvement in the opium trade. In mid-1971 the CIA reported that Mae Salong, KMT 5th Army headquarters, was the home of one of the most important heroin laboratories in the Golden Triangle, and in April 1972 NBC News reported that a laboratory was operating at Tam Ngop, the KMT 3rd Army headquarters. 286 In addition, reliable Shan rebel leaders say that KMT caravans are still operating at full strength, the opium duty is being collected, and no Shan army is even close to challenging the KMT's hegemony. For Chan Shifu, the 1967 Opium War marked the beginning of the end. Far more importantly for the Shan movement as a whole, his defeat represented the last significant attempt by any rebel leader to establish himself as something more than just another petty warlord. After his troops retreated across the Mekong from Ban Quan, Chan Shifu remained in the mountains near the Thai border, reportedly waiting for another crack at the KMT. However, for reasons never satisfactorily explained, the second battle never took place, and he returned to the northern Shan states in late 1967. Since Chan Shifu had lost a considerable amount of money, arms, and prestige at Ban Quan, his troops began to drift away, and by late 1968 he had considerably less than 1,000 men under arms. Apparently convinced that another stint as a guerrilla would revive his sagging fortunes, Chan Shifu began making contact with a number of Shan rebel leaders. When Burmese military intelligence learned that he was engaged in serious negotiations with the rebels, they had him arrested and sent off to a Rangoon jail for an indefinite period of confinement. Many of his officers and men were arrested as well, but Shan rebel leaders claim that several hundred more are still actively battling government forces in the northern Shan states. But there is a moral to this story. The rise and fall of Chan Shifu and the Shan National Army shows how difficult it is going to be for any Shan military leader to restore order in the strife-torn Shan states. Rather than producing an independent, unified Shan land, the Shan rebellion seems to have opened a Pandora's box of chaos that has populated the countryside with petty warlords and impoverished the people. When the rebellion began in 1958, there were only 3 or 4 rebel groups active in the entire Shan states. In mid-1971 one Shan rebel leader estimated that there were more than 100 different armed bands prowling the highlands. But he cautioned that this was probably a conservative estimate, and added that it would take a computer to keep track of them all. Most of these armed groups are extremely unstable, they are constantly switching from rebel to militia status and back again, splitting in amoeba-like fashion to form new armies, or entering into ineffectual alliances. Moreover, the situation gets more chaotic every year as succeeding opium harvests pump more and more weapons into the Shan states. In the early 1960s the SNA was content with semi-automatic US M1 or M2 carbines, but 7 years later every armed band has to have its quotient of fully automatic M16s in order to survive. Although the SNA never managed to impose effective discipline on its local commanders, it achieved a level of unity that has yet to be equaled. Since its demise in 1965 to 1966, the military situation in the Shan states has become much more chaotic. In 1968 another faction made an attempt at drawing the movement together by establishing the Shan Unity Preparatory Committee. It issued a few pompous communiques warning about threats of communism or offering a ceasefire, but collapsed after a few acrimonious meetings in Chiang Mai, Thailand. Although most Shan rebel leaders speak loftily about millions of oppressed peasants flocking to their side, a few of the franker ones admit that people have become progressively alienated from the independence movement. Repeated taxation at gunpoint by roving Shan warlords has discouraged most forms of legitimate economic activity and reduced the peasants to a state of poverty. Salt prices have skyrocketed in the hills, and goiter is becoming a serious problem. In some of the more distant areas, essential medicines like quinine have not been available for years. Vaccination programs and qualified medical treatment have almost disappeared. Ironically, the political chaos, which has damaged most other forms of agriculture and promoted a steady expansion of opium production in the Shan states. Since opium buys more guns and ammunition in Thailand than any other local product, Shan rebels and the local militia have imposed a heavy opium tax on mountain villages under their control. While mountain farmers sell all the opium they can produce to merchants who regularly visit their villages, the insurgency makes it difficult and dangerous to venture into the market towns to sell other agricultural commodities. Moreover, the Burmese government controls very few of the poppy growing areas, and is therefore in no position to discourage opium production. Other nations can be pressured into abolishing poppy cultivation, but Burma can honestly claim that it is powerless to deal with the problem. If the present political situation continues, and there is every indication that it will, the Shan states will be growing vast quantities of opium long after the poppy has disappeared from Turkey or Afghanistan. The Shan states' political tradition of being divided into 34 small principalities ruled over by autocratic Sagwas is only partly responsible for the lack of unity among present-day rebel leaders. Laos, for example, shares the same tradition of small valley principalities, but the Pathet Lao have managed to form a strongly unified national liberation movement. Indeed, there are more important reasons for the chaotic political conditions inside the Shan states. The Shan rebellion and its accompanying chaos could not have survived had not the CIA, the KMT, and the Thai government intervened. None of these groups is particularly interested in the establishment of an independent Shan nation. However, each of them has certain limited political or military interests that have been served by providing the Shans with a limited amount of support and keeping the cauldron bubbling. Although it is most definitely not in the KMT's interests for a powerful Shan leader like Chan Shifu to develop, the chaotic conditions promoted by dozens of smaller rebel groups are absolutely vital to their survival. The KMT 3rd and 5th Armies are only able to send their large, lightly guarded caravans deep into the Shan states because the Burmese army is tied down fighting the insurgents. The KMT recognizes the importance of this distraction and has financed a number of small Shan rebel groups. However, the KMT tries to keep the Shan armies small and weak by explicitly refusing to allow any Shan opium caravan larger than 100 mules to enter Thailand. This policy was evidently adopted after the 1967 Opium War. Perhaps the most notable victim of this new policy was the Shan State Army. Founded by students from Mandalay and Rangoon universities, it began operating in the mountains west of Lashio in 1958 but did not start smuggling opium until 5 years later. After shipping 160 kilos of raw opium to Thailand in 1964, the Shan State Army increased its shipments year by year, reaching a peak of 1,600 kilos in 1967. But with the exception of 80 kilos it managed to slip by the KMT in 1969, this was its last shipment of opium to Thailand. Relations between the KMT and SSA had never been good, but the KMT embargo on SSA opium smuggling brought relations to a new low. When the KMT 3rd Army tried to establish a radio post in SSA territory in late 1969, the two groups engaged in a series of indecisive running battles for over 3 months. The CIA has played an equally cynical role inside the Shan states. Although it too has no real interest in an independent Shan land, the CIA has supported individual rebel armies in order to accomplish its intelligence-gathering missions inside China. Without the CIA's tolerance of its opium arms traffic, the Shan National Army could never have occupied so much of Kantong State. However, the CIA refused to grant the SNA enough direct military aid to drive the Burmese out of the state and re-establish public order. During the 1950s, the CIA had tried to turn the eastern Shan states into an independent strategic bastion for operations along China's southern frontier by using KMT troops to drive the Burmese army out of the area. But after the KMT were driven out of Burma in 1961, the CIA apparently decided to adopt a lower profile for its clandestine operations. While direct military support for the SNA might have produced new diplomatic embarrassments, an informal alliance and the resulting breakdown of public order in Kengtung were entirely compatible with CIA interests. After the SNA forced the Burmese army into the cities and towns, the CIA's forward radio posts floated securely in the Sea of Chaos while its cross-border espionage teams passed through Burma virtually undetected. In the final analysis, the Thai government probably bears the major responsibility for the chaos. Most Thai leaders have a deep traditional distrust for the Burmese, who have frequently invaded Thailand in past centuries. No Thai student graduates from elementary school without reading at least one gruesome description of the atrocities committed by Burmese troops when they burned the royal Thai capital at Ayutthaya in 1769. Convinced that Burma will always pose a potential threat to its security, the Thai government has granted asylum to all of the insurgents operating along the Burma-Thailand border and supplied some of the groups with enough arms and equipment to keep operating. This low-level insurgency keeps the Burmese army tied down defending its own cities, while the chaotic military situation in Burma's borderland regions gives Thailand a reassuring buffer zone. Although Thai leaders have given Rangoon repeated assurances that they will not let Burmese exiles abuse their privileges as political refugees, they have opened a number of sanctuary areas for guerrillas near the Burmese border. The Hai Krai camp north of Kiang Grai has long been the major sanctuary area for Shan rebels from Kengtung State. The area surrounding KMT 3rd Army headquarters at Tam Ngop is the most important sanctuary for rebel armies from northeastern Burma, Gen. Mo Hung's Shan United Revolutionary Army, Brig. Gen. Jimmy Yang's Kokang Revolutionary Force, Gen. Zha Seng's Kachin Independence Army, Gen. Jo Nu's Shan State Army, and General Kyansone's Pa Zero rebels are all crowded together on a few mountaintops under the watchful eye of KMT General Lee. Entrances to these camps are tightly guarded by Thai police, and the guerrillas have to notify Thai authorities every time they enter or leave. Even though activities at these camps are closely watched, Shan rebel leaders claim that Thai authorities have never made any attempt to interfere with their opium caravans. While foreign journalists are barred, Chiang Mai opium buyers are free to come and go at will. In an effort to cope with an impossible situation, the Burmese government has adopted a counterinsurgency program that has legitimized some aspects of the opium trade and added to the general political instability. The Burmese army has organized local militia forces, granted them the right to use government-controlled towns as opium trading centers and major highways as smuggling routes, and has removed all restrictions on the refining of opium. It is their pious hope that the local militia's natural greed will motivate them to battle the rebels for control of the opium hills. The logic behind this policy is rather simple: if the local militia control most of the opium harvest, then the rebels will not have any money to buy arms in Thailand and will have to give up their struggle. Despite its seductive simplicity, the program has had a rather mixed record of success. While it has weaned a number of rebel armies to the government side, just as many local militia have become rebels. On the whole, the program has compounded the endemic warlordism that has become the curse of the Shan states without really reducing the level of rebel activity. In addition, the Burmese government has sound economic reasons for tolerating the opium traffic. After seizing power from a civilian government in 1962, Commander-in-Chief of the Army Gen. Ne Win decreed a series of poorly executed economic reforms, which crippled Burma's foreign trade and disrupted the consumer economy. After 8 years of the Burmese way to socialism, practically all of the consumer goods being sold in Burma's major cities, everything from transistor radios and motorbikes to watches, pens, and toothpaste, were being smuggled across the border from Thailand on mule caravans. On the way down to Thailand, Shan smugglers carry opium, and on the way back they carry U.S. weapons and consumer goods. By the time a bottle of Coca-Cola reaches Mandalay in northern Burma, it can cost $1, and a Japanese toothbrush goes for $3.50 in Rangoon. Afraid of straining the patience of its already beleaguered consumers, the Burmese government has made no real effort to close the black markets or stop the smuggling. Opium has become one of the nation's most valuable export commodities, and without it the consumer economy would grind to a complete halt. The opium traffic itself has contributed to the chaotic conditions inside the Shan states by changing the military leaders from legitimate nationalist rebels into apolitical mercenaries. The case of Maj On Chan is perhaps the most striking example. During the early 1960s he joined the Shan National Army and remained one of its more effective local commanders until the coalition split apart in 1965 to 1966. After deserting from the SNA, On Chan and about 300 of his men were hired as mercenaries by the CIA and moved across the Mekong into northwestern Laos, where they fought in the secret army, disguised as local Lu militia. 2 or 3 years later On Chan and his men deserted the secret army and moved back into the Shan states. With the ample supply of arms and ammunition be brought back to Burma, On Chan carved an independent fief out of eastern Kengtung. He has remained there ever since, trading in opium and fighting only to defend his autonomy. Since the Burmese army offers such convenient opium trading facilities, corrupted rebel leaders frequently desert the cause for the more comfortable life of a government militia commander. While Chan Shifu is the most notorious example of this kind of Shan military leader, the case of Yang Sun is much more typical. Yang Sun started his career in the opium trade as a government militia leader, but switched to the rebel side in the mid-1960s and opened a base camp in the Hia Krai region of northern Thailand. Several years later he changed his allegiance once more and soon became the most powerful government militia leader in Kengtung state. Although rebel leaders have tried to woo him back to their side, he is making so much money from the opium traffic as a militia leader that he has consistently brushed their overtures aside. Thanks to the good graces of the Burmese army, Yang Sun patrols a strategic piece of geography between Kengtung City and the Thai border. Caravans traveling along government-controlled roads from the opium-rich Kokang and Wa states to the north have to pass through this area on their way to opium refineries in the three-border region to the south. Caravans belonging to both La Sik Han, a powerful militia leader from Kokang, and Boloi Oo, the influential Wa state's militia commander, are required to stop in Kengtung City to have their opium weighed and taxed by Yang Sun before they can proceed down the road to their private opium refineries in Takalek. In addition, Yang Sun's troops provide armed escorts between Kengtung City and the border for private merchant caravans out of the Kokang and Wa states. For a nominal fee of $6 per kilo of opium, merchants are guaranteed safe conduct by the Burmese government and protection from bandits and rebels. Although some of the opium carried by Shan rebels and the KMT is smuggled across the border in raw form, most of the militia's opium is processed into smoking opium, morphine, or heroin at Shan militia refineries in the Takalek area before being shipped into nearby Thailand. Yang Sun operates a large opium refinery about 6 miles north of Takalek capable of producing both No. 3 and No. 4 heroin. This laboratory is only one of 14 in the Takalek region, which, according to a 1971 CIA report, processed a total of 30 tons of raw opium during 1970. While this represents a considerable increase from the mid-1960s when Chan Shifu's morphine factory at Ving Ngun was the only known refinery, 30 tons of raw opium is still only a tiny fraction of Burma's total estimated exports of 500 tons. The relative weakness of Burma's processing industry is one of the legacies of Chan Shifu's defeat in the 1967 Opium War. Since KMT caravans have continued to ship about 90% of the Shan state's opium to Thailand and Laos for processing in their own refineries or transshipment, the growth of Takalek's laboratories has been hampered by a shortage of raw materials. Until public order is restored to the Shan states, there is absolutely no chance that Burma's opium production can be eradicated or its heroin laboratories shut down. It seems highly unlikely that the squabbling Shan rebels will ever be capable of driving the Burmese army completely out of the Shan states. It seems even more unlikely that the profit-oriented militia commanders would ever be willing to divert enough effort from their flourishing opium businesses to make a serious effort at cleaning the rebels out of the hills. Despite its claim of success, the Burmese army is even further away from victory than it was a decade ago. If we eliminate the Burmese army and the Shan military groups, there are only two possible contenders for ultimate control over the Shan states: the Burmese Communist Party and a coalition of right-wing rebels led by Burma's former Prime Minister U Nu. A year after he fled to Thailand in April 1969, U Nu concluded an alliance with Mon and right-wing Karen insurgents active in the Burma-Thailand frontier areas and announced the formation of a revolutionary army, the United National Liberation Front. To raise money, U Nu and his assistants circled the globe, contacting wealthy financiers and offering future guarantees on lucrative oil and mineral concessions in exchange for cash donations. Burma's future was mortgaged to the hilt, but by the end of 1970 U Nu had a war chest of over $2 million. With the tacit support of the Thai government, U Nu built up his guerrilla army inside Thailand. 3 major bases were opened up along the Thailand-Burma border at Mae Hong Son, Mae Sariang, and Mae Sot. Recognizing Burma's ethnic diversity, U Nu divided the eastern part of the country into 3 separate military zones: the Mon and Burmese areas in the southeast, the Karen region in the east, and the Shan and Kachin states in the northeast. While the UNLF alliance gave U Nu a strong basis for operations in the Mon and Karen areas, he has almost no influence in the northeast. There are so many Shan armies that it would be meaningless to ally with any one of them, and they are so divided among themselves that forming a coalition required special tactics. Instead of allying with established rebel groups as they had done with the Mons and Karens, U Nu and his assistants assigned William Young and Gen. Jimmy Yang the task of building an independent rebel force inside the Shan states. A member of Kokang State's royal family, Jimmy Yang began organizing guerrilla resistance in 1962. Since his family had worked closely with the KMT for more than a decade, he was able to finance his infant rebellion by sending caravans loaded with Kokang opium to Thailand under the protection of General Lai's Third Army. After 3 years of fighting in Kokang, Jimmy and some of his men moved to northern Thailand and built a base camp in the shadow of General Lai's headquarters at Tam Ngop. While his men raised chickens and smuggled opium in the mountains, Jimmy moved down to Chiang Mai and became assistant manager of the most luxurious tourist hotel in northern Thailand, the Ringkum Hotel. Jimmy had known U Nu in Rangoon, and when the former Prime Minister first arrived in Thailand, Jimmy renewed the friendship by soliciting a $10,000 contribution for democracy's cause from General Lee. U Nu returned the favor several months later by appointing Brig. Gen. Jimmy Yang commander of the UNLF's northern region, the Kachin and Shan states, and reportedly allocated $200,000 from the war chest to build up an effective Shan army. Rather than trying to build up the 5,000-man army he thought would be necessary to steamroll the 100 or so armed bands that roamed the hills, Jimmy decided to forge an elite strike force of about 100 men to guarantee his security while he traveled through the strife-torn Shan states negotiating with bandits, opium armies, rebels, and government militia. In exchange for their allegiance, he planned to offer them officers' commissions and government jobs in U Nu's administration to be. By scrupulously avoiding the opium traffic and relying on U Nu's war chest for financial support, Jimmy hoped to remain aloof from the opium squabbles and territorial disputes that had destroyed past coalitions. Once the fighting was over, Jimmy intended to return the Sogwas to power. They would appeal to their dutiful subjects to come out of the hills, the rebels would lay down their arms and order would be restored. To implement his plan, Jimmy recruited about 100 young Shans and equipped them with some of the best military equipment available on Chiang Mai's black market: US M2 carbines at $150 apiece, M16 rifles at $250 each, US M79 grenade launchers at $500 apiece, high-grade US jungle uniforms, and communist Chinese tennis sneakers. General Lee contributed some nationalist Chinese training manuals on jungle warfare. Confidently, Jimmy set September 1971 as his target date for jumping off into the Shan states, but almost from the beginning his program was hampered by the same problems that had destroyed similar efforts in the past. When September 1971 finally arrived, Jimmy's men were deserting, potential alliances had fallen through, and he had been forced to postpone his departure indefinitely. Jimmy Yang's men deserted because of the same type of racial and political conflicts that had promoted disunity among previous Shan armies. While almost all his troops were Shans, Jimmy's instructors, like himself and most residents of Kokang, were ethnic Chinese. Since ethnic chauvinism is the most important tenet of Shan nationalist ideology, internal discord was almost inevitable. In April 1971 Jimmy's deputy commander, a Shan named Sai Kiao, met with members of UNU's revolutionary government in Bangkok and presented Shan grievances. UNU's assistance offered no major concessions, and several weeks later Sai Kiao moved to Kiang Gray, opening his own camp in the Hai Krai area. Shan recruits continued to desert to Sai Kiao, and by September UNU's northern command was a complete shambles. Jimmy was losing his men to Sai Kiao, but Sai Kiao, lacking any financial backing whatsoever, was sending them off to work in the mines at Lampang to raise money. Sai Kiao plans to save enough money to buy a shipment of automatic weapons in Laos, pack them into the Shan states, and trade them for opium. With the profits from the opium arms trade he eventually hopes to build up a large enough army to drive the Burmese out of Kengtung state. While Jimmy Yang's troop training program had its problems, his attempts at forging political alliances with local warlords encountered an insuperable obstacle: William Young. After he finished a fundraising tour in the United States, William Young returned to Chiang Mai and began building support for UNU among the hill tribes of the eastern Shan states. Prior to making contact with Lahu and WA leaders, Young spent months gathering precise data on every armed band in the eastern Shan states. He concluded that there were about 17,000 Lahu and WA tribesmen armed with modern weapons. If only a fraction of these could be mobilized, UNU would have the largest army in eastern Burma. Young began sending personal representatives to meet with the more important tribal leaders and arranged round-table discussions in Chiang Mai. In the mountains north of Kengtung City, the Young name still commands respect from Lahu and WA Christians, and the enthusiastic response was to be expected. However, Young's success among the animist Lahu south and west of Kengtung City was unexpected. The Young family's divinity in these areas had been preempted by an innovative Lahu shaman, known as the Man God or Big Shaman. In mid-1970, when William Young convened an assembly of Lahu chiefs at Chiang Mai, the Man God sent one of his sons as a representative. When it was his turn to speak, the son announced that the Man God was willing to join with the other Lahu tribes in a united effort to drive the Burmese out of the Shan states. After receiving similar commitments from most of the important Lahu and WA leaders in Burma, Young approached UNU's War Council without Jimmy's knowledge and requested $60,000 for equipment and training. The council agreed with the proviso that the money would be channeled through Jimmy Yang. In August 1970, Young arranged a meeting between himself, Jimmy, and the tribal leaders to reach a final understanding. When Jimmy adopted a condescending attitude toward the Lahu and WA, they conferred privately with Young, and he advised them to withhold their allegiance. Young says that all the chiefs agreed to boycott the UNLF until they were confident of full support and claims that none of them are willing to work with Jimmy. Given these enormous problems, neither UNU nor Jimmy Yang seems to have a very promising future in the Shan states. In fact, Jimmy feels that the Burmese Communist Party and its leader Na Seng are the only group capable of restoring order to the Shan states. According to Jimmy, Na Seng and the Communists have all the assets their rivals seem to lack. First, Na Seng is one of the best guerrilla strategists in Burma. During World War II he fought behind Japanese lines with General Wingate's British Commando Unit, the Chindits, and was awarded the Burma Gallantry Medal for heroism. Like many Kachin veterans, he enlisted in the 1st Kachin Rifles after the war, and quickly rose to the rank of captain and adjutant commander. The 1st Kachin Rifles were sent into communist-controlled areas, and Na Seng played such an important role in the pacification program that one British author called him the terror of the Myanmar communists. However, many prominent Burmese took a dim view of Kachins attacking Burmese villages under any circumstances, and there were reports that Na Seng was about to be investigated by a court of inquiry. Faced with an uncertain future, Na Seng and many of his troops mutinied in February 1949 and joined with Karen rebels fighting in eastern and central Burma. After leading a series of brilliant campaigns, Na Seng was driven into Yunnan by the Burmese army in 1949. Little was heard of him until 1969, when he became commander of a communist hill tribe alliance called the Northeast Command and went on the offensive in the Burma-China borderlands. In March 1970 the Communists captured 3 border towns, and by mid-1971 they controlled a 400-mile-long strip of territory paralleling the Chinese border. While Na Seng's tactical skills are an important asset, Jimmy Yang feels that the Communists' social policies are the key to their success. Instead of compromising with the warlords, the Communists have driven them out of all the areas under their control. This policy has apparently resulted in a number of violent confrontations with the Kachin Independence Army, the remnants of Chan Shifu's forces, and government militia leaders such as La Sikhan and Boloi Oo. In each case, the Communists have bested their rivals and pushed them steadily westward. Once in control of some new territory, the Communists have abolished the opium tax, which has impoverished the hill tribes for the last 15 years, and encouraged the people to substitute other cash crops and handicraft work. In addition, the Communists have distributed salt, started a public health program, and restored public order. As a result of these measures, they have been able to develop a mass following, something that has eluded other army groups for so long. However, a crop substitution program takes up to 5 years to develop fully even under the best of circumstances, and so opium production has continued. Hill traders buy opium from villagers inside the communist zones and transport it to such market towns as Lashio and Kengtung, where it is sold to government militia, KMT buyers, PND private opium armies. In the aftermath of General Wan's victory in the 1967 Opium War, Laos emerged as the most important processing center of raw opium in the Golden Triangle region. The stunning defeat General Wan dealt his enemies on the Bangkwon battlefield forced the KMT to drop its duties on Burmese opium destined for Laos. Freed from the KMT's discriminatory taxation, the Laotian army was able to impose its own import duties. Subsequently, opium refineries in the Ban Hao Ai region increased their processing of Burmese opium. General Wan's prominent role in the battle attracted a good deal of unfavorable publicity in the international press, and in 1967 and 1968 he was visited by representatives from Interpol, a multinational police force that plays a major role in combating narcotics smuggling. The authorities were upset that the commander-in-chief of a national army was promoting the international drug traffic with such enthusiasm, such vigor. Wouldn't the good general consider retiring from the opium business? General Wan was stunned by the naivete of their request and gave them a stern lecture about the economic realities of opium. Recalling the incident several years later, General Wan said, "Interpol visited me in 1967 and 1968 about the opium. I told them there would be commerce as long as the opium was grown in the hills. They should pay the tribesmen to stop growing opium. I told Interpol that opium was grown in a band of mountains from Turkey to the Tonkin Gulf. Unless they stopped the opium from being grown, all their work meant nothing. I told Interpol to buy tractors so we could clear the trees off the plains. Then we would move the montagnards out of the mountains onto the plains. It's too warm there, and there would be no more opium growing. In the mountains the people work 10 months a year to grow 100,000 kip $200 worth of opium and rice. And if the weather is bad, or the insects come, or the rain is wrong, they will have nothing. But on the plains the people can have irrigated rice fields, grow vegetables, and make handicrafts. On the plain in 5 months of work they can make 700,000 kip $1,400 a year. I told Interpol that if they didn't do something about the people in the mountains, the commerce would continue. Just as the Mekong flows downstream to Saigon, so the opium would continue to flow. But they simply wanted me to stop. And when I explained this reality to them, they left my office quite discontented. Despite his apparent cockiness, General Wan interpreted the visit as a warning and began to exercise more discretion. When the authors inquired about his current involvement in the opium traffic, he admitted his past complicity but claimed that he had given up his interest in the business. Before 1967, opium caravans had followed Chan Shifu's route, entering Laos north of Muang Maunge. Traveling down the old caravan trail, and crossing the Mekong into Thailand at Chiang Saen. To conceal Laos's growing role in the traffic, General Wan apparently discouraged caravans from crossing into Laos and ordered them to unload their cargoes on the Burmese side of the Mekong River. Residents of Chiang Saen, Thailand, report that the heavily armed caravans that used to ford the Mekong and ride through the center of town in broad daylight several times a year have not passed through since 1967. Some Laotian Air Force officers have described an opium arms exchange they carried out in 1968 that illustrates the complexity of the new system. They loaded crates of weapons into an Air Force C-47 in Vientiane, flew to Ban Hao Ai Sai, where they transferred the crates to a Laotian Air Force helicopter, and then flew the weapons to a group of Shans camped on the Burmese side of the Mekong north of Ban Quan. The opium had already been sent downriver by boat and was later loaded aboard the C-47 and flown to Vientiane. When Golden Triangle refineries began producing high-grade No. 4 heroin in 1969 to 1970, access to seemingly limitless supplies of Burmese opium enabled Ban Hao Ai Sai manufacturers to play a key role in these developments. At the time of the 1967 Opium War, morphine and No. 3 heroin were being processed at a large refinery near Ban Hao Ai Sai and at 5 smaller ones strung out along the Mekong north of that city. In August 1967, one-time Life correspondent cabled New York this description of these refineries. The opium refineries along the Mekong mentioned in Vander Wicken's take earlier cable are manned almost entirely by pharmacists imported by the syndicate from Bangkok and Hong Kong. They live moderately good lives and are paid far above what they would receive working in pharmacies in their home cities. Most apparently take on the job by way of building a stake, and few are believed to get involved personally in the trade. Except, of course, to reduce the raw opium to morphine. At the same time, another Time Life correspondent reported that the kingpin of the Laotian opium trade is General Wan. He is reputed to own one of Laos' 2 major opium refineries, near Hao Ai Sai, and 5 smaller refineries scattered along the Mekong. As the demand for No. 4 heroin among GIs in South Vietnam grew, skilled Chinese chemists were brought in from Hong Kong to add the dangerous ether precipitation process and upgrade production capability. After the 5 smaller laboratories along the Mekong were consolidated into a single operation, General Wan's refinery at Ban Hao Ai Tap, just north of Ban Hao Ai Sai, became the largest, most efficient heroin laboratory in the tri-border area, and its trademark, the W0 Globe brand, soon became infamous. According to a CIA report leaked to the press in June 1971, it was capable of processing 100 kilos of raw opium per day. Under the supervision of a skilled chemist, this output would yield 10 kilos of No. 4 heroin per day and exceed the combined production of all 14 opium refineries in Takalek, Burma. Although belated American gestures forced the chemists to abandon the building in Ban Hao Ai Tap in July 1971, it reportedly moved to a more clandestine location. The refinery operating under Maj. Chow La's protection north of Nam Kung was also forced to move in July, but it, too, has probably relocated in a more discreet area. Moreover, Ban Hao Sai opium merchants have become the major suppliers of morphine base and raw opium for heroin laboratories in Vientiane and Longshan. As the massive bombing campaign and the refugee relocation program reduced the amount of Mio opium available for heroin in northeastern Laos, Gen. Vang Pao's officers were forced to turn to northwestern Laos for supplies of Burmese opium in order to keep the Longshan laboratory running at full capacity. In addition, there are reliable reports that Gen. Juan Radicon has been supplying the raw materials for a heroin laboratory operating in the Vientiane region managed by a Sino-Vietnamese entrepreneur, Hue Tim Hung. Despite the rapid withdrawal of U.S. troops from Vietnam, Laotian prospects for continuing success in the international heroin traffic appear to be excellent. Although most American narcotics officials hope that the Golden Triangle's flourishing heroin laboratories will be abandoned and become covered over with dense jungle once the GIs have left Vietnam, there is every indication that Laotian drug merchants are opening direct pipelines to the United States. In 1971, two important shipments of W0 Globe brand heroin, which Saigon police say is manufactured in the Ban Hao Ai Sai area, were seized in the United States. One on April 5, the package containing 7.7 kilos of W0 Globe brand heroin was seized in Fort Monmouth, New Jersey. It had been sent through the military postal service from Bangkok, Thailand. 2 on November 11, a Filipino diplomat attached to his nation's embassy in Vientiane and a Chinese merchant from Bangkok were arrested in New York City with 15.5 kilos of W0 Globe brand heroin shortly after they arrived from Laos. While these seizures established the fact that Laotian heroin was reaching the United States, they were otherwise unexceptional cases. However, the seizure of Prince Sopsizanas 60 kilos in Paris provided ominous evidence of connections between Laotian heroin manufacturers, Corsican gangsters in Vientiane, Corsican syndicates in France, and American heroin distributors. American narcotics officials are convinced that Corsican syndicates in France and Latin America are the most important suppliers of heroin for American distributors. But, hopelessly addicted to the myth of Turkey's importance, they have never investigated the links between Corsican syndicates in France and Corsican French gangsters in Vientiane. This has been a costly oversight. For, in fact, Vientiane's Corsican gangsters are the connection between Laos's heroin laboratories and heroin distributors in the United States. When the Corsican charter airlines were forced out of business in 1965, most of the Corsican and French gangsters stayed in Vientiane waiting for something new to turn up. Doing less well than previously, reported a Time Life correspondent in September 1965, are opium traders, mainly Corsicans who since the fall of grafting Fournai have found operations more difficult. Some opium exporters have even opened bistros in Vientiane to tide them over until the good bad old days return if they ever do. A few of the bosses managed to stay in the drug business by serving as contact men, other Corsicans found jobs working for the Americans, and some just hung around. After months of drinking and carousing in Vientiane's French bars, 5 down and out Corsican gangsters decided to make one last, desperate bid for the fortunes that had been snatched out of their grasp. Led by a Corsican named Elie Rouzic, who had reportedly owned a piece of a small charter airline, and his mechanic, Huset, the 5 men planned and executed the boldest crime in the history of modern Laos, great unarmored car robbery. On the morning of March 15, 1966, 2 clerks from the Banque de Indochine loaded $420,000 cash and $260,000 in checks into an automobile, and headed to Wat Airport to put the money aboard a Royal Air Lao flight for Bangkok. As soon as the bank car stopped at the airport, a jeep pulled up alongside and 3 of the Corsicans jumped out. Throwing handfuls of ground pepper into the clerks' faces, they fled with the money while their victims floundered about, sneezing and rubbing their eyes. Laotian police showed a rather uncharacteristic efficiency in their handling of the case. In less than 24 hours they recovered almost all the money and arrested Elie Rouzic, his mistress, and 3 of his accomplices. Acting on information supplied by Vientiane police, Thai police arrested Huset in Bangkok and found $3,940 hidden in his socks. At a press conference following these arrests, the Laotian police colonel in charge of the investigation credited his astounding success to honest citizens and thanked the French community for immediate cooperation. Or, as one informed observer later explained, Vientiane's Corsican bosses informed on Elie Rouzic and Huset in order to avoid a police crackdown on their involvement in the narcotics traffic. Unlike these unsavory riffraff, most of Vientiane's Corsican French bosses have respectable jobs and move in the best social circles. Roger Zoil, who owned one of the three largest Corsican charter airlines, is now president of Laos Air Charter. During the 1950s and early 1960s, Zoil worked closely with the Paul Louis Levé syndicate, then smuggling morphine base from Southeast Asia to heroin laboratories in Germany, Italy, and France. Two other air opium pioneers still reside in Vientiane. René Njabal, the former manager of Babal Air Force, is now a pilot for one of Laos's many civil airlines, while Gerard Lebensky, the former proprietor of the Snow Leopard Inn, retired to Laos in 1964 after serving 4 years in a Vietnamese prison for international narcotics smuggling. The co-managers of Vientiane's swingingest nightclub, The Spot, have a long history of involvement in the international drug traffic. Francois Mitterrand headed one of the most powerful drug syndicates in Indochina until he was arrested for narcotics smuggling in 1960 and sentenced to 5 years in a Vietnamese prison. His co-manager, Michel Libert, was Paul Louis Levé's right-hand man, and he served 5 years in a Thai prison after being arrested for drug smuggling in 1963. "My opium days are all in the past," Libert told a Thai undercover policeman in Vientiane sometime after his release from prison. "Let me convince you. I'll work for you as an informer and help you make arrests to show you I'm honest." But the Thai policeman knew Libert too well to be taken in, and not wanting to become a pawn in some Corsican vendetta, refused the offer. In addition, the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics has identified another Vientiane resident, Lars Bugatti, a former Nazi officer, as a drug trafficker with close ties to Corsican international syndicates. All of these men have been linked to the clandestine Corsican narcotics networks that ring the globe. Through the efforts of these syndicates, large quantities of Laotian heroin are finding their way to France and from there to the United States. The Prince Sopsizana affair has provided us with a rare glimpse into the machinations of powerful Laotian politicians and French heroin syndicates. When the King of Laos announced Prince Sopsizana's appointment as ambassador designate to France on April 7, 1971, he set in motion a chain of events that led to Sopsizana's downfall and the loss of $13.5 million of top-grade Laotian heroin. Confident that his diplomatic passport would protect him from the prying eyes of French customs, Sopsizana apparently decided to bankroll his stay in Paris by smuggling this cache of heroin into France. According to reliable diplomatic sources in Vientiane, Gen. Vang Pao entrusted Sopsizana, his chief political advisor, with 60 kilos of pure No. 4 heroin from his laboratory at Longchamp, and a local French hotel manager and civic leader who is on intimate terms with many of the Lao elite found a connection in Paris. Before Sopsizana's flight landed in Paris, however, a reliable Laotian source warned the French embassy in Vientiane that the new ambassador would be carrying heroin in his luggage. After a discreet search by airport customs officials turned up the 60 kilos, the French Foreign Ministry asked the Laotian government to withdraw its ambassador designate. Prime Minister Souvanna Fouarna, repaying his political debts, tried to keep Sopsizana in Paris, and it took the French weeks of intricate negotiations to secure his removal. When Sopsizana returned to Vientiane in late June, he made a public statement claiming that his enemies had framed him by checking the heroin-filled suitcase onto the flight without his knowledge. Privately, he accused Cam Phan Peña, the assistant foreign minister, of being the villain in the plot. Sopsizana's assertion that Cam Phan framed him is utterly absurd, for Cam Phan simply does not have $240,000 to throw away. However, until the ambitious Sopsizana interfered, Cam Phan had been assured the ambassadorship and had spent months preparing for his new assignment. He had even ordered the staff in Paris to have the embassy refurbished and authorized a complete overhaul for the Mercedes limousine. Diplomatic sources in Vientiane report that he was outraged by Sopsizana's appointment. And, only a few weeks after Sopsizana returned in disgrace, the Laotian government announced that Cam Phan Peña would be the new ambassador to France. If the heroin shipment had gotten through, the profits would have been enormous. The raw opium only cost Vang Pao about $30,000, Sopsizina could sell the 60 kilos for $240,000 in Paris. Corsican smugglers could expect $1.5 million from American distributors, and street pushers in urban America would earn $13.5 million. The important question for the United States is, of course, how many similar shipments have gotten through undetected. Obviously, if someone had not informed on Sopsizina, his luggage would have been waved through French customs, the heroin delivered as planned to a Corsican syndicate, and Sopsizina would be a respected member of Paris's diplomatic community. Another 60 kilos of Marseille heroin would have reached the United States and nobody would have been the wiser. But might-have-beens did not happen, and suddenly here was more evidence of French gangsters in Vientiane finding ways to connect with Corsican syndicates in France. Unfortunately, the evidence was generally disregarded. The French government covered up the affair for diplomatic reasons, the international press generally ignored it, and the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics regarded it as a curiosity. However, the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics was not entirely to blame for its woeful ignorance about the logistics of the Laotian heroin trade. Throughout the 1950s and most of the 1960s, the Bureau had concentrated its efforts in Europe and paid almost no attention to Southeast Asia, let alone Laos. However, as thousands of GIs serving in Vietnam became addicted to Laotian heroin, the Bureau tried to adjust its priorities by sending a team of agents to Laos, but its investigations were blocked by the Laotian government, the State Department, and the CIA. Although the Royal Laotian government had told the UN it was enforcing a policy of absolute prohibition of narcotics, it was in fact one of the few governments in the world with no laws against the growing, processing, and smoking of opium. Laos had become something of a free port for opium. Convenient opium dens are found on every city block and the location of opium refineries is a matter of public knowledge. Laos's leading citizens control the opium traffic and protect it like a strategic national industry. Under these circumstances, the Laotian government could hardly be expected to welcome the Bureau of Narcotics with open arms. While the Laotian government's hostility toward the Bureau is understandable, the reticence shown by the CIA and the U.S. Embassy requires some explanation. According to U.S. narcotics agents serving in Southeast Asia, the Bureau encountered a good deal of resistance from the CIA and the Embassy when it first decided to open an office in Vientiane. The Embassy claimed that American narcotics agents had no right to operate in Vientiane, since Laos had no drug laws of its own. The Embassy said that investigative work by the Bureau would represent a violation of Laotian sovereignty, and refused to cooperate. The U.S. Embassy was well aware that prominent Laotian leaders ran the traffic and feared that pressure on them to get out of the narcotics business might somehow damage the war effort. In December 1970, thousands of GIs in Vietnam were becoming addicted to heroin processed in laboratories protected by the Royal Laotian Army. The U.S. ambassador to Laos, G. McMurtry Godley 111, told an American writer, "I believe the Royal Laotian government takes its responsibility seriously to prohibit international opium traffic." When President Nixon issued his declaration of war on the international heroin traffic in mid-1971, the U.S. Embassy in Vientiane was finally forced to take action. Instead of trying to break up drug syndicates and purge the government leaders involved, however, the embassy introduced legal reforms and urged a police crackdown on opium addicts. A new opium law, which was submitted to government ministries for consideration on June 8, went into effect on November 15. As a result of the new law, U.S. narcotics agents were allowed to open an office in early November, 2 full years after GIs started using Laotian heroin in Vietnam and 6 months after the first large seizures were made in the United States. Only a few days after their arrival, U.S. agents received a tip that a Filipino diplomat and Chinese businessman were going to smuggle heroin directly into the United States. U.S. agents boarded the plane with them in Vientiane, flew halfway around the world, and arrested them with 15.5 kilos of No. 4 heroin in New York City. Even though these men were carrying a large quantity of heroin, they were still only messenger boys for the powerful Laotian drug merchants. But so far political expediency has been the order of the day, and the US Embassy has made absolutely no effort to go after the men at the top. In the long run, the American anti-narcotics campaign may do more harm than good. Most of the American effort seems to be aimed at closing Vientiane's hundreds of wide-open opium dens and making life difficult for the average Laotian drug user. The Americans are pressuring the Laotian police into launching a massive crackdown on opium smoking, and there is evidence that the campaign is getting underway. Since little money is being made available for detoxification centers or outpatient clinics, most of Vientiane's opium smokers will be forced to become heroin users. In a September 1971 interview, Gen. Juan Radicone expressed grave doubts about the wisdom of the American anti-opium campaign. Now they want to outlaw opium smoking. But if they outlaw opium, everyone in Vientiane will turn to heroin. Opium is not bad, but heroin is made with acid, which kills a man. In Thailand, Marshal Sarith outlawed opium 1958 to 19,591, and now everybody takes heroin in Thailand. Very bad. Although General Juan's viewpoint may be influenced by his own interests, he is essentially correct. In Hong Kong, Iran, and Thailand, repressive anti-opium campaigns have driven the population to heroin and magnified the seriousness of the drug problem in all three nations. Vientiane's brand of No. 3 heroin seems to be particularly high in acid content, and has already produced some horribly debilitated zombie addicts. One Laotian heroin pusher thinks that Vientiane's brand of No. 3 can kill a healthy man in less than a year. It would indeed be ironic if America's anti-drug campaign drove Laos's opium smokers to a heroin death while it left the manufacturers and international traffickers untouched. Conclusion. In the Yao village of Padua, not far from the KMT headquarters at Mae Salong, there is a crude opium den in one corner of the village's general store. At almost any time during the day, 3 or 4 Yao tribesmen and KMT soldiers can be found there, flopped on the platform sucking away at their opium pipes occasionally as they drift off into an opium dream. One of them fixes a quizzical gaze at the fading emblem of the United States Navy scabies, a combat engineering unit, which is tacked to the wall. And the caricatured bumblebee with a sailor's caperchet on its head and a submachine gun clutched in its gloved fists looks down on the dreamers with the frenetic glare of an aggrieved icon. This emblem and a rotting cluster of buildings a few miles down the road are the only tangible remains of a CB construction team that recently spent a year in this area building a road linking Mae Salong with the major provincial highway. According to local Thai officials, the CB's construction work was done under the auspices of USAID's Accelerated Rural Development Program. Despite its neutral-sounding title, ARD is a counterinsurgency program designed to give the Thai Army's cumbersome U.S-style armored and infantry units easy access to rugged mountain areas in times of insurgency. While this road has not been much help to the Thai Army so far, it has been a boon to the KMT's involvement in the international narcotics traffic. Before the KMT caravans leave for Burma, arms, mules, and supplies are shipped up this road. And after they return, opium, morphine base, and No. 4 heroin come down the road on their way to the international drug markets. The road has reduced the NIT's transportation costs, increased its profit margin, and improved its competitive position in the international heroin trade. At the time the road was built, the KMT's role in the narcotics traffic was well known, but apparently USAID officials felt that the road's military advantages outweighed its positive contribution to the international drug traffic. In many ways, this road is a typical example of the most innocent form of American complicity in Southeast Asia's narcotics traffic. After pouring billions of dollars into Southeast Asia for over 20 years, the United States has acquired enormous power in the region. And it has used this power to create new nations where none existed, handpick prime ministers, topple governments, and crush revolutions. But U.S. officials in Southeast Asia have always tended to consider the opium traffic a quaint local custom and have generally turned a blind eye to official involvement. A Laotian or Vietnamese general who so much as whispers the word neutralism is likely to find himself on the next plane out of the country, but one who tells the international press about his role in the opium trade does not even merit a raised eyebrow. However, American involvement has gone far beyond coincidental complicity. Embassies have covered up involvement by client governments, CIA contract airlines have carried opium, and individual CIA agents have winked at the opium traffic. As an indirect consequence of American involvement in the Golden Triangle region, opium production has steadily increased. Number 4 heroin production is flourishing, and the area's poppy fields have become linked to markets in Europe and the United States. Southeast Asia's Golden Triangle already grows 70% of the world's illicit opium and is capable of supplying the United States with unlimited quantities of heroin for generations to come. Decisive action must be taken to end America's heroin plague. The half-hearted half-measures of the last 25 years have done nothing to stop the rapid spread of heroin addiction and have brought the United States to the brink of a drug disaster. In 1946 there were an estimated 20,000 heroin addicts in the entire United States. Through the diligent efforts of organized crime, the number of addicts mounted year after year, reaching a new high of 150,000 in 1965. Since 1965 there has been an unprecedented increase in addiction. Statistical experts at the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics now believe that there are 560,000 hardcore heroin addicts in the United States. There is almost no town, city, race, social class, or occupational group in the United States untouched by the heroin problem. Black urban ghettos have been the major target of heroin pushers since the 1920s, but the addict population in suburban communities is growing rapidly, and the day is not far off when every large high school in America will have its own pushers. Instead of taking a coffee break, a growing percentage of America's assembly line workers are slipping off to the men's room for a heroin fix. In June 1971, one medical researcher reported that 6.5% of 50,000 workers tested in the previous 2 years were heroin addicts. In Vietnam, and on U.S. Army bases around the globe, the GI junkie is becoming as much a part of Army life as the beer-guzzling master sergeant and the martini-sipping captain. Although heroin addicts are outnumbered by alcoholics, heroin addiction has been much more damaging to the fabric of American society. Alcoholism is usually a private problem, and the anguish extends no further than the victim, his family, and his friends. Alcohol is relatively cheap, and even the most down-and-out wino can manage to keep himself supplied. Heroin, however, is extremely expensive, and most addicts have been forced to turn to street crime for money to maintain their habits. One 1970 survey estimated that the average addict in New York State had to steal $8,000 a year for his habit, and calculated the total property lost to junkies at $580 million a year. Many urban police departments believe that the majority of petty crimes, such as mugging, shoplifting, and burglary, are committed by addicts in search of money. Predatory addicts have turned large sections of America's inner cities into hazardous jungles, where only well-armed police dare to venture after dark. To a large extent, the problem of crime in the streets is a heroin problem, and most of the petty violence that has aroused so much public apprehension would disappear overnight if the drug traffic were brought under control. Obviously, something must be done, and done quickly, to deal with the heroin problem. Any attempt to eliminate the drug traffic will probably have to use one of three strategies: cure the individual addicts, smash international and domestic narcotics syndicates, or eliminate illicit opium production. Since it is extremely difficult to cure individual addicts without solving the larger social problems and almost impossible to crush the criminal syndicates, the only realistic solution is to eradicate illicit opium production. Cure the individual addict. While small groups of serious heroin addicts can be rehabilitated, there are no known solutions for curing the hundreds of thousands of troubled individuals who make up America's addict population. Every addict has his own complex, psychological motivations for using heroin, and he can only be considered cured when these problems have been solved. In most cases, rehabilitation is a slow, difficult process requiring hundreds of hours of individual attention by committed, trained caseworkers. Even if money were forthcoming tomorrow to build the thousands of necessary treatment centers and training institutes, it would be years before results would begin to show. And in any case, such a crash program would probably be doomed to failure. As long as heroin is readily available on the streets, the addict population will continue to multiply at a dizzying rate, and new addicts will become hooked faster than the old addicts can be unhooked. A number of reformers have suggested that the entire problem could be solved if heroin maintenance programs were set up on a nationwide basis to provide heroin at cost to any addict who wanted it. It has been argued that this program will eliminate the profit motive, thereby reducing the amount of heroin-related street crime and destroying international narcotics syndicates. Although a comprehensive heroin maintenance program might well achieve these goals, it would not solve one fundamental problem: heroin addiction. The number of addicts would remain constant, or actually continue to increase. Advocates of heroin maintenance point to Great Britain's success in using distribution clinics to stabilize its addict population at 2,000 to 3,000 regular users. Proponents of this approach argue that the program would be equally successful in the United States. However, there is one important difference between the two countries. Great Britain started its maintenance program well before the heroin problem reached serious proportions. The United States already has an enormous drug epidemic. While the British find an addict population of 2,000 to 3,000 adults acceptable, it is doubtful that the American people are equally willing to tolerate the permanent presence of between 500,000 to 600,000 addicts, many of them teenagers. The British maintenance program is a preventive solution, but the United States is already seriously infected with the disease. Perhaps if the root causes of drug addiction, racism, poverty, meaningless jobs, alienation of youth were dealt with effectively, the heroin problem might disappear. But these are all enormously complex problems that will take generations to solve under the best of conditions. As long as these basic social problems exist, there will be thousands of potential addicts, and as long as heroin is available, criminal syndicates will continue to find the United States a lucrative market for narcotics. There is little reason to hope that the United States will ever be able to destroy the criminal syndicates responsible for manufacturing, importing, and distributing America's heroin supply. For over 40 years, state and federal law enforcement agencies have been cracking down on organized crime. Occasionally a major mafioso like Lucky Luciano or Vito Genovese is imprisoned, but the basic structure of organized crime has never been imperiled. After at least 3 major U.S. Senate investigations, dozens of hard-hitting district attorneys, hundreds of grand jury inquiries, and an endless parade of media exposes, organized crime is stronger than ever. The mafia is even investing its narcotics and gambling profits in legitimate corporate enterprises. Most mafia bosses are respected members of their local communities and are protected by corrupt state and local officials. Even if the leaders of organized crime were forced to stop financing and distributing bulk heroin shipments, they would be replaced by younger, more aggressive criminal gangs. Mafia bosses played a key role in reorganizing the international traffic after World War II, but now that the links between the United States and Southeast Asia's Golden Triangle are well established, their retirement would have relatively little impact on the narcotics traffic. Since selling heroin inside the United States is one of the most profitable businesses in the world, it is almost impossible to break up the domestic distribution network of middle-level distributors, retailers, and street pushers. Most of the distributors in the lower echelons are addicts who have to support their own habits, and no amount of police pressure is going to eliminate them. With the enormous profits from heroin, retailers and pushers have been able to buy ironclad police protection. Most state and local narcotics police are rotten with corruption, and many police officers are actively engaged in pushing heroin when they are on the job. Corsican and Choo-Chow syndicates are just as immune to prosecution. The Corsican syndicates in France are protected by the highest echelons of the government, and their fraternal organizations in Saigon and Vientiane enjoy close working relationships with high-ranking government officials. Hong Kong authorities have admitted their inability to deal with the colony's heroin problem, and corruption is so rampant that there is little possibility of any immediate crackdown on manufacturers and exporters. In Southeast Asia, the Chu-Chao syndicates operate with the full knowledge and protection of host governments. Not even the names of the powerful syndicate leaders are known to international law enforcement agencies. Since government leaders in Thailand, Laos, and South Vietnam are heavily implicated in the narcotics traffic, it is a bit unrealistic to expect that they will make any serious efforts to attack the heroin traffic. In his June 1971 statement to Congress on the drug crisis, President Nixon said, "It is clear that the only really effective way to end heroin production is to end opium production and the growing of poppies. Of all the possible solutions to the problem, this is the only one with any chance of success. And in many ways it is an ideal solution." While clandestine heroin production is hidden by impenetrable layers of corruption and secrecy, illicit poppy production is relatively easy to detect. Opium farmers make no attempt to conceal their crops, and the location of poppy fields is usually known to local government officials. Heroin chemists are constantly changing the location of their laboratories, but opium farmers usually work the same fields for up to 20 years. Moreover, the opium farmer is the only person in the chain of processing, smuggling, and distribution who does not share in the enormous profits. A kilo of heroin that sells for $225,000 on the streets of New York City is refined from only $500 worth of opium. While heroin traffickers reap enormous rewards from only a few hours of work, the struggling opium farmers are paid very little for the hundreds of hours of backbreaking labor they devote to cultivating and harvesting raw opium. Opium farmers could be bought off at a price we can well afford to pay. If the United States were willing to pay farmers the going price of $50 a kilo not to grow opium, Southeast Asia's entire annual harvest of 1,000 tons could be eliminated for only $50 million. Considering that addicts in New York City steal approximately $580 million annually to maintain their habits, we can hardly afford not to take advantage of this bargain. Once the opium farmers are pensioned off, illicit opium production will disappear, heroin laboratories will close for want of raw materials, and America's pushers will gradually be forced out of business. Methadone centers and treatment clinics could be opened to detoxify the remaining addicts, and within a few years the heroin problem would become little more than a painful memory. Unfortunately, it is not going to be that easy to pay off the opium farmers. Although the farmers themselves may be happy to participate in such a profitable opium eradication program, their governments do not share this enthusiasm. For political leaders in Thailand, Laos, and South Vietnam, the opium traffic is a lucrative source of income, and they would hardly welcome a serious anti-narcotics campaign that tried to eliminate poppy production or drive the syndicates out of business. In a classified report dated February 21, 1972, an interagency investigative committee with high-level representatives from both the CIA and the State Department reported that there is no prospect of curbing the heroin traffic in Southeast Asia under any conditions that can realistically be projected. The committee explained that the most basic problem, and the one that unfortunately appears least likely of any early solution, is the corruption, collusion, and indifference at some places in some governments, particularly Thailand and South Vietnam, that precludes more effective suppression of traffic by the governments on whose territory it takes place. Thus, a number of serious political problems would have to be resolved before such a program could be put into action. The Thai government is heavily implicated in the opium traffic. Every important trafficker in Thailand has an advisor in the narcotics police, and most would never think of moving a major drug shipment without first checking with the police to make sure that there is no possibility of seizure or arrest. U.S. narcotics agents serving in Thailand have learned that any information they give the Thai police force is turned over to the syndicates within a matter of hours. Moreover, officials in the U.S. Bureau of Narcotics feel that corruption is not just a matter of individual wrongdoing, and claim to have evidence that indicates that corruption goes to the very top of Thailand's current military government. In South Vietnam, almost every powerful political leader is somewhat implicated in the sale of heroin to American soldiers, and many are working closely with Corsican syndicates to ship large quantities of narcotics to the United States and Europe. The Laotian elite are actively involved in the manufacture and export of heroin, and resident Corsican smugglers are treated like honored foreign dignitaries. While the Burmese government has almost no control over the Shan state's opium traffic, the Thai and Laotian governments are in a position to prevent Burmese opium from reaching the international markets. By simply sealing off their frontiers and denying the KMT and Shan caravans access to their northern borderlands, the Thai and Laotian governments could cut most of Burma's opium exports. Once the Shan rebels and bandits, who finance their military operations from the traffic, are forced out of business, some semblance of order would return to the Shan states, and the Burmese government could begin the task of eradicating poppy cultivation. Obviously, the Thai, Laotian, and Vietnamese governments are not going to get out of the narcotics traffic of their own free will. It is going to require enormous political pressure from the United States before these governments will agree to purge all of their corrupt officials involved in the narcotics trade and begin to take positive steps to eliminate the production, processing, and export of opiates. Once it is admitted that it will require enormous diplomatic pressure to force the governments of Thailand, Laos, and South Vietnam out of the opium business, the question arises, what is the best way to apply pressure? The Nixon administration claims that it is using the full range of America's political and economic influence, the so-called other means of persuasion, to force Southeast Asian governments to quit the traffic. Unfortunately, there is not the slightest shred of evidence to indicate that there has been any substantial American pressure on these governments to clean up the traffic. Most American officials serving in Southeast Asia are not particularly interested in using their personal power or influence to do anything about the drug traffic. They are there to earn money, kill communists, or climb a few notches higher on some bureaucratic ladder. Their response to the drug problem has ranged from apathy to embarrassment. Moreover, a number of American officials and agencies are guilty of various levels of complicity in the narcotics traffic. At the lower level, most American officials have made no effort to stem the drug traffic even when they have had the opportunity. American embassies in Vientiane and Saigon glossed over reports of the involvement of high-level traffickers, and finally, the CIA's charter airline, Air America, has been involved in the transport of opium and heroin. Many of the government leaders who have become the cornerstone of American prestige and influence in Indochina are the very people who would have to be purged in an effective anti-narcotics drive. In short, the American presence in Southeast Asia is not part of the solution, it is part of the problem. If America's lavish foreign aid and military assistance programs cannot be used positively to force the governments of Laos, Thailand, and South Vietnam to get out of the opium business, then logic would seem to dictate that an immediate cessation of foreign aid might bring about the desired results. While U.S. bureaucrats, secret agents, and military officers serving in Southeast Asia are indifferent to the will of the people, Congress is extremely sensitive to popular pressure and has the constitutional and legal authority to cut off foreign aid to these countries. A cut-off in foreign aid and military assistance might finally convince these governments that the United States is really serious about ending the heroin traffic. To be thoroughly effective, the cessation of foreign aid should continue for 4 or 5 years, until there is clear-cut evidence that the narcotics traffic has been completely eradicated in each of these 3 countries. The aid money could be divided between drug treatment programs in the United States and international law enforcement efforts. Some of the money might be turned over to the United Nations to finance special opium eradication programs or law enforcement campaigns in Burma, Thailand, Laos, and Vietnam. Rather than letting biased American agencies determine when the traffic has been eliminated and aid payments should be resumed, the United States should rely on the judgment of a more neutral international observer such as the U.N.'s Commission on Narcotic Drugs. There is every reason to believe that 1972 is shaping up as the year of decision for the international narcotics traffic. This is the year when American voters will make their decision on the political future of Indochina. If President Nixon is re-elected, he will probably continue his policy of giving unqualified support to President Thio's administration in South Vietnam and to the right-wing governments in Thailand and Laos. As long as there is no serious threat of a cut-off in foreign aid or a withdrawal of political support, these governments cannot be subjected to any serious pressure and the narcotics traffic will continue unabated. In late 1972, the Turkish government's opium eradication program will eliminate that nation's last poppy fields, and the international narcotics syndicates will have to complete their shift to Southeast Asia. Although much of America's heroin supply has been coming from the Golden Triangle region since the late 1960s, the great majority of it will start coming from Southeast Asia by late 1972 or early 1973. Thus, through a curious historical coincidence, 1972 is a turning point for both the international heroin traffic and the corrupt governments of Southeast Asia. 1972 will probably be remembered as a crossroads in the history of America's war on narcotics. If aid is cut off and money made available through the United Nations for a systematic opium suppression campaign, then these governments might begin to change their tolerant attitudes toward the heroin traffic. If not, the Golden Triangle is capable of supplying an almost unlimited amount of opium, and America will have to endure the curse of heroin for another generation. Admittedly, an immediate, long-term cessation of military and economic aid to Laos, Thailand, and South Vietnam will probably weaken America's political influence in the region and bring neutralist or communist governments to power. Indeed, in the final analysis, the American people will have to choose between supporting doggedly anti-communist governments in Southeast Asia or getting heroin out of their high schools. I wish to thank the following for their help. First and foremost, Nina S. Adams, Leonard and Elizabeth Adams, David Buxbaum, Roger DeForges, Ann Everett, Jane Werner Freeman, Fred Koss, John Hall, Stephen Headley, Mark Selden, Bernard and Nettie Shapiro, and Jonathan Spence. I am also grateful to the staffs of the following institutions: in London, the Public Record Office, the India Office Library, the London Missionary Society Library, and Mr. John Williamson of the Karl Marx Memorial Library. In Paris, the Archives d'Outremer and Miss Annick Levy of the Centre du Documentation sur Iasi du Sud-Est et le Monde Indonésien L.P.A. Asian trade during the early 19th century was a picturesque affair. As Britain built her great Eastern Empire, the India-China route developed as the hub of commercial activity. Enterprising Europeans ran swift clipper ships to colorful Chinese ports, where cargo was often transferred to smaller boats, including scrambling crabs, built for speed, that bristled with dozens of long oars. Yet the romantic image of the China trade is marred by some unpleasant realities. The crucial commodity shipped from colonial India to China was opium, and fast Chinese boats were needed because China's imperial government prohibited the importation and use of the drug. Britain, the great provider. By the late 18th century, opium had been used in much of Asia for several centuries. The drug had been taken as a medicine in China since Arab traders brought it from the Middle East in the 7th or 8th century AD. Spaniards introduced the habit of smoking tobacco to the Philippines, and it spread from there to China about 1620. The Dutch in Formosa smoked a mixture of opium and tobacco to combat the effects of malaria, and a small number of Chinese acquired this habit as well. Gradually, some of those who smoked omitted the tobacco from this narcotic blend and changed to opium, most of which was imported from India by Portuguese traders. The reasons for opium smoking varied considerably. For the rich it was primarily a luxury, a social grace, while the poor sought in it a temporary escape from their condition. Although small amounts of opium were harvested in many parts of Asia, India was the chief producer of the drug for international trading. During the Mughal era, a number of her rulers attempted to tax opium sales for government profit. But as of the 1770s, no single government possessed the will, the organization, or the political and naval power to foster new markets and to internationalize the Asian drug trade on a large scale. Britain's move to colonize India changed this situation dramatically. In 1772, Warren Hastings was appointed governor of the recently conquered territory of Bengal and faced the task of finding a dependable source of tax revenue. Given the Mughal precedent, he proceeded to sell the concession that granted the buyer the exclusive rights to oversee opium production, buy the harvest, and deliver the product to the British opium factory at the port of Calcutta, where it was auctioned off to wholesale merchants for export. The drug, Hastings piously declared, was not a consumer necessity but a pernicious article of luxury, which ought not to be permitted but for purposes of foreign commerce only. And so it was. The British in India not only permitted but encouraged foreign sales of opium. The Indian Opium Concession, which later became a directly administered government monopoly, brought the government over £500,000 during Hastings' term in India alone. Opium exports, primarily to China, provided roughly 1/7 of the total revenue for British India. British officials and others objected to the trade, largely on moral grounds. But for policy makers from Hastings' era to the early part of the 20th century, the morally questionable nature of the traffic was outweighed by the enormous profits it yielded. In this early period, competition for British supervised opium, variously known as Bengal, Banaras, or Putna, came mainly from Malva opium, which was grown in central and northwestern Indian states not under direct British rule. But during the early 19th century the colonial government gained control over most of the routes and ports used for shipping Malva opium. This gave them the power to tax and thus regulate Malva exports. The British also increased the production of Bengal opium, attempting both to undercut competition from Malva and to take advantage of the rising demand in China. British officials justified this increased production with arguments whose tone would be echoed by many subsequent rationalizations of Britain's role in the trade. As one of Hastings' successors noted, the policy of increasing Bengal production to the limits of the market would mean a reduction in the profit per unit of opium sold, but it will not tend to increase the consumption of the deleterious drug nor to extend its baneful effects in society. The sole and exclusive object of it is to secure to ourselves the whole supply by preventing foreigners from participating in a trade of which at present they enjoy no inconsiderable share, for it is evident that the Chinese, as well as the Malays, cannot exist without the use of opium, and if we do not supply their necessary wants, foreigners will. The foreign threat to British hegemony in the opium trade soon became more imagined than real. Portuguese traders dealing in Malva opium were rapidly outclassed. The American role in the China opium trade was never very great, although those involved often made substantial fortunes. For a time Americans monopolized the shipment of Turkish opium to China, but the cost of transport made serious competition impossible. Opium not only became a bulwark of the tax base of colonial India, during much of the 19th century it served as the economic pivot around which the whole China trade revolved. Prior to about 1800 the British traded mainly their own and Indian goods, especially raw cotton, for Chinese tea and silk. But the relative self-sufficiency of China's economy, which perennially frustrated foreign traders, meant that China sold more than she bought, and Western merchants were forced to bring silver to China to make up the balance. After about 1800 the British increasingly substituted another currency: Indian opium. The Chinese paid for opium in silver at the port of entry. Merchants then exchanged the silver for Chinese goods to be sold elsewhere in Asia or in Europe. Opium shifted the balance of the China trade. The situation became economically as well as socially unfavorable to the Chinese. Although the British gave the opium traffic their official blessing, the Chinese did not. Opium smoking was prohibited in 1729, smoking, cultivation, and importation of opium were specifically banned in 1800. But by the beginning of the 19th century the once powerful Qing dynasty had been seriously weakened politically and financially by official corruption and domestic rebellion. As the century wore on, China's internal problems were aggravated by Western attempts to force open the country for trade and, later, for industrial development. Opium speeded up the decay, for Chinese officials and soldiers, underpaid, discontented and often idle, were among the first to take up opium smoking, weakening their government still further. The Edict of 1800 closed Canton, the only port at which foreigners were then officially allowed to trade, to opium. But this ban, like most later defensive gestures, merely helped move the opium traffic beyond the area where it might have been supervised, however ineffectively. The market near Canton rapidly became glutted, and with the connivance of corrupt officials and merchants, drug sales by Europeans spread along China's southeast coast beyond government control. Many of the Chinese pirate gangs involved in opium smuggling on the coast and inland were organized as secret societies. The link between opium, Chinese criminals, and secret societies, whose traditional role of political resistance made them perennially outlawed and feared by the central government, only strengthened the official revulsion toward foreigners and their moral poison. From 1811 to 1821, imports of both Bengal and Malva opium averaged over 340 tons a year. In the late 1820s and 1830s, because of the ease with which opium could be smuggled and the profits involved, the flow of opium became a flood. During the period from 1829 to 1839, annual imports from India averaged 3,683,542 pounds, or more than 1,841 tons, almost 6 times the average for the period 1811 to 1821. British opium policy in India was the primary cause of this expansion. By the mid-1830s, the British had acquired tax control over most of the trade routes used for shipping Malva opium. But a decrease in the tax rate on Malva, combined with a conscious effort to expand Bengal cultivation, increased the supply of opium tremendously. Also, there were now more foreign merchants to import the drug. The spectacular amount of opium entering China, the emperor's decision to take a strong stand against it, and British demands for free trade and diplomatic equality resulted in the Opium War of 1839 to 1842. Although the British resented the term Opium War, it seemed altogether appropriate to the defeated Chinese. Opium not only provoked the war, it helped China lose it, although given Britain's firepower the outcome was never in doubt. During one battle, for example, an officer named Chang, who was in charge of important reserves, took time off to satisfy his craving for opium. The man smoked his pipe from dawn to dusk, and finally, when his aides were still debating whether to advance or retreat, the sound of cannon and musketry fire drew closer and closer. Panic seized his troops, and with one accord they fled. Chang himself was still puffing away at his opium pipe. At last he staggered into a litter and was carried away. A little less than one-third of the $21 million indemnity extracted by the victors was payment for the opium that the Imperial Commissioner, Lin Hsu, had seized and destroyed at the beginning of the war. The British also won concessions to their principle of free trade, a principle upheld in practical terms largely for the sake of a monopoly-produced, illicitly sold narcotic. Following the Opium War, the Chinese were still diplomatically and militarily unable to stop the drug flow into their country, and Britain continued to peddle increasing amounts of Indian opium. In the peak year of 1880, China imported more than 6,500 tons, most of which was produced in India. However, China began to grow her own on a massive scale in the 1860s. After 1880 the demand for foreign opium decreased, until by 1905 the amount brought in was roughly half the 1,880 figure. By the early 20th century China's annual opium crop was over 22,000 tons. There were several reasons for this important change. First, China's policy of outlawing opium had never worked. And while the government of India profited from the opium revenue, which added much financial luster to that jewel in the British crown, China's government was becoming more hard-pressed for funds. In addition to the money it owed the British for having lost the Opium War, China had to pay the costs of suppressing the massive Taiping Rebellion, which broke out in 1850. Large areas of China were ravaged, and perhaps 30 million people died as a result of the fighting. China's running dispute with the West, especially with Britain, continued as the British shipped more opium and intensified their demand that China's interior be open to the dubious benefits of Western penetration and free trade. A second Anglo-Chinese War broke out in 1856, and China lost again. In 1858 the Chinese signed a trade agreement that put a small tax on imported opium. This did not mean that they completely ceased their efforts to control and suppress the drug. During the mid-1870s, for example, the famous General Tso Tsung Tiang reportedly cured addicts by slitting their lips so that they could not smoke their pipes. Yet despite this and many other less brutal, more constructive gestures, the Agreement of 1858 began a 48-year period of de facto legalization of domestic cultivation as well as importation. Although at first the homegrown product was considered inferior to Indian opium, it was cheaper, and its quality rapidly improved. In many areas it sold for less than half the price of the foreign smoke, and the fact that it could be resmoked more times than prepared Indian opium further enhanced its consumer appeal. In addition, poppy was a valuable crop for peasants, since raw opium sold for wholesale prices 2 to 4 times those paid for wheat. And the low weight and bulk of opium made it easier to transport over rough terrain and thus tempting to produce, particularly in areas whose trade routes consisted largely of narrow, winding trails. The mountainous provinces of Sichuan and Yunnan lay more than 1,000 miles from the weakened central government at Peking. Both were well suited for poppy growing. The southern province of Yunnan, which borders Burma, Laos, and Tonkin, became an opium producer second only to the western province of Sichuan. While the central government received relatively little from taxes on the cultivation and sale of domestic opium, revenue from the drug became a mainstay of provincial budgets. In addition to filling a large local demand, opium was Sichuan's major export. Over 2/3 of its harvest went to other parts of China. While Yunnan produced less than Sichuan, the economic function of its opium was just as important. In 1875 fully 1/3 of the arable land of the province bloomed with poppy. The drug was Yunnan's most important product, amounting to L1.2 million of L1.7 million in total exports by 1903. Until the Europeans began to colonize mainland Southeast Asia, there was no concept of rigid border demarcation among the local kingdoms and tribes. From Burma to Tonkin, the China-Southeast Asia frontier region was sparsely inhabited by a variety of groups distinct both from the ethnic Han Chinese and from the dominant Southeast Asian ethnic groups, whose capitals lay further south. It is impossible to say precisely when tribal groups along this frontier first began producing opium, but it became important in the world's drug traffic only after World War II. Opium poppy cultivation in the area was largely unnoticed until the late 19th century, and then it was dwarfed by Chinese and British Indian production. China rather than Southeast Asia remained the focus of the Asian drug traffic. By the early 1900s there were roughly 15 million addicts. For Chinese addicts, their habit came from the need to forget or ignore the painful realities of their lives. The craving to continue smoking, regardless of the cost, added yet another element of misery. Although some very rich habitués could afford both opium and food, many lesser family fortunes literally went up in smoke. Poorer addicts often died of starvation. The Chinese government was unable to solve the problem within its own ranks. Candidates for office were reported to have died from the effects of withdrawal during the arduous 3-day examinations. A Western observer on a trip to Sichuan complained that all but 2 of her 143 official escorts were on the pipe. And twice she was forced to wait to have her passport copied while the scribes recovered from their narcotic siesta. However, if opium caused extensive anguish, it was also an ultimate cure. Swallowing an overdose was a popular method of committing suicide. As opium addiction spread, not only in Asia but in Europe and the United States as well, organized opposition to Britain's part in the trade grew stronger. Western missionaries complained that addiction among the heathen Chinese rendered the task of conversion more difficult. But to many Chinese, both missionaries and foreign drug merchants were intruders selling goods that disrupted their society and violated their ideals. Thus the problem was not only one of curing before conversion. Missionaries and opium were linked in the minds of increasing numbers of Chinese as different aspects of a single, foreign menace. Pressure from missionaries and others on the English government led to the creation of the British Royal Commission on Opium, which gathered evidence during 1893 and 1894. The Commission concluded that prohibiting cultivation would place a considerable financial burden on the Indian taxpayer, who would have to compensate for the loss of the opium revenue. And it would do no good for Britain to halt production, the Commission argued, as long as China's government was too weak to suppress the vice. Denunciations of the traffic by those familiar with the Chinese situation were largely ignored. The question, as the Commission saw it, was not how to eliminate Indian production but whether to do so, and the answer, as usual, was no, it was still too profitable to be abandoned. These conclusions hardly satisfied the anti-opium movement. Nor could the Commission's findings alter the fact that Chinese production was forcing the British out. The House of Commons, which had not pronounced the trade immoral until 1891, did so again in 1906, this time unanimously. China's political situation changed dramatically toward the end of the 19th century. Humiliating defeat by Japan in the War of 1894 to 1895 led to urgent demands for sweeping government reform. Western retaliation against the Boxer Rebellion of 1899–1900 saw China once again beaten militarily and burdened financially. This newest degradation, the latest in a series extending back to the original Opium War, finally convinced the imperial court as well as the growing numbers of progressive Chinese that China must undergo reform if she were to survive. Opium was a clear-cut symptom and symbol of foreign intrusion and national decay. If China were to become strong again, she must rid herself of the flowing poison. In 1906 the Chinese government started an opium suppression campaign that began a third major phase in the development of Asia's drug traffic. The officially sponsored British contribution was finally eliminated, and domestic cultivation was temporarily, yet drastically, reduced. But as opium became scarce and thus more expensive, smokers seeking a substitute as well as those looking for a medicinal cure were increasing, led to use morphine, and later its derivative heroin. Secondly, limiting the supply of Chinese opium temporarily changed the pattern of the drug trade with Southeast Asia. An imperial edict of 1906 announced plans for the elimination of China's opium problem over a 10-year period. The Chinese diplomat Tang Xiaoyi, himself a reformed addict, had initiated talks with the British government in 1904. His Majesty's government signed an agreement that went into effect in 1908, committing itself gradually to reduce the export of Indian opium intended for Hong Kong and China. However, many British officials, particularly those ruling India, were less than wildly enthusiastic about this decision, and continued to express skepticism about China's determination and capacity to conduct an effective suppression campaign. China's production had reduced India's share of the total trade, and opium was no longer the dominant commodity in the China trade, but the government of India was still making some $3 million annually from opium sales to China. Said the Government of India Finance Department. If we are called upon to cooperate with China by incurring this great sacrifice of a revenue which we have enjoyed for many years, we are justified to demand that the measure shall be carried out with the utmost consideration of our interests and in such a manner as shall occasion us the least possible inconvenience. His Majesty's government stood prepared to resist any effective Chinese tactics that would discriminate against foreign opium. Among other things, this meant that the British, who had perfected the technique of opium monopoly for government profit, strenuously objected to the creation of Chinese monopolies intended to regulate and reduce the traffic in imported and domestic opium. British documents for the first years of the suppression campaign are full of accounts of incidents in which Chinese attempts to restrict opium sales provoked outraged cries from opium merchants, who were almost invariably backed up by British officials. The anti-opium campaign was the most successful of all reforms initiated by the Chinese government before the 1911 revolution. Large numbers of opium dens were shut down, and in many cases officials in the countryside moved effectively to eliminate cultivation. But as the drive gathered strength and the supply was reduced, one result was that its price soared. With an eye on profits, the British had agreed only to reduce their exports from India, not to help control imports to China. The distinction was important, For imports of Indian opium actually increased slightly during the period 1907 to 1911. Nonetheless, the British government's attitude was changing. An international conference on opium held at Shanghai in 1909 increased the pressure on colonial powers to end the trade. British officials provided evidence of the effectiveness of China's suppression campaign that their more skeptical colleagues could no longer ignore. Even the India office, although besieged by complaints from opium merchants, became less opposed to a more rapid rate of prohibition. As a result, in 1911, China and Britain signed a second agreement imposing stricter controls on Indian opium exports. Furthermore, British opium was now to be excluded from those provinces where joint Anglo-Chinese inspection showed that domestic production had ceased. Between 1911 and 1915 almost all of China's provinces were declared closed to foreign opium, either with or without the rather cursory formal inspection. Although relatively small quantities of smuggled Indian opium continued to appear in China, the massive official trade was finally eliminated. By reducing the amount of available opium, China's suppression campaign resulted in the influx of large quantities of European morphine, manufactured from opium produced in the Middle East. Morphine is the primary narcotic element in opium, but the dangers of morphine addiction were not immediately recognized. Its use during the 1880s by Western missionaries in China as a cure for opium addiction had earned it the name Jesus opium. Morphine imports to China were not restricted until after 1902, when 195,133 ounces of the drug entered legally. From 1903 on it was heavily taxed and the traffic went underground. During the suppression campaign, morphine was used widely as both a cure and as a narcotic. It was less easily detected by inquisitive officials than was opium smoking. More important, because of morphine's potency compared with opium and the ease with which it could be smuggled, it was extremely cheap. In 1909 a British government chemist reported that swallowing morphine would produce the same narcotic effect as smoking opium but at 1/9 the cost. Although most Chinese addicts preferred to swallow or smoke morphine, injections were even cheaper. When cut, 1 ounce of morphine yielded 1 to 2,000 shots. Generally, however, only the poorest Chinese injected the drug. At first, most of the morphine entering China came from Europe and the United States via Japan. While their government strictly controlled the drug at home, Japanese nationals began to sell morphine in China and then to manufacture it there. And by 1920, according to one estimate, enough was arriving annually via Japan alone to give every person in China 4 doses. Chinese poppy cultivation, particularly in the southwest, probably never completely ceased during the suppression drive. But there was much less opium available to smokers. In Yunnan this was reflected by a larger demand for Burmese opium, especially during the years 1911 to 1917, as well as by an increase in smuggling from Burma and Thailand. Smuggling became a highly organized business involving the investment of large amounts of money with the promise of tremendous profits. One caravan dispatched from Yunnan to the Shan states in northern Burma consisted of 10 men equipped with 72 guns, who paid the equivalent of L17,000 for opium. Another group traveling to Rangoon in 1917, probably to buy Indian opium, included 300 people divided into bands, which bargained collectively for all the opium they bought. Not all the opium in the Burma-Yunnan trade was used in China. The Yunnan government had contracted to supply opium to the French monopoly in northern Indochina. By 1912, when the local product could no longer be bought easily or cheaply, the Yunnan authorities were sending agents into the northern Shan states to buy opium, which they then sold to the French. The same type of trading went on to a limited extent within Tonkin itself. Poppy was being grown illegally by the Miao tribesmen on the Black River and by the Nungs, who lived in the Guangxi-Tonkin border region between the Red and Clear rivers. In 1912 each of these tribes produced about 2,200 pounds of lower-grade opium, ordinarily worth less than half of what Chinese opium brought when sold to the French monopoly. Chinese traders were accused of buying this opium in order to peddle it to the French as Chinese opium for an easy 100% profit. Morphine usage and smuggling were but two problems of many resulting from the suppression campaign. The plan for rapid eradication of domestic opium had several serious flaws. Some of these stemmed from the stubbornness of the problem. Opium smoking had become deeply entrenched as a social and economic institution. The habit ravaged lower-class smokers, as the cycle of poverty, despair, and addiction persisted. And there were many upper-class smokers for whom opium, particularly the more expensive foreign brands, was a prized luxury, a status symbol. Even the Empress Dowager Cixi, whose edict began the campaign, used the pipe. One gentleman diligently taught his married daughter to smoke lest the family be considered too poor to afford it. Permanent cures, especially for the poor, were few and far between. By 1913, one estimate was that no more than 10% of Yunnan smokers had given up their opium. In areas where the economy was geared to opium growing, simply destroying the crop created hardship and resentment, not reform. Moreover, if the authorities were corrupt, suppression was often an exercise in hypocrisy, accompanied by such show of force as they have been able to command. The officials in charge have sat down outside a few unhappy Kachin and Lissa villages suspected of the crime of planting opium, surrounded the guilty headmen and extorted from them the last available rupee, and then after duly skirting or passing in well-screened chairs through the offending fields, returned to their headquarters and duly reported that they have seen no opium growing throughout their extensive and arduous campaigns. Political upheaval was perhaps the main cause of China's failure to eliminate opium. The imperial structure, which had endured for centuries, could not institute sufficient reforms to prevent its own downfall and finally gave way in the 1911 revolution. The new republican government, under the militarist Yuan Shikai, vowed to continue the fight against opium. But China was rapidly disintegrating into areas controlled by independent military rulers. Yunnan and Sichuan, never subject to absolute control from Peking, enjoyed de facto independence after 1911. For many poppy cultivators, as well as regional governments, the revolution meant the end of interference by the central government. Growers in Sichuan and other provinces resumed production of large quantities of opium in 1912. By 1916 the Yunnan authorities were quietly encouraging opium sales in order to raise money for their treasury. And by 1918 Yunnan's government, following other provinces, had abandoned all pretense of suppression and was openly promoting poppy cultivation. China had ceased to be a unified country. Successive governments claiming central power in Peking became progressively weaker, the prize of warlords whose presidencies were national in name only. Their armies needed money, and in 1918 the current pretenders in the capital were encouraging the revival of the lucrative opium traders. Many groups and individuals, chiefly in the cities, continued to oppose opium use. But they were for the most part ignored as the drug became the major source of financial support for China's warlord armies. On the Kast Coast, in the province of Fujian, about 70,000 troops under 5 principal generals as well as the Navy and Marines are all being supported by opium taxation. Predecessors of the present generals had collected land taxes 3 years in advance, and the only means left for raising necessary funds was either to collect 1 or 2 further years of land taxes or impose a special tax, which could only be raised by opium cultivation. The latter was decided on. Wherever troops were stationed, opium growing was made compulsory. Magistrates issued the orders and soldiers enforced them. Riots have been frequent and in several places numbers of peasants have been shot down and villages burned. Although British India was finally obliged to stop exporting opium for the China market, there was no similar restraint placed on opium sales to and by Southeast Asian monopolies. Business was good. The decrease in China's supply when suppression was most effective lessened the threat from smuggled opium. Even after the Chinese drive failed, opium sales remained a bulwark of colonial budgets. When colonialists could no longer ignore international protest over the drug traffic, their government monopolies were advertised as a means of drug control, while continuing to yield profits to the official pusher. Although during the 1920s China regained the position of foremost opium producer, the size of her crop probably never again reached the astronomical levels of the years before 1907. Lower production was in large part due to the massive influx and subsequent domestic manufacture of the opium drugs morphine and heroin. Initially, most of the heroin used in China was of European, mainly French, manufacture derived from Middle Eastern opium. The mid-1920s saw a steady increase in French heroin shipments direct to China and also to Japan, where most of it was transshipped for the China market. Like morphine, heroin was believed at first to be effective in combating opium addiction. Both could be legally imported in small quantities for medical use, but the distinction between legal and illegal, medically valid and narcotic, blurred as addiction spread. Smuggling increased and legally imported drugs were diverted into the illicit market. By the mid-1920s recipes such as the following, for 10,000 anti-opium pills, were common: combine 2 ounces heroin, 1/2 ounce strychnine, I ounce quinine, 5 ounces caffeine, 48 ounces sugar of milk, and 10 ounces of refined sugar. Mix well. As an indication of how many of these pills were being produced, 2,701 pounds of strychnine, whose only legitimate use in China was for fur trapping, was legally imported in 1923. Caffeine imports for the same year totaled 48,236 pounds. Legal French exports of heroin to China alone for the years 1925 to 1929 reached 3,082 pounds. As China became a major heroin consumer, Shanghai, her largest, most industrialized city, emerged as a primary center for heroin manufacture and distribution. From there the drug moved south, seeking new outlets. In 1927 heroin appeared in Hong Kong in the form of a pink anti-opium pill that was smoked rather than swallowed. Hong Kong authorities in 1930 confiscated 847 pounds of heroin, more than double was seized in that year in any other country except France. During the 1930s Shanghai was the source of much of America's illicit heroin. Shanghai's eminence as an international drug capital was closely linked with the rise to power of China's nationalist movement. During the chaotic 1920s warlord struggles for power and money accelerated the disruption and impoverishment of the country. Among the groups trying to re-establish a centralized state was the Kuomintang or Nationalist Party, whose objectives were at first more progressive than those of most of the warlord competition. In 1924 the KMT under Sun Yat-sen allied itself with the fledgling Chinese Communist Party in order to strengthen itself politically and promote badly needed reforms. However, as Chiang Kai-shek gained power within the party after Sun's death in 1925, he began to break with the communists and move toward an alliance with more conservative groups. During the Northern Expedition of 1926 to 1928 Jiang's KMT armies expanded his political and economic base, defeating warlord rivals and gaining support from many people who demanded an end to warlordism, along with reforms in land, labor, and social policies. Yet the manner in which Chiang took control repudiated most of the KMT's progressive ideals. Struggles with warlords often ended in coalition, not change, as they agreed to join the nationalist government while retaining control of their own territories. The KMT leaders sought support in the countryside from the old ruling class, the gentry. Social and economic injustice intensified and the urgent need for land reform was ignored. However, Jiang's ambition of attaining power over the entire country was never realized, although the nationalists did become established in China's major coastal cities, which remained their primary base of support until the Japanese invasion of 1937. Jiang's control of Shanghai was made possible with the aid of two main groups. Wealthy merchants and foreign capitalists supported the KMT with the understanding that there would be no reforms that threatened their interests. And Shanghai's major criminal groups strengthened their own hold on official power by enabling Chiang to destroy the city's Communist Party and labor movement in 1927. These Shanghai criminal organizations were dominated by two secret society groups called the Green and Red Circles or gangs. Secret societies, whether political, social or criminal, were traditionally an important force in Chinese society whenever central authority broke down. During the 19th century, the Red and Green gangs had drawn their membership from people involved in transporting grain and smuggling salt along the Grand Canal, China's primary north-south inland waterway. After 1911, these groups shifted their activities to the cities of central China, particularly to Shanghai. Shanghai had been an important Chinese center for the opium traffic since the 1840s, when Britain's victory in the Opium War opened the port to foreign trade and the establishment of foreign-controlled areas or concessions, which by the 1930s included almost a third of the city's 3.5 million people. The city's tradition of involvement in opium and other vices that tend to accompany the Western presence in Asia was tailor-made for the Green and Red gangs. Both evolved into criminal organizations whose role in the narcotics trade and in the anti-communist movement suggests parallels with the roles of the Sicilian Mafia and Corsican syndicate groups in Europe. One of Shanghai's most influential citizens was Tu Yuesheng, narcotics overlord, anti-Japanese patriot and leader of the Green Gang, who began his career in Shanghai's French settlement, a noted center of illicit activities where criminals were permitted to operate freely. In exchange for tax profits on vice, the French turned the administration of the settlement over to the gangs. Tu became the protege of a man known as Pockmarked Huang, who was the chief of detectives in the French concession and a major Green Gang leader. In addition to owning several opium dens, Huang served an important function as intermediary in negotiations and disputes between various groups in the foreign-controlled and Chinese settlements. Prior to 1918, Shanghai's opium traffic was based in the British concession, under the control of Chinese from the Swato area of Kwangtung province. In 1918, the British concession cracked down on opium, depriving the Swato group of its base and opening the traffic to takeover by the Green Gang operating from the French concession. During the 1920s, Tu Yuesheng unified the competing gangster organizations involved in the drug traffic and extended his influence from the French settlement out to the more prosperous international settlement. Tu became one of the big three among the Shanghai gangsters, working with Pockmarked Huang and Chang Xiaolin. This unholy triumvirate controlled the city's underworld in early 1927, when Jiang's Northern Expedition Forces approached. In late February 1927, labor unions allied with the KMT moved against warlord control and foreign economic domination and began a general strike, planning to welcome Jiang's armies to a liberated Shanghai. For his part, Chiang Kai-shek was actively courting the support of wealthy conservative and foreign businessmen. A strong united labor movement was a major impediment. Consequently, in late February, Jiang's forces delayed their advance toward the city, hoping that reprisals by the British-run International Settlement Police and the Chinese garrison commander would break the strike and destroy its leadership. Despite bloody reprisals, labor organizers ordered a second strike to begin March 21, a massive display of workers' power that shut down the city once again in anticipation of the KMT's victorious advance. Although there was disturbing evidence that Chiang was beginning to conduct a violent purge of communists and suspected communists in the cities under his control, the communist leadership, with the encouragement of Comintern advisors, doggedly continued to support the alliance and, with increasing difficulty, ignored the ominous signs of KMT treachery. The strike caused considerable consternation in the Chinese and foreign business communities, and Chiang set about persuading these interests to support him, simultaneously avoiding a public declaration of outright hostility toward the communists. On arriving in Shanghai in late March, he met first with Pockmarked Huang and later with leading Chinese industrialists and bankers who became satisfied that under Jiang's control there would be no further trouble from organized labor. The gratified businessmen then presented him with a loan of 3 million Shanghai dollars, the first of a series of lucrative donations. Chiang had some 3,000 troops under his command in the city, pitted against a larger but poorly armed force of workers and communists. He doubted whether his soldiers could be trusted to turn against the workers' groups, which they considered their main allies, and turned to Tu Yuesheng and his colleagues for help. It is widely believed that Chang in his youth had become a fully initiated member of Shanghai's Green Gang. Regardless of whether this is the case, Chang and the Green Gang shared a common interest in destroying Shanghai's labor movement. By serving Chang, the gangs could and did increase their influence and wealth. At Jiang's behest, Tu organized a moderate labor group, the Common Advancement Association, which recruited and armed thousands of gangsters throughout the city. The communists and other labor leaders, pathetically, tragically determined to maintain the charade of alliance with the KMT, were taken by surprise and massacred, many of them by Tu's gangsters, beginning April 12, 1927 and continuing sporadically for months. As a result of this coup, Shanghai's gang leaders grew even more powerful. In appreciation for their services and their delivered and anticipated performance as intermediaries between Chang and the foreign community, the Big Three were appointed as honorary advisors to the nationalist government. Furthermore, Tu Yuesheng was made a major general at Jiang's headquarters, in addition to serving as a municipal official and as an employee of the American-owned Shanghai Power Company. As the purge continued, after 1927 the gangsters, with KMT and foreign support, thoroughly infiltrated Shanghai's labor movement in order to prevent a recurrence of the pre-1927 threat from organized labor. In September 1931, for example, one non-communist labor organizer who had led a tramways strike in the French settlement was denounced, arrested, and sentenced to 10 years imprisonment after a trial that lasted 10 minutes. Chiang Kai-shek's opium programs further illustrate the gap between the KMT's original political idealism and the sordid reality of conditions under his dictatorship. Like the warlords, Chiang needed money to finance his military campaigns, and in August 1927 the nationalists legalized the trade, setting up a monopoly to tax opium sales. Before public pressure forced the scheme's abolition in July 1928, the government had made an estimated 40 million Chinese dollars. Unofficial government sponsorship of the opium trade continued, and Tu Yuesheng was a central figure until 1931, when he reportedly cured his own addiction and dropped out of gambling and the drug traffic, leaving its operation to other members of the Green Gang. To compensate for Tu's financial loss, one of his close friends was given control of the newly formed state lottery, while Tu devoted his full attention to suppressing Shanghai's labor movement. The most well-publicized nationalist campaign against opium was begun in 1934. Chang was beginning a New Life movement, which derived from the Confucian belief that individual reform is the key to curing the ills of society. The programs of the New Life movement, outmoded and hopelessly inadequate, never began to solve China's pressing social problems. But its idealism and Jiang's own professed Christianity were incompatible with the drug traffic. A National Opium Suppression Bureau was organized whose regulations involved penalties of life imprisonment or death for pushers. Although improving social welfare was the stated aim of this anti-opium campaign, its major objective was to gain control of the financial base of Jiang's warlord opponents. The KMT leader appointed himself Commissioner for Opium Suppression in 1935. By 1936 he had succeeded in rerouting opium moving toward the coast from Yunnan and Kweichow so that it was sent north through Hankow on the Yangtze River and then to Shanghai, thus depriving Guangxi province of the opium revenue. Opium production was reduced, but the government generally hoarded seized opium instead of destroying it. According to one source, during the period 1934 to 1937 the government made an estimated 500 million Chinese dollars from its suppression program. Japan mounted a full-scale invasion of China in 1937, driving the KMT government into the interior. Although the war in the Pacific halted the flow of heroin from China to the United States after 1941, the drug traffic within China continued. During the war the KMT and the Japanese freely traded a variety of goods, including opium, across mostly stagnant battle lines. Japan played an official role in the narcotics business in occupied China. In Manchuria the Japanese authorities used opium as a revenue source. In 1938 its sale accounted for 8% of general budget receipts. Nanking under Japanese occupation had an estimated 50,000 heroin addicts. And in Shanghai, about 1/6 of the $1.5 million spent every month on drugs was used to buy heroin. The Japanese invasion separated Chiang Kai-shek from his main source of financial support. But his government had a store of Zequain's opium that had been confiscated during the suppression drive. Tu Yuesheng took charge of shipping the seized opium to the coast, and eventually it was sold at Macau and Hong Kong, both then under Japanese control. Some of the same stock was finally sold by Shanghai's official monopoly, which operated under Japanese protection. After Japan's defeat in 1945, Jiang's forces made a speedy return to Shanghai, acting with the support of the American government and the cooperation of the defeated Japanese in order to reaffirm KMT control and forestall the communists. Once again, corruption and vice, including narcotics, flourished with the participation of China's nationalist officials. China remained the opium center of Asia until the communist forces won the Civil War in 1949. The new Chinese government was determined to eradicate opium and had both the will and the organization to do so. During the Civil War, one visitor commented that in 5 months of travel in the communist areas I found not the slightest trace of opium in any form. Successful opium suppression required a drastic change at all levels of the economy. The campaign against cultivation extended to the most remote areas of China, and poppy growers were persuaded to produce other crops. Penalties against drug merchants were ruthlessly enforced by a government that had no economic or political obligations to those engaged in the trade. Shanghai was cleaned up, its Western business interests forced out, its corruption eliminated. According to a high Hong Kong customs official, since 1949 there have been no seizures of opium coming from mainland China. China is no longer a factor in the international narcotics traffic. The post-war elimination of China as a major drug center and the end of the colonial era and its monopolies in Southeast Asia improved prospects for solving the narcotics problem in Asia. Instead, Southeast Asia has more than filled the gap left by China, particularly in terms of supplying heroin for the U.S. market.